Nothing foreshadowed trouble. The world went on with its life, weekdays alternated with weekends, but one day everything changed. The world suddenly came to an end, the familiar and ordinary world that was familiar to everyone on planet Earth. It all started with a pandemic, with over 740,000 people aged 20 to 30 infected, and that was far from the final figure. Then there was a war, which brought huge losses among both the military and the civilian population. Now no one was safe. Economic collapse and food shortages led to half of humanity dying of starvation, while the other half took to the streets in protest. Ominous omens appeared, and it was not humans themselves who drove the final nail into the coffin of humanity. Those who brought about the end of existence were game characters with supernatural abilities, and also monsters that appeared after them and spared no one who happened to get in their way. What happened next was entirely predictable, having been described many times by science fiction writers and depicted by film directors and computer game creators. People with superpowers appeared in different parts of the planet. There were many of them, but their powers were unequal, and it proved impossible to prevent the apocalypse. Events unfolded rapidly, but the first 3 days after it all began were not fatal for most city dwellers. Many people even still had food reserves, especially those who had taken care of this in advance or were simply thrifty. Our hero did not belong to this category of city residents, so his main meals now consisted of various snacks. Otherwise, the guy's lifestyle hadn't changed much. As before, he spent all his free time at home. Only one thing was radically different from the past. Now he was completely alone, and it was not a metaphorical loneliness. It was real, frightening, absolute loneliness. It was impossible to even take out the trash, and there was no point in doing so. The young man's whole world had shrunk to the size of his 100-square-meter apartment, which was enough to keep him from going crazy, but not enough to feel normal. His father had decided to buy this place, the apartment, spending all his savings on it, but now his mother, father, grandmother, and grandfather were left outside. The reason the protagonist found himself locked inside was that someone had to live in the property for 2 years before it could become the family's property. Of course, the guy wasn't locked in at first, but the sudden apocalypse blocked the exit. There was no connection, the mobile network was down, and it was completely unclear what to do next. It was unknown whether his parents were alive. Several attempts to restart his phone and connect to any network were unsuccessful. Suddenly, Kim Jae-hyun heard a strange sound outside the window, like a roar accompanied by the sound of wings. Some kind of winged monster was flying straight at his house, emitting a terrifying growl and a guttural cry from its mouth. Soon, a huge mouth with a bunch of teeth and some kind of suction cups smashed right into the balcony glass, but it held firm, remaining intact. The young man recoiled in horror, reflexively covering himself with his hands, thinking that this would be the last memory of his life. The monster flew a little to the side and rushed back to attack the house, seemingly considering the glass an ephemeral barrier. Our hero screamed in fear and tried to curl up into a ball, his instinct for self-preservation kicking in, but it was of little use now. The guy continued to scream for quite a long time, waving his arms above his head as if trying to drive away a nightmare. Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of him, stating that a subject who was not authorized to enter was attempting to do so, which was prohibited. The next message stated that the status of the absolute hermit did not allow anyone to enter the house without the owner's permission. This was a passive skill enshrined in the declaration. Realizing that the house simply would not let anyone in, not even a terrible monster, our absolute hermit breathed a sigh of incredible relief. He stood up and walked around the room. The message screen began to fade little by little, and the hero suddenly realized that he was still alive solely thanks to the system. Kim Jae-hyun looked sadly out the window, wondering what had become of his parents, and indeed all the people outside, because not everyone was lucky enough to be safe. The next thought made him feel uneasy, and the young man rushed to the front door, trying to open it, but it was all in vain. He pulled on the handle, banged and pounded on the glass, tried to shout and call for help, but to no avail. The door remained locked, as if confirming that the absolute hermit could not leave the room either, since he was not its owner. Out of frustration, the hero kicked the armored metal, but it did nothing but cause him excruciating pain in his leg. The door did not budge. It had been 3 days since the familiar world had come to an end, and it was completely unclear how much time he had left. Thanks to this damn system that protected him, the guy was locked in, And in fact, he found himself in a hopeless situation. Theoretically, he could have looked for information about the conditions of this service and the like, but for now, the hermit didn't want to do anything at all. Soon, a message appeared on the screen again, stating that the absolute hermit could not leave the house, as if someone invisible had read the hero's thoughts. He grabbed his head, fully aware that there was absolutely nothing he could do about it, and it made him want to cry. Everything would be fine, but this meant huge problems with food, because he hadn't been able to stock up on provisions in advance, and now it was simply impossible to replenish them. Instant noodles and a few packs of soda are not the kind of food you can live on for long. The thing was, the power had been cut off yesterday, so the refrigerator had simply stopped working and had to be emptied urgently. Almost all of the supplies, especially those lovingly prepared by my mother, had to be eaten immediately, otherwise they would simply spoil. Only a couple of packs of noodles could be stored for long enough, but even if you eat a little bit every day, it's still not enough. An alarm sounded, and the absolute hermit glanced at the information board, which said that he had just killed a Dropican, apparently the very monster. It also said that the hero's skill level had increased, and he had gained a fair amount of experience. To see what kind of Caplican it was and how he had killed it, the young man went to the balcony window. There he saw the flying monster lying on the ground, surrounded by orcs running around it. The monster had simply crashed into the glass. The guy realized that his level had been raised, and he had gained experience because the monster had crashed into his house hard enough to kill itself. A message also appeared saying that he had gained a new skill, prey calculation, and that suitable loot was also nearby, which sounded a little confusing. The orcs looked up and noticed the hermit, and immediately began waving their fists and shouting something, as if threatening him. It turned out that the monsters were counting their loot and collecting it. The system valued the drop at 2,000,001 and reported that it had been credited to the hero's account. He couldn't understand what this meant. Was it really possible to monetize the protective properties that his forced refuge had given him? At this rate, he could become very wealthy. But what did money mean in a world that had come to an end? It turned out that money did mean something after all, but only now did the guy notice that the light had come back on in the apartment, the lamp shining brighter than ever. If so, then maybe the lock on the door would now open without any problems. The absolute hermit fought the overwhelming urge to go and check. The message said that in order to preserve the hero's dignity, half of the house's functions would be restored. After reading this, the young man ran not to the door, but to the refrigerator, and then eagerly pulled the door handle. Everything worked, which meant that there was no need to rush to destroy the supplies in the freezer, and for a while there was no need to worry about a shortage of provisions. Water also appeared in the tap, so thirst was no longer a threat, especially if he managed to stock up for the future. The induction stove was available for use again, so he finally had a chance to eat a normal, hot meal. The absolute hermit was so happy he almost started dancing. Everything in the house now worked just as it had before the apocalypse. Tears of joy streamed from his eyes. Never in his life had our hero been so happy about ordinary everyday things. The next step was to check the TV, but although the gadget itself was working normally, there was no signal and no internet. The same situation was with mobile communications, so not all the functions of the house could be considered restored. It was disappointing, but not enough to greatly overshadow the joy of having electricity and water again. Clutching his head, the young man began to think about what to do with all this. But suddenly he saw something interesting on the floor. It was an old flash drive that he had completely forgotten about, but for some reason, he wanted to see what was on it right then and there. The computer worked fine, and soon photos and other saved information appeared on the monitor. There was no internet, so this was the only entertainment available. The photo showed a mother with her baby. The woman was smiling affectionately, even though her son was being fussy and crying. In the next photo, he had grown up a lot and was laughing, holding the photographer's hand. It was true childhood happiness. All stages of the absolute recluse's life were captured in photographs, and only now did he realize how happy he had been, and how much his parents had done to ensure that his memories of the past evoked a keen sense of love and gratitude. The boy wanted to cry again. He didn't know where his mom and dad were now, so he felt very bad. If he was safe, then nothing was known about their fate, and this literally drove our hero crazy. Kim Jae-hook suddenly realized that he had to bring his family to this shelter, no matter what it took. He got up as soon as the thought entered his mind, and the young man decided to take action immediately. The absolute recluse approached the balcony again and looked outside through the glass. Something had changed on the street, but there was no time to look at what was happening for long, as the hero was distracted by a new system message. The absolute hermit now had access to the shop option, which allowed him to purchase various goods. The hero froze with his hand raised, trying to understand how versatile this store was and what he could buy there. He was also asked to make a list of items, and the young man thought about what that might be. All that remained was to add the necessary items to the cart and see if the 2,000,001 that had been deposited into his account after killing the Caplican would be enough to cover them. It turned out that it wasn't so simple, and there was a glitch, after which the suggestion to make a list reappeared, but the connection to the wallet was still clear. The young man pulled the balcony door handle again, but once more read that the absolute hermit could not leave the house. The guy sighed. Even though his skill level had increased slightly, he still couldn't leave the apartment. But one thing was clear: if he could find a way to kill monsters, he could develop his skills and save money, which wasn't bad. Our hero continued to look out the window and thought that he had enough time to come up with a good way to carry out this plan. Besides, the house itself was a great help in this, destroying anyone who tried to break in. Another flying misunderstanding had just smashed into the glass. The absolute hermit's level had risen again, and he felt a surge of optimism. Now his existence here was not so meaningless. Maybe over time, he would find a skill that would allow him to go outside. Why not? But for that, he would need to destroy even more monsters. It was highly unlikely that the situation with the flying lizard, which had already happened twice, would repeat itself again. The guy watched the goblins and orcs carve up the dead dragon and thought he could focus on them. But first he needed to try if he could throw something outside the house, or if that was also prohibited by the rules. There was a bottle at hand that would be perfect for testing this, and Kim Jae-hyun was surprised at his own resourcefulness. With a satisfied look on his face, he swung his arm and began to estimate how much effort he would need to put into the throw for the projectile to reach its target. As expected, there was no prohibition on throwing objects from the balcony, and the bottle whistled loudly as it cut through the air. The absolute recluse realized that he wasn't so absolute after all, since he could throw various objects outside the room, which was excellent news. Well, now it was time to kill his first monster with his own hands. The hero reached for one of the dumbbells lying on the floor. If he threw such a heavy thing at a goblin, it wouldn't have much chance of surviving. The main thing was to hit it. With the projectile in his hand, our recluse began to look for a victim. He needed to choose someone tougher, but then the monsters began to gather to leave. The leader gave the order to wrap things up. They had already taken everything they could from the drop, so there was no point in wasting time. The monsters picked up their supplies and began to move slowly down the street. A little further, and they would have simply left. The absolute recluse had not yet had time to carry out his intentions, so he shouted for the goblins to stop. He even tried to get their attention by waving his hand, but it didn't help at all, so all he could do was throw the dumbbell immediately. That's exactly what the guy did. He didn't care who he hit, as long as he achieved his goal. The projectile landed where it was supposed to, and everything happened so quickly that the other monsters didn't even understand what was going on. But then they connected the figure waving from the balcony with what happened next, and our hero feared that it was the end for him. He looked at the remaining second dumbbell, realizing that he would not have another projectile and would have to make do with what he had. The young man knew he wasn't strong enough to throw a TV or a refrigerator, and there wasn't much point in doing so anyway, because the appliances had started working. While he was thoughtfully looking around the apartment, new screams began to be heard from below, much louder than before. The monsters had spotted their enemy and were determined to storm the building to avenge their fallen comrades. They now planned to use the guy's dumbbell in reverse, as a heavy blunt object. At first, the absolute recluse was even more frightened, but soon he began to realize that this was even better, as the goblins would come closer. Most of them had already gathered directly under the house and were baring their disgusting, rotten teeth with a menacing growl. The others also rushed toward the building, angrily waving their fists and the simple weapons they had at their disposal. Our hero leaned on the railing and thought that this was a great chance to get rid of everyone at once, gaining the necessary experience points, money, and a new skill. Then he remembered that he hadn't made a list of items he wanted to buy from the system, even though he had enough money in his account. In that case, he just needed to order a new set of dumbbells. If it worked, the hero would have no more problems. He opened the information panel and began to add non-slip equipment weighing 3 kilograms to the list. Making the list turned out to be quite pleasant. The amount in his account decreased with each new item, but not critically. Finally, the young man held the first dumbbell in his hand. It was exactly the same as the one he had thrown down. The next one was not long in coming either. The store worked like a teleporter, simply materializing the necessary goods in the recluse's apartment. Looking at the changes in his account, the guy realized that the cost of the props was about the same as before the end of the world, which was a pleasant surprise. He selected 2 more sets and added them to his cart, and everything happened exactly as it had the previous time. Right in the middle of the electronic display, a bright spot of light appeared again, and soon it began to take the shape of a dumbbell. Soon both sets were standing on the balcony floor, ready to take flight immediately. The absolute hermit's joy knew no bounds. He even jumped up a little and waved his hand, as if imagining how he would now deal with the goblins. Fortunately, the height of the floor meant that he didn't have to worry too much about the blow being strong. The force of Earth's gravity would do most of the work. The throw was successful, and the first projectile flew at breakneck speed from the balcony straight into its new target. The landing was not soft, but very effective, and there was one less monster under the windows of the house. The young man received a message that he had destroyed a goblin and earned experience, and 3,001 to his account. The monsters still did not understand what had happened, many of them staring at what was left of their kin's head. Finally, one of the goblins looked directly at our hero and roared terrifyingly. In the next second, the second dumbbell from the set purchased by the young man flew at him. He checked to see how successful the throw was, but it turned out that it wasn't very successful. He didn't manage to knock the monster out, so no messages were received. He had to keep going, so the guy ordered a few more sets, and the sports equipment immediately appeared on the balcony floor. The hero took a good swing and launched the next projectile with such force that the previous mistake would not be repeated. Another goblin fell on its back, struck down by the absolute recluse's powerful throw, blood splattering everywhere. Kim Jae-hyun was happy that this time he had gained both experience and money, although it was only 2,500 instead of 3,000. He wondered what determined the amount. He also gained the storage skill, which allowed him to use an alternate dimension to store various items. He needed to try it out to see how it worked, so the hero decided to put 1 dumbbell in the storage. He simply held it out toward the information panel, and the item lit up just as it had when it appeared, after which it disappeared inside. Information appeared that an item had appeared in the storage and its name, after which the system offered to summon the item, and the recluse did so, and the dumbbell returned. The young man was very happy. He realized that he could summon items from the storage to absolutely any place. A brilliant idea came to the absolute hermit in a flash, and now he had to get to work on implementing it. Soon the balcony was glowing with blue light, clearly demonstrating that the young man was actively using the opportunity to obtain new items and place them in the storage. When he had accumulated enough shells, the young man reached out and decided to open the storage outside his balcony, above the monsters' heads. Now he had to concentrate as much as possible and try to summon all the dumbbells accumulated there at once. The system worked perfectly, and the shells materialized one after another at incredible speed. Just as quickly and inevitably, they began to fall down, like a shower of dumbbells or something like that. When the goblins noticed something flying rapidly toward them from above, it was already too late to do anything. The monsters froze in place, letting out a half-questioning roar without trying to jump back or take cover. The young man was extremely happy that his idea had worked out so well. He had never dreamed that everything would turn out so successfully. He managed to earn 54,001 in one fell swoop, and the hero immediately bought ramen, rice, eggs, water, ketchup, and some other supplies. He still had 2,000,001 in his account, and it became clear that one Caplican was a much more profitable target than several dozen goblins. The wallet balance was quite good, so the absolute hermit decided to take a risk and launch another attack with the dumbbells. Suddenly, the balance decreased by 1-1. It turned out that he had to pay the bills, and this was the fixed rate for using the refrigerator. If you think about it, it wasn't that expensive. But if you don't kill monsters, you'll eventually run out of money, and you have to store food somewhere. Our hero decided that he needed to urgently get another couple of thousand while he had the chance, because who knows how things would turn out in the future. Kim Jae-hyun remembered how the dumbbells had rushed down rapidly and thought that buying them hadn't really paid off in terms of the loot he had received. Far fewer monsters were killed than the number of shells used, and such wastefulness was unacceptable. The young man went out onto the balcony and began to look for another monster to destroy. Even the remains of the drop can no longer attracted any scavengers. There was not a single possible victim around. The absolute hermit felt a little sad. He realized that he would have to come up with some way to lure a monster. He looked at the Nemo and snorted loudly. The probability of the caplican returning was too low. The guy muttered that he had been lucky so far, so why not hope for luck one more time? Then his eyes caught sight of a familiar silhouette in the sky. He couldn't believe that everything could happen so quickly. Nevertheless, the caplican was already approaching the very high-rise building where the absolute hermit was imprisoned. Remembering the nasty mouth pressed against the glass, the young man reflexively recoiled. He couldn't control his emotions at first. It wasn't just a reflex reaction. His brain was already coming up with a plan. With the thought that God had not abandoned him, the young man rushed to the kitchen for whatever tools he could find to carry out his plan. He tied a frying pan to a clothes dryer with a cloth napkin, but it was not yet clear what for. Soon the young man brought the whole contraption to the balcony. He needed to attract the attention of the monster flying nearby. The sun reflected off the shiny kitchen utensils, and such a large sunbeam was impossible to miss. Our hero began to direct it straight into the eyes of the creature, hoping to blind it or at least annoy it. The plan worked. The flash reflected in the monster's eyes and it let out a disgusting roar, which was extremely unpleasant. Kim Jae-hyun continued to blind him with sunlight, hoping that the creature would decide to attack again and smash itself against the glass. The triple beak opened again, revealing a disgusting, foul-smelling mouth with many sharp teeth. The squeaks and screeches of the caplican covered the absolute hermit in beads of sticky sweat again, which was an incredibly unpleasant sensation. And yet he was happy that the plan had worked and the monster had fallen for the provocation organized especially for him. The first blow was followed by another, and our hero thought that at this rate he would soon achieve his goal and destroy the monster. The monster continued to attack the glass, bringing its inevitable demise closer without even realizing it. Suddenly, the young man heard a strange sound, something like a slight crackling, suggesting that not everything had gone smoothly. With each new blow of the beak, the sound became clearer, and the guy even crouched down in fear that glass shards would rain down on him. He covered himself with his hands almost reflexively, but the movement of the air was already quite noticeable. If this continued, there was a chance that the victim and the killer would switch places very quickly. While the bird flew away to gain momentum, the young man decided to open the window and see what was going on. Leaning out, the hero noticed that a rather impressive dent had appeared in the wall of the house. Even if the window held, the brick might not. The monster had already picked up speed and was rapidly approaching, drooling on the glass right above the guy's head. He was truly terrified at the thought that he could be eaten just like that if his plan didn't work a second time. The huge beak approached the window again, intending to simply peck a larger hole in it. After the first blow, a message appeared from the system about an unauthorized intrusion attempt. An unauthorized creature was trying to enter a place where only the absolute hermit could be, so the security system was activated. Thinking that there was a high probability that the monster would break through, our hero decided that he had to do something. He activated the information board and opened the store, intending to make some emergency purchases. The main thing he managed to understand was that loot is only counted when the destroyed monster is relatively close. That's why hunting goblins wasn't very successful, so he needed to change his strategy a bit. Since some of the survivors took away their slain comrades, he didn't earn much, and the experience points weren't counted. In other words, if the distance exceeds a certain limit, the loot is simply not counted and the resources are wasted. This cannot be allowed to happen, so we had to come up with a way to kill the Dropican with one blow so that it would definitely fall nearby as it was attacking the house again. So our hero decided to buy 10 bottles of canola oil, 900 milliliters each, as there was a similar offer in the store. Soon, the required number of bottles materialized on the floor, and it was time to act. The guy decided not to delay. He gathered up all the oil and headed to the kitchen to carry out his incredible plan. First, he had to fill the largest pot with the contents of the bottles, one by one, and then they were sent to their destination. Then the young man turned on the stove and waited for the oil to heat up to the required temperature. He also prepared the base for an improvised torch by tying a roll of paper towels to a wooden mop handle. The next step was to soak the paper with oil as thoroughly as possible so that the flame would burn brightly. Putting the bubbling pot back on the stove, the young man opened the store's information board again. He announced that he wanted to add the specified item to the list of products, then began pouring the boiling oil directly onto it. The hot canola oil was successfully added to the list, and the absolute hermit reached for his lighter. All that remained was to light his torch and begin hunting for the drop, which had no idea what surprise was in store for it. The fire ignited instantly, and our hero went out onto the balcony, needing to be extremely careful. Kim Jae-hyun activated the electronic display outside the house, just above his balcony window, right above the monster. The monster continued its attacks on the glass, completely unaware that a blue glow had appeared above it. The young man went out onto the balcony, armed with a torch, while the droplet paid no attention to him. Shouting that he would now show who was the smartest, the recluse activated the storage facility, summoning all the hot oil at once. The stream of boiling liquid immediately crashed down on the flying creature, and the Kaplan roared in surprise. While it spun around, trying to avoid another stream of burning liquid, the guy got ready to set his enemy on fire. Sparks from the torch flew onto the oil droplets sprayed by the monster, and the hero was afraid that he himself might catch fire. Nevertheless, he stretched his arm with the torch as far forward as possible to ignite the monster, which was drenched in flammable liquid. The fire flared up even brighter, and soon the entire monster was burning like a bonfire, continuing to scream in pain and horror. The deed was done, and our hero smiled, thinking that now it was only a matter of minutes before he had accomplished his task. Engulfed in flames, the Kaplan collapsed to the ground, not even realizing what had happened, unable to offer the slightest resistance. For a moment, our hero even felt a little sorry for the winged monster, because its death was truly agonizing. It continued to burn, letting out heart-rending cries, flapping its wings and writhing, its open mouth no longer posing a threat. Finally, everything fell silent, and a message appeared stating that the absolute hermit had destroyed the Dropican, increased his skill, gained a huge amount of experience, and unlocked a new skill. But calculating the loot turned out to be more complicated than before, so the process took a little longer and the system worked hard. Finally, the amount was announced and the young man received almost 10 million won, which came as a real shock to him. A message appeared stating that the requirements had been met and the expansion of the house had begun. The young man jumped from the balcony into the apartment, not understanding what was happening. Everything around him began to shake, and the absolute hermit was seriously frightened, as it seemed that the entire building was about to collapse. Then a strange feeling came over him, as if he could see more than with normal vision. His eyes enlarged and changed color. Then the vibration changed abruptly, and the entire high-rise seemed to have moved into a parallel dimension. Our hero couldn't get used to his new vision. His nerves made him nauseous and his stomach cramped up. He went into the room and then something incredible happened. It was as if he could see through walls. Nearby, a family was sitting at a table. A mother, father, and two daughters, approximately 3 and 6 years old, although it was difficult to say for sure. This is how the absolute hermit learned that there were other people in the building besides himself, and that these particular people were hungry. They were neighbors he had previously paid little attention to, but now he was glad to see them as never before. The guy couldn't understand what was happening to him and why the system had given him the ability to see other people. What was the point of it? Both the children and their parents were very sad, and although the little ones tried to play with their toys, they did not feel any particular joy from it. It was physically painful for the recluse to feel their grief, and he didn't understand why he was seeing them or if there was any way to get rid of this image in his head. He began to rub his eyes, and when he opened them again, everything around him was normal, and his special vision had disappeared. According to the information received from the system, Choi Hen-jun was the head of this small neighboring family. Park Hae-won, his wife, had not worked for a long time, being on maternity leave with their children, 2 daughters. Choi Na-yeon and Choi Sa-yeon, their children, were 3 and 6 years old respectively, so they didn't really understand what had happened. The system reported that the discovered creatures were suitable for citizenship, and the absolute hermit could grant it. The guy stood up, but his legs wouldn't obey him. He asked what would happen if he did not grant these people citizenship, and was told that in that case, the creatures would be expelled from the house. The system asked if the hermit was sure he didn't want to grant the people citizenship, and the hero realized that if he didn't, his family would be expelled and torn apart by monsters. He said he wanted to grant the creatures citizenship, and a message appeared on the board stating that Choe Henjun, Park Hee-won, Choe Na-yeon, and Choe Sa-yeon had been added to the list of citizens. The Absolute Hermit nodded, thinking that he could acquire other skills as well, so he needed to check everything carefully. The first skill was Absolute Vision. Now nothing in the house could hide from the hermit's eyes, and the hero began to search for citizenship skills. There was also a citizenship declaration. No one could enter the house without the owner's permission. It was a passive citizenship skill. The current population was 4 out of a possible 600, and the young man thought that was too many vacancies. He opened the information on Cho Henjun and saw that he could give him a task or expel him, as well as dispose of the citizens' experience and resources in the house. This gave him new opportunities to become stronger and even control other people. And our hero smiled happily. He looked at the head of the family's capabilities and his level of trust, then decided to try giving him a quest. The details of the quest, the task, the time limit, the reward, and even the punishment could be entered at the discretion of the Absolute Hermit. Kim Jae-hyun decided to give him the task of hunting a goblin, setting the time limit at 168 hours, with experience as the reward and death as the punishment. At this point, our hero began to feel uneasy. Did he have the moral right to give such quest to his neighbor, the father of 2 girls? He canceled his first request for a task and began to reflect on his new abilities. The young man realized that he now had the power to kill citizens at his own discretion, and this frightened him greatly. The Absolute Hermit was not an evil or cunning person, so he began to think about what to do with this power. It seemed that he needed to use the Absolute Vision skill again to better understand who he was dealing with. Our hero activated the skill and suddenly realized that he could not only see everything, but also hear everything that was happening in the house. While the children were busy playing, his wife quietly asked her husband what they should do now. Despair was evident on the woman's face, but Choe Henjun could not give his beloved a meaningful answer. He did not know anything either. The head of the family said he would try to go out and get some water, and that his wife should look after the little ones, but she was indignant, saying that it was too dangerous. Hearing that they had no other choice, Park Hye-won pointed out that they had no idea whether there was any drinking water anywhere. Her husband replied that the nearest store was quite large, and there was a chance that something might have survived there, so he would go there. Hearing what the adults were talking about, the children immediately said that they were thirsty, and their mother realized that she had no right to stop her husband. He tried to gather his resolve, even clenching his fists to feel a little more confident. It was clear that the man was not used to danger. He promised his eldest daughter, Seon, that he would definitely bring something back and that she shouldn't worry, everything would be fine. His wife understood that these words were addressed primarily to her, and her heart was ready to burst with horror and grief. It was too much even for the Absolute Hermit, so he turned off his skill and decided to help these people first. Their situation was much worse than it seemed at first glance. So the hero opened the information panel of his store. Kim Jae-hyun thought it would be great if he could store more items there, so he activated the skill window. There, the guy saw an opportunity to raise the level of the storage and shop by 3 points, which was just what he needed. The process was started, and after a short pause, the system notified him that the list size had been increased to 20 points. Also, the prices of all items were reduced by 10%, and the young man began to think about what he could buy for his neighbors. He decided to invest the remaining 2 experience points in the store and preserving dignity, since there was a chance to increase the number of citizens. The young man increased the number of items to 40 and chose the function of restoring old things, meaning that new items would appear instead of the ones taken. He was encouraged that he had made the right decision and immediately gave the command to reopen the store. The first purchase was a sufficient amount of water and several kilograms of mandarins for the neighbor's family. The hero decided that if he provided the citizens with electricity and water, he could get a lot in return thanks to his dignity skill. The system displayed a message that the Absolute Hermit could now register vassals, but he did not quite understand what that meant. Meanwhile, Cho Henjun had already gotten dressed, grabbed his backpack, and was preparing to leave the apartment to get at least a couple of bottles of water for his family. His wife and daughters were very worried, but they did not try to dissuade him, realizing that otherwise they would die. The man promised he would return soon and asked the girls to look after the house while he was away. The little girls were frightened and asked their father how long he would be gone, but he didn't know how to answer. Finally, he simply asked them to listen to their mother while he went out for food and water, promising that he would not be long. The older daughter cried, reminding her father that there were monsters outside, and she really didn't want him to risk his life. Not long ago, the girls had been perfectly happy, playing in the sandbox and singing cheerful songs. They did not yet know that scary goblins would appear very soon and that their former life would be over. Their first encounter with the monsters took place right then, while they were playing outside. The older sister was the first to notice them. She grabbed her sister by the hand and told her to run as fast as she could and not look back. The main thing was to get away. Their father caught up with them in time and picked them up. Since he could run faster than the children, he made it just in the nick of time. Soon their mother joined the family, picking up her younger daughter, and the goblins set off in pursuit. Remembering what the girls had gone through, Choi Henjun swallowed loudly. He really didn't want to meet the monsters again, but he had no choice. Both girls began to cry loudly, and his wife tried to calm them down while their father gathered his resolve to go out the door. Thinking that he might be seeing his family for the last time, the man froze, delaying the moment of parting. Sweat poured down his face, and his legs refused to obey him out of nervousness, so Henjun did not move from the spot. Suddenly, the doorknob to their home moved. It was very unexpected and frightening, and everyone fell silent. The seconds dragged on like hours. The family froze in tension, but nothing else happened. He had to protect his wife and children, so the man grabbed the first object he could find, which looked like a golf club, and began to quietly sneak up to the door. The handle jerked a few more times, and a voice said that it would not harm them, that they should open the door. Realizing that it was a person, the head of the family crouched down, holding his improvised weapon in front of him. It was dangerous to open the door. There could be a monster behind it. Meanwhile, the unfamiliar voice asked if anyone was inside and if everything was all right. The children covered their mouths so as not to make a sound. The mother was extremely frightened, and the father frantically thought about what to do. Everything was quiet for a while. Choi Henjun continued to stand with his cane at the ready, afraid to even breathe so as not to give away his presence. The silence dragged on, and the family decided that the stranger had simply left, thinking that no one was home, which was probably for the best. The father whispered that everything was fine, and apparently their uninvited guest had moved further down the hallway. He was about to turn to his wife and children when he suddenly heard the sound of a lock being unlocked. The door opened, and bright light flooded onto the man, which surprised him because there was no electricity in the apartment. Choi Henjun rushed to his family to shield them with his body because he was almost certain that an attack would not be long in coming. He hugged his youngest daughter and shouted that they should kill him, but leave the children alone because they were not to blame for anything. In response, he heard a greeting and an assurance that no one was going to be killed. The head of the family stopped shouting and glanced back. In the doorway, illuminated by light, stood the absolute hermit with a bag that, judging by all appearances, contained water and tangerines. Chu Hyunjun asked fearfully who he was and what he wanted from them. He was still very frightened. Our hero gave his name, Kim Jae-hyung, adding that he lived nearby, and then showed them the bags he had brought with him. He said he had water and tangerines, and after the neighbors had something to drink and eat, he would like to get acquainted and talk. The head of the family's face showed that he was very skeptical about the reality of what was happening, but he did not refuse the offer. Park Hae-won continued to hug her daughters, but looked at the food with interest. Finally, her husband bowed and thanked her for her help, saying that he had no reason to refuse. He pointed to his family and invited our hero into his home, as it was extremely rude to talk on the doorstep. The little girls did not trust the stranger and became even more frightened, hiding behind their father and mother so that only their eyes were visible. The absolute recluse began to take fruit out of the bag, realizing that he had frightened the whole family, especially the girls. While an awkward silence reigned, the young man looked around the apartment, particularly interested in the curtains that blocked out the light, which was a sensible thing to do. After all, this could significantly reduce the likelihood of monster attacks, a kind of camouflage. After peeling a couple of tangerines, Kim Jae-hyun decided that the first thing to do would be to turn on the lights in the apartment. His eyes lit up blue, and the guy activated a skill that allowed him to supply electricity to the room. The light bulb on the ceiling lit up, and the head of the family shouted in surprise that they had been given electricity, which was unbelievable. Meanwhile, the guest handed him a bottle and advised him to give the children water first. They thanked him timidly. Yeon and Se-yeon hesitantly took the bottles. the little girls still unable to believe that their father would not have to go outside so that they would not die of thirst. While the children drank greedily, the adults sat silently so as not to spoil their enjoyment of not having to conserve water. Suddenly, one of the sisters grimaced, and their mother asked fearfully what was wrong and if she was okay. Sayun remained silent, and our hero looked at her intently. It seemed that after quenching her thirst, the girl was now experiencing intense hunger. The young man asked if she liked mandarin oranges, then held out the fruit so she could take it. After receiving the treat, Sayun quietly thanked Kim Jae-han, and her sister was also happy to enjoy it. Park Hae-won suddenly decided that her daughter would not be able to peel the tangerine herself and offered her help. A minute later, the first slice was already in the little girl's mouth, a moment she would probably remember for the rest of her life. Seyeon folded her hands as if she wanted to pray, and an indescribable mixture of emotions appeared on her face. A moment later, they all turned into genuine happiness. The tangerine was incredibly delicious, and the girl hadn't eaten fruit in a very long time. She smiled and grabbed her cheeks with her hands as if trying to feel the incredible taste with her fingers. Her mother smiled, realizing that Sayeon was simply delighted, but hesitated to ask if it was delicious, and she nodded happily. Nayeon eagerly pointed to her mouth and, drooling, said that she wanted a slice too. The fruit immediately appeared in her mouth and the girl smiled happily. Immediately, a system message appeared stating that the level of trust of all citizens in the Absolute Hermit had increased. The next message stated that Choisen's loyalty had been unlocked and she was now eligible for the role of vassal. It was very strange to watch the little girl, without knowing it, fulfill all the requirements to become a puppet in someone else's hands. The young man thought that he would never do that to her because she was still just a child. Moreover, unlike citizens, there were only 10 vassals, so their level had to be at least equal to that of Choi Hyun-jun. But his trust level was only 31 points, which was not enough to carry out assignments as a vassal. Our hero wondered how to get the man to trust him more, because he could be useful. Suddenly, the head of the family waved his hand uncertainly, and Kim Jae-hyun asked what he wanted to say. The man thanked him for his help, adding that he didn't even know how to repay him for his kindness, and the young man immediately suggested they go outside to talk. The head of the family was a little surprised, but nodded in agreement. He had no objection to talking face to face. They left the apartment and went out into the common hallway. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, as if reminding them that life goes on. For a while, both were silent. Choi Hyun-jun felt a little awkward, and the guy simply didn't know where to start. Finally, he decided to ask if Choi Hyun-jun had received a message saying that he had been granted citizenship. The man opened the notification with the corresponding inscription and replied that his entire family had received this message 30 minutes ago. The absolute recluse asked if there was anything special about the process and was told that for some time, the couple and their daughters were unable to move. Our hero thought that the people were most likely frozen during the period when he was trying to decide whether to grant them citizenship. Finally, the absolute recluse sighed and said that he was going to help Mr. Cho return to the life he had before. The head of the family looked extremely surprised, his mouth even opening slightly in surprise. The young man explained that he had the power to prevent monsters from invading the family's home. Choi Hyun-jun asked if this was really possible, as he was genuinely stunned by the proposal. The young man replied that it was entirely possible, but did not continue, watching for a reaction. The head of the family closed his eyes in tension, thinking about what he had just heard, trying to figure out what the catch was. When he looked at our hero again, he simply said that he understood that this service was not free and asked what he needed to do. Kim Jae-hyun did not beat around the bush and said that the man could even lose his life, so he should think carefully about whether he really agreed. For a while, Cho Hyun-jun was silent, thinking about the situation he was now in. Finally, he replied that he had to agree because in any case, he would have to take risks trying to get water and food. He added that the very necessity of leaving the apartment had already put his life at risk, so it certainly couldn't get any worse, and the young man nodded. Then he remembered that the head of the family had a golf club in his hands and asked how much it cost, a question that surprised Choi Hyun-jun a little. He scratched behind his ear and replied that he didn't remember exactly, but something around 400,000 won, or maybe even 500,000 won. Our hero thought it was too expensive to add to the list, and that it would be better to save some money for the future. The man couldn't understand why he was asking this question and asked him directly why he was interested in it. The young man waved his hands, explaining that it didn't matter and that there was no need to focus on it. He was concerned about something more important. Our hero asked if the head of the family remembered the day the monsters appeared. Shui Henjun nervously replied that he remembered. It happened on the weekend, and he could probably tell the story. The goblins appeared first. They were very aggressive and bloodthirsty, and clearly hungry. The man sighed loudly and heavily, then remarked that everything that had happened had greatly frightened his family. The absolute recluse thought for a moment and came to the conclusion that those inhabitants of the building who had stayed at home that day had survived. He remembered how he had thrown dumbbells at the monsters. A single goblin is not very strong and is almost never a deadly threat. And the strength level of these monsters is lower than that of any adult man. The main problem is that they move in groups. But the same can be said about people who decide to go outside during the apocalypse. The young man came to the conclusion that to begin with, he needed to assemble his own army, even if it was small. He called out to Mr. Cho and told him that he had a proposal for him that he would be wise not to refuse. The absolute recluse proposed that they search for survivors together and gather everyone they could find. Their house was quite large, with many apartments, so there was a small chance that they would be able to accommodate everyone they could find. Our hero returned to his place, and after a while he received a message that Cho Henjun's trust level had increased slightly. The guy thought that if he continued to accept new citizens, then in time he would have the opportunity to reunite with his family. Suddenly he heard disgusting screams from the street. Apparently the goblins had returned to the house. Kim Jae-hyun rushed to the balcony to see what was happening below, practically running. What he saw frightened him quite a bit, because the young man was completely unprepared for such a turn of events. It wasn't a new invasion of goblins. It was people who had engaged in a fierce battle with the monsters, and there were quite a lot of them. The absolute recluse thought it would be quite difficult to help them, especially considering the fact that the dumbbell trick was inappropriate and could injure someone. Meanwhile, the monsters were growing in number, screaming disgustingly and getting closer and closer. Suddenly, one of the guys below flashed his eyes and swung with all his might, holding a ball similar to a tennis ball in his hand. The throw was so powerful that it knocked one of the goblins off his feet, sending him flying backwards onto the ground. The guy froze, watching his enemy fall, struck down by a sword while the other goblins stopped, not understanding what had happened. Kim Jae-hyun was so shocked by what had happened that he couldn't hold back a curse. He couldn't wrap his head around it. At that moment, one of the girls took a fighting stance and fired 2 more projectiles at the monsters. It all happened in a flash. 2 monsters were hit in the forehead and roared in pain. It seemed that they were also finished, and the humans were coping well with the situation. They calmly watched the goblins, thinking through their next plan of action in attack tactics. At that moment, another fighter pounced on the monsters from above, intending to engage in close combat without a moment's hesitation. He crashed down on his opponent's head with such force that he literally split it open like a nut. Everyone was very well trained. Realizing that they were vastly outnumbered, the remaining goblins simply ran away, saving their lives. The team of fighters continued to stand in place, expecting an attack at any moment, but the threat had passed, at least at first glance. Suddenly, one of the girls heard a suspicious sound, and her reaction was very quick, one might say professional. The crossbow and arrow were ready for action in a fraction of a second, something our hero had never seen before. Moreover, Kim Ji-hyung was completely unprepared for the fact that he himself could be the target in this case. The guy began to wave his arms in horror and shout that he was not an enemy, he was a human being, and had no bad intentions. The girl lowered her weapon but continued to stare intently at the absolute recluse, sweat beginning to pour down his face from the stress. Finally, something resembling understanding appeared on the warrior's face, but she still didn't know how to react. Then Kim Jae-hyun began waving his arms even more intensely and started calling people inside the house, shouting that they would be safe there. Suddenly, the young man heard footsteps behind him and realized that someone had appeared at the door to the apartment, probably a neighbor. It was indeed Choe Henjun, holding a huge box in his hands. Our hero became curious as to why the man had come. He opened the door and invited his neighbor inside. In fact, he needed to find out if outsiders were allowed to enter the apartment of the absolute recluse. The head of the family thanked him for the invitation and stepped inside. No messages from the system were received, which meant it was allowed. It turned out that Kim Jae-hyun had rejoiced too soon. Immediately behind the threshold, a huge glowing panel appeared, resembling a barrier. It continued to block the man's path, and he stopped, a look of confusion appearing on our hero's face. He activated the display to understand what was happening. The message said that unqualified people could not enter the house. The neighbor also read it and now wondered what it meant. The young man was a little puzzled and tried to figure out how to get the system to let the guest in. He even thought that no one would be able to enter his apartment now, but he dismissed that idea almost immediately. At the very least, anyone registered as a vassal could enter the premises, but he had not yet added anyone to that status. Meanwhile, the neighbor simply handed the box to the absolute recluse and said that he had put everything in it that could theoretically be used as a weapon. The guy thanked him and moved a little further away from the door to see what Choi Hyun-jun had brought him. Inside was a case, most likely with tools and a couple of rather impressive kitchen knives. The young man opened the store and ordered 5 bottles of water and 5 servings of ramen. That was the first thing that came to mind after he saw people on the street. When the items began to materialize out of nowhere on the floor, the neighbor was terrified. He had never seen anything like it before. Our hero put the groceries in a box and asked the man to go downstairs and put them inside the house, but not far from the entrance. Choi Hyun-jun asked if he needed to go down to the first floor and if it would be too dangerous. The young man asked him not to worry about it. After some observation, he concluded that the goblins were only active during the day. He didn't say anything about the people he saw outside, considering it unnecessary, but he still thought about it. He had to somehow win them over to his side, and the easiest way to do that was with food and water. They would have no other choice once they realized that the absolute hermit had access to sufficient food and water. He added that they should proceed according to his plan, and that his neighbor should simply carry out the task, as it was completely safe. He asked if he should return here after placing the box at the entrance, and received the answer that yes, the hero would be waiting for him. Choi Hyun-jun said he understood everything and would carry out this simple task without any problems, but his voice still betrayed his uncertainty. Just in case, the man said goodbye with a bow. He didn't trust the absolute hermit too much, but he was still sincerely grateful to him. Our hero also thanked his new acquaintance for his help, confident that his neighbor would do an excellent job with the task. He decided to do something nice for him and opened the task panel for citizens. He needed to think. The guy showed the information board to Choi Hyun-jun, who was surprised to see that he would gain experience for completing the quest. The deadline was 24 hours and there was no penalty for failure. The neighbor asked if it was like leveling up in a game, and the recluse replied that it was, and that the head of the family was currently at level 9. He added that there was a good reward for the upgrade and that he was counting on Choi Hyun-jun. The man thanked Kim Jae-hyun for his trust and said he would try very hard to justify it. Without delay, the neighbor immediately headed for the stairs to go down to the first floor. He approached the exit, armed with a stick just in case. But opening the door was not an easy decision. Finally, Choi Hyun-jun did so and stepped toward the stairs. He had to start going down. From the 19th floor, he reached the first floor, and after much hesitation, left the house to leave the box where it had been agreed. The head of the family was very nervous, but now all he had to do was put the box on the ground and return to the house. The man held the bat tightly so that he could defend himself in case of danger. But then something caught his attention. Looking in the direction indicated, he saw the figures of several people who were also armed with objects such as baseball bats and balls. He also suddenly thought that there might be goblins somewhere nearby, so he decided to run back as quickly as possible in fear. He even automatically grabbed the box with him, not having time to put it on the ground. But his stress level was too high. Choi Hyun-jun became so clumsy from his anxiety that he twisted his ankle, a turn of events that no one could have predicted. The man collapsed on the steps, dropping his load, and the bottles of water spilled out and rolled across the ground. The neighbor himself sprawled out on the pavement and did not move for some time, only shaking quite violently with fear. He screamed in fear and didn't even have time to adjust his glasses to get a better look at those approaching him. Choi Hyun-jun screamed in terror, begging them not to touch him and to go away, his eyes blurred with sweat, making it impossible to see anything. So he decided to close his eyes even tighter and cover them with his hands so he wouldn't have to see the goblins' disgusting faces before he died. Instead of the goblins' roars, a calm girl's voice asked if everything was all right, and the head of the family fell silent and looked ahead in surprise. The young people whom the absolute recluse had seen through the window looked at his neighbor with sympathy. They wanted to help. Meanwhile, in his apartment, our hero saw a message that an unauthorized creature was trying to get inside. At first, he didn't understand what this could mean, but he quickly realized that it might be related to his task. The guy activated his absolute vision skill to get a better understanding of what was going on and whether his guess was correct. Im Jae-hyun saw the same group of people who had been fighting monsters at the entrance to the building, which was very good news. His neighbor was standing by the door, looking back with some confusion. It remained unclear whether the system had reacted to him or to the others. The guys were talking about how the apartment building from which someone had thrown out bags of noodles looked quite interesting, and, incidentally, they were just running out of food. The young man almost fell over when he heard the news. He hadn't expected people to take an interest in his house so quickly. A message appeared that creatures who met the requirements for citizenship were approaching, and it remained to be decided whether he would grant it or not. The hero thought that during the expansion of the territory, he could forcibly grant citizenship to the people who were there, but whether to grant this status to strangers was a question. Apparently, these people were also given a choice, which meant that they themselves could reject the request. The young man panicked a little. He really didn't know what choice to make and what would be right. He was distracted from his thoughts by the intercom ringing, which meant only one thing. The first floor of the building also had electricity now. The young man thought for a while about what to do, but then decided that he could discuss what was happening with his neighbor. He thought a little more about how best to behave, and then quickly headed for the hallway. A smile appeared on our hero's face as soon as he realized that he didn't have to decide anything right away, that he still had some time to clarify the situation. Near the door, he saw the head of the family, who had called the intercom and was waiting for the guy to come and answer the call. He asked Cho Hyun-jun if everything was okay, and said that he could see him but didn't understand what was going on. The absolute recluse asked the man to wait a moment while he edited his assignment. The quest needed to be worded correctly, and Kim Jae-hyun carefully chose his words so as not to ruin anything. Finally, he happily announced that Cho Hyun-jun needed to treat 6 guests, which was an excellent idea. The neighbor also saw the message that the task had been updated, but it couldn't be said that this information made him happy. Rather, the opposite was true. He asked Cho Hyun-jun to promise the newcomers food, as he had some thoughts on the matter, and the man agreed. The family's lava didn't know how best to promise the guys food so that they would believe him and not think that they were being lured into a trap. Finally, he simply approached them and told them everything as the absolute hermit had asked him to, adding that he had also helped his family. Finally, the man returned to the intercom and, looking a little embarrassed, told our hero that the people had agreed to go with him. The young man activated the system and gave instructions to offer citizenship to the guests, and immediately the names Ha Dong-gon, Kang Dok-soo, Kim Ga-yeon, Yoo Hee-rin, Kim Gon, and Moon Ben-ho appeared on the screen. A couple of minutes later, a message appeared stating that the specified individuals had been granted access to the 30th floor, and the barrier became invisible. The number of citizens now stood at 10, and the amount of experience and money automatically increased by 10%. The young man was not prepared for this turn of events, and the bonus funds gave him a new surge of enthusiasm. The others were also pleased, as they hoped to receive good buffs to hunt monsters more effectively in the future. Cho Hyun-jun simply walked down the corridor. After looking at the levels of the new citizens, the young man was pleasantly surprised. Level 23 corresponded to the level of the drop he had destroyed. This indicator belonged to Ha Dong-gon, who possessed the super ability of throwing a baseball bat. Depending on who throws a baseball, this object can become a weapon, which is exactly what happened. The skill multiplied Ha Dong-gon's strength by 3 times, consuming his stamina but allowing him to destroy monsters with a single throw. The trust level was quite low, but Kim Jae-hyun understood that it could be improved over time, so he set the experience distribution of all citizens to 70% evenly. When the setup was complete, all that remained was to join everyone else and get to know them better. According to the plan, the young man wanted to give the hunters tasks to hunt monsters, and he himself would gain experience without doing anything, like auto-hunting in a game. Naturally, he would need to get to know the new citizens better, as they could help him reunite with his family. Suddenly, a message appeared that the trust of citizen Ha Dong-gon had increased, which greatly surprised the absolute hermit, because he had done nothing. Immediately, notifications about similar processes regarding the rest of the newly arrived 6 began to pour in. While Kim Jae-hyun was trying to figure out what was going on, his neighbor invited guests to his house, and they were very pleased to see the children there. His wife was a little scared and asked what was going on. Choi Hyun-jun replied that he would explain everything later, but for now, he just asked her to prepare food. Park Hae-won was a little confused by this request, but her husband assured her that the recluse had a plan and was counting on her help. The woman thought for a while about whether they should trust their neighbor at all and what the consequences might be. But then she realized that nothing could be worse than monsters and starvation, so it was worth trusting these people, and she asked for some time to prepare the meal. She invited the guests into the room and announced that she would now prepare dinner for everyone. All 6 of the young men bowed politely. Ha Dong-gun was clearly on guard, not relaxing for a moment, expecting a trick at any moment. He approached the host and simply asked who this Kim Jae-hyun was, and the host replied, somewhat embarrassed, that he did not know. This greatly surprised the guests, and they asked how this could be. Choi Hyun-jun honestly replied that all he could say was that the guy was his neighbor. The hunters found this information interesting, but they were confident that they could defend themselves in case of danger. Meanwhile, the head of the family led them to the table and added that the recluse was quite an intriguing person, largely thanks to his help. Ha Dong-gun realized that Kim Jae-hyun was also a superhuman. There could be no other explanation. Taking a stack of rama out from under his jacket, he thought that the hero must have extraordinary abilities, since he had managed to get and organize all this. The hunter decided that he must impress the absolute hermit, as he could be very useful to all of them. He was someone who could provide food, water, and electricity, which was nothing short of a miracle in the modern world, a completely different level. Therefore, Ha Dong-gun was ready to do anything to establish a friendly relationship with our hero. Then Choi Hyun-jun reappeared and announced that it would take some time to prepare the food, so he suggested that the guests take a shower while they waited. At the word shower, the girls perked up. They hadn't seen hot water since the day of the apocalypse, so it was a real luxury. Ha Dong-gun, hearing that they could wash, realized that if there was electricity and water, there must be other amenities that almost everyone else was now deprived of. Seeing the amazement and delight on their faces, the head of the family laughed, saying that he also couldn't believe it when hot water reappeared in the apartment. The girls suddenly realized that this option was available solely thanks to Jaehyun's abilities, which was incredible. The owner of the house said that there were 2 bathrooms in the apartment, one in the living room and one in the bedroom, so they could split into pairs and wash up. They thanked him like he was a real king. Then one of Ha Dong-gun's friends approached him and asked how powerful the absolute hermit's abilities were. He replied that they were clearly stronger than his own. The guy asked him not to worry, saying that all they had to do was give Kim Jae-hyun a good beating. But the hunter didn't like that idea at all. His friend was surprised to hear that they should try to get on the good side of their new acquaintance because it was simply beneficial. Ha Dong-gun reminded everyone in the group that their main goal now was to get as much food as possible. Therefore, they must not mess up and, to begin with, take a good look around the room they were in. The hero with glasses wondered where to start, with the wardrobe or some bookshelf. The young man with the baseball bat smiled and said that he understood everything and would carry out the task to the best of his ability. Moon Ben-ho stood silently, as if deep in thought, and did not react at all to what he had heard. The hunter noticed this and felt a little uneasy, because he had not yet fulfilled the promise he had made. He came closer and put his hand on the hero's shoulder, asking if everything was okay. Ben-ho nodded fearfully. Ha Dong-gun told his friend that he was very sorry that everything had turned out this way because of him, but the guy replied that everything was fine and that he shouldn't blame himself. The hunter looked guilty and said that if only he hadn't invited his friends to the housewarming party, everything would have been completely different. Moon Ben-ho replied that he went there because he wanted to. It was his choice and his decision. Who knew what the consequences would be? The guys from the group suggested grabbing a bite to eat and then going to his grandmother's house together, and the young man readily agreed. He stopped smiling as soon as he stepped aside, his emotions and excitement still running high. Moon Ben-ho closed his eyes. He almost cried because he understood perfectly well that it was too late. They would not be able to do anything. Monsters were everywhere. The apocalypse had come, and the likelihood that any ordinary people had survived was extremely low. Most likely his grandmother, who was sleeping peacefully at home, had long since died, and he would not be able to help her. Ha Dong-gun approached again and reminded him that the old woman's house was very close, that they would quickly finish everything here and immediately go there together. Moon Ben-ho didn't have time to respond because he heard quick, determined footsteps coming down the hallway. Everyone froze and looked toward the front door, where something unusual was happening. The rustling of bags could be heard. Then the door began to open slowly, and almost no one doubted that monsters would be behind it. Soon a figure and the edge of a t-shirt became visible. It was highly unlikely that goblins would wear such clothing. It seemed to be a human. Hadogan gathered himself and prepared to throw the ball at the enemy. But he didn't rush to do so, stretching his neck forward and peering into the opening. The absolute hermit appeared in the doorway, holding 2 bags in his hands, his eyes burning with confidence. Everyone present felt that this man was special, that he was calm and could help them all. The 6 guys froze. This guy exuded strength and determination. They felt that he would save them all. Everyone wanted to get out of this pit of despair. The hand with the ball dropped, and the hunter did not attack the stranger at the door. Soon, most of the guests and Kim Jae-hyun were already sitting at the table, waiting for the host of the apartment. His wife, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen to greet the guests and apologize for the cramped conditions in their room. The hunter smiled awkwardly and assured her that everything was fine, then apologized for coming without warning. Immediately behind Park Hae-won, her husband appeared with rice, announcing that everything was ready and they would soon be able to eat their fill. While the neighbor was putting plates of food on the table, everyone present was literally salivating from the smell. It smelled very delicious, and they hadn't eaten hot food in ages. The hostess coquettishly fixed her hair and said that they would like her cooking, but she had tried her best. In fact, the dishes looked simply delicious, and everyone present could barely restrain themselves from pouncing on the food immediately. Finally, one of the girls reached for the nearest plate, where an omelet roll lay, and carefully took a piece. When she finished eating, she was absolutely delighted. She had never tasted anything so delicious in her life. She shouted loudly that it was a real feast for the stomach, and that one would have to be crazy not to eat it all at once. Park Hae-won said that it was all thanks to the absolute hermit who had brought the food. Otherwise, she would only have been able to offer her guests rice and tangerines. A message appeared that the neighbor's wife's trust had reached 50 points, and our hero was surprised to realize that it had grown faster than that of Cho Hyun-jun himself. He, like the guys from the 6, thanked the host and his wife for their hospitality and for the food. Everyone happily dug in, but this time no one was in a hurry. They just enjoyed the long-forgotten taste of hot, fresh food. It was clear from the expressions on the boys' faces that they had never eaten anything tastier in their lives, and their level of trust grew before our very eyes. The guests liked the egg roll the most, and they began to discuss the recipe and argue whether it was a Korean or Japanese dish. The hostess smiled and said that they were right, that this roll was often served in Japanese restaurants. Then her eldest daughter approached her. Seyeon asked her mother to feed her too, but the woman said she would do it a little later, as she needed to spend time with the guests now. Tears welled up in the little girl's eyes, and the woman gently stroked her head and asked her to wait just a little longer. Then Yoo Hye-ren smiled at the little girl and offered her a piece of egg roll right then and there, along with them. The girl ran to the table so quickly that she almost knocked it over. She was very hungry and tired of waiting for attention. Soon she was sitting in the hunter's arms, anticipating a delicious lunch, and the girl was happy to share with the little girl. A piece of roll was about to go straight into Seyeon's mouth, and the girl asked her to say "ah" to make it easier. After tasting the dish, the baby broke into a blissful smile. It was the second time that day she had felt incredibly happy. Kim Jae-hyun said that there was enough food for everyone and invited the rest of the family to join the meal. The parents exchanged glances, feeling a little embarrassed for their eldest daughter, who had completely forgotten the rules of etiquette. For a while, Chae Hyun-jun and Park Hae-won wondered how appropriate it was, but then hunger got the better of them, and they went to dinner with smiles on their faces. Everything went exactly according to our hero's plan. He managed to win over all his new acquaintances very easily with the help of food. He himself also enjoyed the food, catching himself thinking that he hadn't eaten so well in a long time. He remembered the lunch boxes his mother had carefully prepared for him, and tears were about to well up in his eyes. The young man sighed loudly and thought about how much he wanted to believe that his family was safe. Soon the table was completely empty, with only a few crumbs left, and everyone at the table was very satisfied. Little Seyeon began to rub her eyes and told her parents that she was very sleepy. It seemed that the hearty meal had done its job. Her mother gently picked her up and suggested she go to bed, and her older sister thought she wouldn't mind joining her. The absolute recluse narrowed his eyes, realizing that the time was right to discuss important matters. He looked at the people remaining at the table and suggested finishing the conversation they had started at the meeting, and his neighbor agreed. The hunters were a little surprised, but they didn't protest against talking about the future either. Moon Ben-ho wondered why they couldn't go to the grandmother, who was very close by, probably because of the goblins. Our hero seemed to read his thoughts and asked why they were suddenly afraid of goblins, since they had fought them before. Moon Ben-ho explained that there was probably a monster base in the underground parking lot, which seemed like an excellent hiding place for the monsters. Kim Jae-hyun asked how many there were, and was told that there were at least a couple of thousand, which threw him off balance a little. The young man thought about how the absolute hermit's ability only worked up to the 30th floor, and that the goblins could get in through the underground levels. Ha Dong-gon explained that they knew that almost all of the apartments in the complex were connected to the subway, so they hesitated to enter for a long time. The hermit said that, as far as he remembered, there were other ways, and the hunter replied that this was true. They had planned to use the neighboring road and get out. But there they encountered a monster that was far more dangerous than a goblin, and our hero looked at the speaker with surprise and fear. Ha Dong-gon said that the creature looked like a huge wolf or bear, and they were very afraid of encountering it again. The guy explained that when they saw the monster, it was busy fighting goblins, destroying them by the dozens. Only because of this did the hunters manage to escape, running faster than they had ever run in their lives. Kim Jae-hyun thought about it. It was important for him to know whether the monster looked more like a wolf or a bear. Ha Dong-gon replied that he couldn't say for sure because it was so dark there. The absolute hermit remarked that in any case, they couldn't avoid monsters forever. The hunter agreed, but added that there were limits that simply could not be ignored if they wanted to stay alive. Kim Jae-hyun did not immediately understand what limits the young man was talking about and asked him to explain in more detail. Ha Dong-gon said that they were using something between bows and crossbows, as well as baseball bats, and that sooner or later the weapons would become unusable or run out. Our hero replied that he could solve this problem and asked to see what kind of balls and arrows were needed. He was immediately shown the items, which looked quite ordinary, and the hermit decided that he could use the store or warehouse. He activated the information board and selected the option to add items to the list. The hero decided to try with the ball first, and everything went smoothly. But to put a compound bow into the system, he had to pay 1.5 million won, which was a considerable amount. After thinking for a moment, Kim Jae-hyun decided that in this situation, it was not worth being stingy and decided to do it anyway. He just asked those present if all of them could use a bow, and it was clear from their faces that this was not the case. Then the absolute recluse decided to buy 5 sets of bows and arrows so that everyone would have a chance to at least try them out. He announced that from now on, they would all learn how to use weapons, as there was no way around it. A system message appeared stating that his trust level had increased, and the guest's reaction surprised the young man. Moon Ben-ho was also happy. He realized that if they worked together with Kim Jae-hyun, they would not only survive but also save his grandmother, and his trust level increased significantly. Ha Dong-gon shouted joyfully that if our hero was capable of such a thing, they would now be able to attack quickly and not worry about arrows, which was simply incredible. Kim Jae-hyun tempered their enthusiasm a little, saying that they needed to significantly reduce the number of goblins before continuing. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly, and Ha Dong-gon simply asked when he planned to start working on the issue. The young man did not beat around the bush and calmly announced that they would begin exterminating the goblins tomorrow. This was somewhat unexpected, but the hero reminded them that the sooner the better, so everyone agreed. Kim Jae-hyun promised Ben-ho that tomorrow they would definitely rescue his grandmother for greater effect. Hearing this, the guy literally beamed. Now he was the biggest fan of the absolute hermit. The hunters were interested in the details of the plan, especially how exactly they would carry it out on their own. Our hero stunned those present by announcing that he was going to use a bait strategy, his voice sounding a little ominous. The young man was silent for a while to give everyone a chance to realize what they were about to get involved in. It was clear from their faces that no one wanted to be the bait, so they needed more details. Then the hunters began to think it over, and Ha Dong-gon and Yoo Hae-rin decided that it wasn't as crazy as it might seem at first glance. Kang Doksu had his doubts. He wasn't sure that everything would work out, and the risks, on the contrary, were very high and very real. Then a system message appeared stating that citizen Choi Hyun-jun had completed the task, which cost 30,000 won. Our hero was surprised to realize that he also had to spend money on each task, something he hadn't thought about. It turned out that he could only raise the level of citizens with money he had to invest in order to get good results. Kim Ji-hyun decided that since there was no urgent need, he would not do this either, as he already had other things to invest in. The system reported that Choi Hen-jun's trust level had increased and reached the absolute level, so now he could be registered as a vassal. The young man wondered if he needed this. All this time, the man could neither move nor say anything. Then he regained his ability to speak and immediately asked what had just flashed before his eyes. He became the first vassal, with the ability to summon twice a day, receiving the gorilla strength skill and the title of first servant as a reward, as well as access to the absolute vision skill. The radius of use was 5 meters from the house, but then the absolute hermit noticed another new option. For 1,000,000 won, he could immediately raise Choi Hen-jun's level and expand his abilities. But the amount was shocking. The neighbor's wife noticed that our hero was feeling a little uncomfortable and asked if everything was okay. He nodded and asked how they were feeling. Her husband said that he was literally overflowing with strength and asked if Kim Jae-hyun had done this to him. The young man replied that it was, to which the vassal exclaimed with delight that he felt like he had grown 10 years younger. This information made our hero smile. He liked the fact that by making citizens more powerful, he himself was increasing his own strength. The young man handed his neighbor a crossbow and said that this time it would not be superfluous for him to take part in the operation to destroy the goblins. The recluse explained that citizens receive an additional 10% experience, and since he was now a vassal, that amount would be doubled. The hero advised him to take advantage of the opportunity and gain as much experience as possible by killing monsters. The man almost cried in horror, but obediently agreed. Kim Ja-hyun could think of nothing better than to smile encouragingly and say that he believed in him. The next day, all members of the squad moved to the first floor. The hunters advanced confidently, while the absolute hermit's neighbor panicked a little. Kang Doksu asked Donggan if it was necessary to check the first floor. He saw that all the windows there were broken, and the situation was generally depressing. Donggan nodded. He reminded them that this was Kim Ji-hyun's first assignment and that they had come here as a rescue team. The hero's gaze was full of determination. Their task was to attract and kill as many goblins as possible and then send all the survivors to the safe 30th floor. He reminded them that it was especially important to find people, even if only one, because this was the last hope of salvation for those who might be here. Kang Doksu smiled and replied that he understood everything and would try not to fail, while the others preferred to remain silent. Donggan suggested starting with apartment 101, asking everyone to be extremely attentive and cautious, as goblins could be waiting anywhere. The hunters headed for the indicated apartment. There were traces of blood on the floor and walls, and there was a lot of it. They entered the dark room, preparing their balls and crossbows. The first steps were difficult, but it had to be done. What the heroes saw inside made them feel sick. It was a horrible sight. Dead bodies lay on the floor, everything was covered in blood, the apartment was literally destroyed, and there were clearly no survivors. There was no point in staying. They had to go and investigate the next room, because the dead could not be helped. The next apartment was the same. It seemed that the monster had left through the balcony door, simply breaking the glass. This was not like goblins. The hunters were deeply affected by what was happening. They hadn't expected to find so many bodies. It seemed that the people on the first floor simply didn't stand a chance. Donggan suggested going up to the second floor, thinking that maybe the situation there would be less dire, and the guys agreed. What they saw immediately after climbing the stairs made them cry. Here, the dead were lying even in the hallway. To get to the apartments, they had to walk past the mangled corpses, and they didn't really want to do that. The members of the team thought for a while about what to do, and then decided to go straight up to the third floor. The situation there was much more pleasant. There were no signs of a struggle, and the hunters began to move toward the first apartment. They started by knocking on the door and asking if anyone was alive. At first, no one answered, and then there was complete silence on the floor. The young people knocked on all the doors on that floor, but there were no survivors there either, which did not inspire optimism. Donggan was gloomy as a cloud and suggested going higher, as there was nothing for them to do here either. The fourth floor was also silent, but the hunters continued to knock on all the doors with the same question, loudly announcing that they were a rescue team. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind one of the doors. The hunters froze and stopped making noise so they could hear better. Then the door opened slightly, and an emaciated man appeared and asked if they were really from the rescue team. Dong-gon happily replied that they were indeed the rescue team and had come to help anyone who needed it. In a weak voice, the man asked for some water, as his throat was dry and he had been suffering from thirst for a long time. The hunters opened a bag containing supplies for just such an occasion. They had prepared as thoroughly as possible. When they handed him a whole bottle of water, the apartment dweller's hands trembled. It was a very generous gift. He took the water and said that it was very generous of them. It seemed that the guys were indeed rescuers. Dong-gon replied that they lived here and invited him to go to a safer place. The man thought about the offer for a while, clearly afraid and very doubtful. Suddenly, the door to the apartment closed, leaving the heroes in the hallway, trying to understand what was happening and how to behave. After a while, the door opened again, and it was clear that the apartment's occupant had decided to accept the offer. When he opened it completely, it turned out that there were other people in the apartment, which was excellent news. The hunters almost jumped for joy when they found 2 more survivors, which meant that their efforts had not been in vain. The man said his name was Hong Jong-soo, and that he felt a little awkward that he still couldn't shake his suspicions, then held out his hand to introduce himself. Ha Dong-gon introduced himself and said he was very pleased to meet him, and the handshake was very warm. The team leader instructed Ga-yeon and Hyerin to take the survivors upstairs and then return to them downstairs, and the girls agreed. Hearing that they were going up to the 30th floor, the man was surprised why not to the first floor, as he thought they were being evacuated. At that moment, a young man walked past him and happily told his father that he was tired of waiting for the helicopter to come for them. Ga-yeon replied that this was not the case, but if they went up to the 30th floor with them, they would be able to eat hot food and take a shower. A teenage girl immediately jumped forward, shouting that if they weren't lying and there really was a shower there, she was ready to run there. The hunter understood her feelings well, so she smiled and said that she wasn't lying and that they really did have hot water. The girl didn't lie either and immediately ran out of the apartment and rushed toward the stairs, and everyone laughed. Then she returned to the group, realizing that it was unsafe, and began to urge her father and brother to hurry up. The man was in no hurry to leave. He suddenly announced that he knew some people who were part of the rescue team. Thus, the absolute recluse managed to increase the total number of citizens to 40, the experience rose to 90%, and all the survivors were placed upstairs. They decided to settle the children and elderly in Cho Hyun-jun's apartment because there were already children there. The young people were offered to stay in the hallway temporarily, but with access to the bathroom, toilet, and kitchen if needed. Ha Dong-gon reported that no more survivors had been found in the building, and our hero replied that this number was quite high. He suggested that not all the residents had been in the building initially and thanked the hunter for his good work. The guy thought that Cho Hyun-jun's apartment was packed to the rafters, but it was still better than nothing. To make sure they hadn't missed anyone, the young man activated his absolute vision skill. He noticed Moon Ben-ho carrying a chair to make one of the elderly men more comfortable. The young man was clearly trying hard. The other citizens were also working hard to get the room ready. The girls were busy inspecting the remaining apartments, wanting to make sure everything was in order. The guys were carrying things upstairs that could be useful to the residents in their daily lives and in fighting the monsters. Overall, the absolute hermit was satisfied with how everything was going. He was pleased that everyone was functioning as one big organism. He informed Dong-gon that, since that was the case, it was time to move on to the second stage of the plan he had developed. It was time to start hunting goblins, and it was clear that Kim Jae-hyun was looking forward to this stage with particular impatience. The hunters went out into the corridor. A serious conversation was ahead, so Ha Dong-gon suggested holding a briefing so that everyone could express their concerns. He began by stating the group's task: to lure out all the goblins located on the underground floors of the building. The squad leader suggested starting the advance from floor -1 and briefly described his plan, which seemed logical. Their squad would be divided into 2 groups, one of which would lure the creatures, and the other would clear them out, although other options were possible. Then it would be time to go down to floor -2, where they would work depending on the situation. At this point, Kang Dok-soo raised his hand and asked what they would do if there were more goblins than expected. He suggested that in such a situation, they should simply stay on the first floor, because if they also had to drag the monsters' corpses, it would take a very long time. Kim Ga-yeon said there was no need to worry, as she could now take care of everyone on her own, and Ha Dong-gon confirmed that with that many arrows, it was indeed possible. Dok-soo replied that in that case, They really had nothing to worry about. But at that moment, someone let out a deafening roar. Everyone turned in the direction of the sound, their faces looking seriously alarmed. It was the goblins. They didn't wait for the hunters to attack them, deciding to attack first as soon as they smelled humans. Yan didn't hesitate for a second and immediately shot an arrow at the one who entered the room first. The shot was successful, but the other monsters continued to advance on the humans, growling. Kim Gon grabbed his baseball bat and swung for a hit, intending to strike the one closest to him. The goblin flew far back from the blow, with only about half of its head remaining, so the monster no longer posed a threat. During this time, Yun shot another goblin with an arrow, so all three of them were now sprawled on the floor. Kim Gon was extremely pleased with himself. His bat had never failed him, even though it was not a long-range weapon. Kang Doksu reminded his friend that they had taken crossbows to keep their distance and avoid close combat, but the hunter replied that he had acted on reflex. Then Yun called out to everyone and pointed in the opposite direction, where something had caught the girl's attention. The goblin corpses began to slowly disappear, so now there was no need to worry about dragging them away. Everyone froze, and Moonben-ho confusedly suggested that this was one of Kim Jo-hyun's special abilities. Someone else remarked that it was just great. They decided to go down to floor -1. Ben-ho walked forward with a rather cheerful look on his face, thinking that the absolute hermit would take care of the monster corpses. At that moment, he unscrewed the cap to take a drink, noticing that the citizens' trust had increased significantly. Everyone was in a great mood, and the timing was perfectly in line with the preliminary plan. The absolute hermit did not intend to watch the hunters. The system did it on its own, but that was even better. Our hero took a sip of water. A message appeared that Ben-ho's loyalty had been unlocked. His trust level had reached 50, and now the guy could become a vassal, and it had only been a few hours. It was quite unexpected, but it gave hope. Kim Jae-hyun decided to make the hunter his vassal. Meanwhile, his loyalty level had risen even further and now stood at 88 points. It was interesting to see what the young man was thinking. In any case, his attitude toward the hero should not deteriorate in the near future, because the hermit had time to think about whether to give the new vassal a task. But first he had to complete the registration process before the hunter was in danger. In fact, this was not the case. The squad went downstairs and immediately encountered an impressive group of goblins. The men fought quite successfully with arrows, but suddenly something changed. A blue glow destroyed the monsters as effectively as napalm, and they retreated and scattered in different directions. Red glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. Clearly not a good sign for either the goblins or the humans. The monsters clutched their faces with grimaces of pain and recoiled, clearly terrified. Hadongan shouted that he had no idea what was going on, but that it wouldn't hurt for them to get out of there quickly either. Receiving the order to retreat immediately, the members of this group ran at full speed toward the exit. Dongun and Gayun covered their comrades, shooting at the goblins with crossbows, because the monsters were following in the same direction as the humans. The blue glow behind them was getting brighter and more frightening, and the atmosphere was becoming terrifyingly ominous. The huntress took aim. She wasn't going to mess around here. She had to protect herself and destroy as many enemies as possible. The girl fired so quickly that there was not even a fraction of a second between shots. Gayun was truly an excellent warrior. But the horror of what was happening was that new goblins immediately replaced the ones that had been killed, and the stream never ended. As soon as the first line fell dead, it was replaced by others. The monsters paid no attention to the death of their kin. Moonben-ho shouted that there were too many goblins and they couldn't handle them, while he also fought with all his might. Kang Doksu agreed. He was also almost at his limit, but he was still trying to maintain maximum speed. They reached the exit with just a couple of meters left to go, and they could at least catch their breath. The young men ran down the corridor, now feeling a little more confident, but still worried that a new threat awaited them behind the door to the staircase. Hadongan managed to slam the door shut at the last moment, and the goblins tried to squeeze through the remaining gap, but to no avail. The hunter literally crushed their clawed paws with the door. He was surprisingly strong for his age. Apparently his superpowers were making themselves felt. The rest of the guys also leaned against the door with all their might to prevent the monsters from breaking through after them. The goblins roared fiercely and pressed harder on their side, and an active confrontation between the two sides began. The monsters weren't that strong, but they outnumbered the humans, and their sharp claws allowed them to grip the material tightly. It was difficult for the guys to hold them back, So the leader of the squad ordered everyone to go upstairs while he and Kang Doksu propped up the doors. Suddenly, a demand to immediately move aside rang out, and the hunters did not immediately realize that it was the voice of Choi Henjun. Our hero's neighbor activated his special skill and gained the strength of a gorilla, which should help. The man with the ferocious face clenched his fists, showing off his huge muscles, ready to deal with the door once and for all. The door panels came together, and now it would be impossible to even stick the tip of a knife into the gap. The guys shouted that they would not leave him there, but the man said that they simply had to go upstairs as soon as possible. He would hold off the goblins for as long as he could. It was not for nothing that he had acquired such a useful skill. But even with the strength of a gorilla, it was very difficult for Choi Henjun, sweat pouring down his forehead like hail. He held on with all his might, realizing that only he could somehow influence the situation. Hadongan shouted from above that they had reached a safe place and that his uncle should run there as quickly as possible. At first, the head of the family tried to protest, explaining that he simply couldn't move that quickly, but the young man promised to cover him. The man agreed and immediately let go of the door, intending to climb the stairs where the hunter was already waiting for him. Our hero's neighbor was quite clumsy when he was nervous, and he twisted his ankle again and fell on the steps, and the goblins rushed into the open door. One of the monsters was already close to Choi Henjun, who was lying on the steps. He shouted to the guys to save themselves and run upstairs without waiting for him. Dongan cursed. He understood that it made sense, but he didn't want to abandon the kind man who had taken them in to be torn apart. Kang Doksu didn't want to either, so he went to rescue the man with his trusty baseball bat. He killed the goblin and reached out to help Choi Henjun up, but for some reason he hesitated again. A moment later, the man could no longer move because the goblin's claws had already dug into his body. The grip was strong, and even with the strength of a gorilla, our hero's neighbor could do nothing. A pool of blood spread across the floor as the monsters enjoyed their fresh prey, and the hunter froze in tension, looking at Choi Henjun, or rather, what was left of him. Kang Doksu realized with horror that he could no longer help this man, and it was time to think about saving his own life. The goblins rushed at him in a crowd, and the guy realized that he couldn't fight them all off. It was simply impossible. And yet, before he could turn to run away, one of the monsters decided to attack the hero from above, jumping at him with red, glowing eyes. The young man used his superpower and struck with all his might, sending the monster flying far back. But that was only the beginning. The rest of the squad fired their crossbows like madmen to cover Kang Doksu's retreat. They had no intention of losing him too. The hunter ran with all his might, realizing that now was the time to think about himself. Otherwise, he simply would not survive. The goblins were catching up, and Dongan shouted for Doksu to move faster, but to crouch down as much as possible so that the arrows wouldn't hit him. He shot and shot, hoping that the goblins would become fewer, but that did not happen. The monsters continued to pour through the door. Gayon also shot at the limit of her abilities, which, as we remember, were quite high. Finally, the guy made it up the last few steps, separating him from his buddies, and now they had to move forward together. The heroes went upstairs, unaware that terrible events were still unfolding in the basement of the building. From above in the moonlight, the house looked normal. A huge monster with glowing eyes, resembling a wolf, tore goblins to pieces with a single movement of its jaws. Its teeth closed on its victim's throat, and the creature immediately moved on to destroy the next one. All it wanted was to kill. It was a veritable killing machine that didn't care who it fought. The monster didn't even feel hunger, only a thirst for blood. Having dealt with all the goblins nearby, the monster began to look around, trying to guess the direction in which its future victims had fled. At first, it crept through the dungeon, then went outside, trying to orient itself by smell. At that very moment, Choi Henjun, alive but wounded, somehow found himself on the 30th floor. He collapsed on the floor right at the feet of Kim Jae-hyun, who had come out into the corridor to meet his vassal. His neighbor groaned, not understanding why he was still alive and what the recluse was doing there. The man groaned and adjusted his glasses. Our hero reached out his hand in the hope that Yeonjun would be able to get up, but he was too agitated and only asked where he had come from. The guy explained that he decided to watch what was happening with his absolute vision, just in case, and luckily, he had the skill to summon a vassal. The neighbor nodded and grimaced again in pain, moaning loudly, and only now did our hero notice his wounds. When asked how it happened, the man replied that the goblins had just caught up with him and were holding him tight, and if it weren't for the teleportation, he would have had no chance of survival. At the same time, he assured everyone that everything was fine, that the injury was minor, practically a scratch, and that there was no need to worry. Kim Jae-hyun looked at his leg and shook his head. No matter what the head of the family said, he definitely needed medical attention. The absolute hermit realized that he had to buy medicine. He asked Choi Hen-jun to wait a moment and went to his apartment, though it couldn't be said that the latter accepted this suggestion with enthusiasm. Kim Jae-hyun pulled out the drawer of the table where he kept various instruments and medicines, but the set was rather modest. He looked at the box of syrups and pills and remembered how his mother used to treat him when he was a child. These were unexpected memories. The guy took all the empty bottles and expired medicines out of the case, and now there was much more space. He needed to order as many medicines as could fit in the box, which was supposed to have about 40 slots. Suddenly, it dawned on the young man that he didn't have to add each medicine to the list himself. Kim Jae-hyun put all the containers and medicines back into the first aid kit, as if he wasn't going to throw anything away. He placed the entire case into the system and selected the option to restore the contents, as the replenishment function was available. A couple of minutes later, he reappeared in front of his neighbor and placed the case with the medicines on the floor, which surprised him greatly. The young man looked the head of the family straight in the eye and sternly asked him to show him the wound. His voice was so confident that the man did not refuse. Choi Hen-jun obediently lifted his pant leg, but once again said that he was fine, even though the wound proved otherwise. Saying that he would just disinfect it, our hero took a pair of tweezers and the neighbor sighed resignedly, realizing that stitches and treatment were inevitable. It turned out to be not so bad, and after thorough treatment, there should be no problems. Grimacing in pain, the head of the family thanked the absolute hermit for his help. Now he could truly rest easy. The guy nodded and a message appeared that Choi Hen-jun's trust level had grown even more, as had his loyalty. It was time to take care of the others. Putting the medicines and instruments back in the first aid kit, Kim Jae-hyun asked how the other guys were doing. The man replied that he didn't know for sure, but they were going upstairs. Then the young man asked him to wait until he returned, to stay still if possible, and most importantly, not to worry. The hero warned that he was going to use his absolute vision to make sure the guys were okay. He activated the skill, which looked quite sinister because Kim Jae-hyun's eyes took on a superhuman appearance. The first thing he saw was someone's sneaker. The person was moving as fast as possible, literally running for their life. Ga-yeon was covering the fugitive, shooting at the goblins with a crossbow. She looked quite determined and focused. The girl's arrow destroyed several monsters at once, perfectly accomplishing the task of covering her comrade's retreat. Kang Dok-soo, and it was indeed his leg, ducked down in time and now began to run even faster. Ha Dong-gon and Kim Gon also fired their crossbows, urging the young man to speed up before it was too late. He sprinted forward even faster, but the monsters weren't wasting any time either, literally on his heels. The hunter jumped out from under the clawed paws at the very last moment. He could have used his bat, but that would have taken precious seconds. The guy jumped onto the steps of the staircase, confident that he had already broken away from his pursuers. He didn't notice that another group of goblins was preparing to attack him from the opposite side, from above. The monsters lay in wait, waiting for their prey to get a little closer, but Kang Dok-soo didn't move, trying to catch his breath. Moon Ben-ho noticed the ambush and shouted to his companion to run, but it turned out that the hunter had nowhere to run. Then in a few jumps, he closed the distance and struck the lurking goblin with all his might with his crossbow. That was enough to destroy the enemy on the first try, and the monster flew far back. Ben-ho dealt with the second one just as quickly, causing his colleagues to erupt in excitement, as he had never displayed such skills before. Watching the young man kill goblins with the speed of the wind with a single blow, the hunters began to whisper that he had clearly discovered a new superpower. Like a deadly whirlwind, the hero tore through the ranks of goblins, not even giving them time to figure out what was happening. The squad leader muttered that the guy was crazy, how cool he was, and the others agreed that it was incredible. Assessing the situation, Kim Jae-hyun noted with satisfaction that the squad was doing well. The recluse was pleased that Moon Ben-ho, registered as the second vassal, was leveling up so quickly. Now he had mastered teleportation and received the status of second servant. Another goblin had just gone to meet his ancestors, and the time was right to implement the cunning plan. Ha Dong-gon asked Kim Gon if he had figured out the extension cord and received an affirmative answer. Gayon and Kang Duk-soo were in charge of the water tank, and they were also ready, so all that remained was to carry out the operation. The leader shouted to Ben-ho to hurry back up the stairs as they were about to begin. The guy found himself behind a barricade of old furniture that the squad members had built beforehand. Soon, none of the people were visible anymore, and the monsters fell silent for a moment, trying to figure out where everyone had gone. Suddenly, a huge green water tank rose up right above the furniture, and the guys had to work hard to lift it. The water poured down on the stunned goblins, who had no plans for a bath day today. The monsters did not like bathing, and they began to roar indignantly, not even suspecting that the worst was yet to come. Ha Dong-gon shouted to Kang Dong-soo that it was time to turn on the extension cord and discharge the electricity. The young man obeyed the order immediately and solemnly pressed the red button that supplied power to the network. The electricity spread through the water where the goblins were standing at lightning speed, and the monsters began to scream in agony. But it didn't last long because death from cardiac arrest overtook them literally in the next second. Kim Jae-hyun watched what was happening with interest. He hadn't even expected the hunters to be so quick-witted and resourceful. The system reported the death of the monsters and the acquisition of experience and money, and the guy turned off his absolute vision because it was painful to receive messages in this state. When all the information had been read, our hero resumed watching what was happening on the underground floors. The goblins were dying en masse, and the house had also activated its defense system, with electricity efficiently destroying the enemies. They screamed and roared, but there was nothing they could do. The plan had been even more successful than expected, but new hordes of monsters were already approaching the doors, wanting to avenge what had happened to their comrades. The goblin at the end, with pink beads around his neck, screamed louder than the others, not yet knowing that he too would soon die. All he managed to do before his death was turn around at the sound, but there was no time left to see his killer. A huge black wolf or bear with a glowing red eye crept up behind the goblins very quietly, and all he wanted was to kill. Its huge mouth with sharp fangs opened wide, then closed on the neck of the unsuspecting monster. Since the monster moved at the last moment, the bite landed on its collarbone and shoulder. But this did not make it any easier for the beast, and the goblin roared. His cry attracted the others, but no one dared to engage in battle with the huge beast, whose eyes burned with fire. It looked so sinister that even the goblins froze in fear, wanting to run away, but the path to retreat was blocked. The clawed paw was quick and without hesitation ripped open the stomach of the first one who got in the monster's way. Then the beast attacked several more goblins, moving so fast that only the glow of its eyes could be seen. Moving through the underground floor, the creature, which was either a wolf or a bear, left no one alive in its wake. Some goblins decided to resist the monster, but it proved to be practically useless. The remains of the torn monsters scattered in all directions. All they could do was inflict a few scratches and bites on their enemy. But there were also those who considered themselves strong enough to fight back against this woolly creature. A couple of swipes of its paws permanently destroyed their confidence in their own strength, and the goblins died in droves. Those who dared to attack tore whole chunks of flesh from the monster, along with its wool, but they simply did not have time to take a second bite. Sharp teeth sank into the beast's back, but it quickly solved this problem, even though it was beginning to tire from blood loss. Soon it was completely unclear who was the predator and who was the prey, as the goblins and the wolf bear merged into a single mass of rage and desire to kill. And yet the beast began to lose ground, especially when the monsters began to approach its nose and eyes. At some point, it became clear that the huge monster had finally lost its strength. Its gaze stopped, and the glow in its eyes faded. But that was not the end. With a final burst of energy, the beast killed all the goblins that had dared to get close to it with a few blows of its paws and jaws. Then it stopped and looked around. There were no more monsters in the dungeon. All had been destroyed. Now it became clear that the beast was a huge bear. But while it was moving quickly, it was impossible to make out any details. Suddenly, its fur began to disappear. Its size became smaller and smaller, and instead of a terrifying muzzle, a woman's face suddenly appeared. The young woman with long brown hair looked extremely tired, so much so that she could no longer stand on her feet. Therefore, she collapsed forward as soon as she completely regained her human form, her strength finally leaving her body. Seeing this, our hero almost lost consciousness. He could not have imagined that the terrifying giant beast could turn out to be a lovely girl. Hoping that he could save her, Kim Jae-hyun immediately granted the stranger citizenship. She could be very useful. The system reported that the young woman's name was Oh Yoon-ju. Her trust level was extremely low at 9 points, but she had the unique ability of a werebear. When transformed into a beast, all physical abilities and regeneration of the owner of this skill reached their absolute maximum. The absolute hermit's eyes widened. Oh Yoon-ju was at level 33 and also possessed an A-rank ability. At that moment, Ha Dong-hoon, Yoo Hai-rin, and even Kang Dok-soo unlocked loyalty by reaching a trust level of 50. Everything was going perfectly. The guy began to register the hunters as vassals. They gained new abilities. Kang Dok-soo unlocked the knight skill, summoning steel armor and a halberd. Kim Jae-hyun quickly realized that the vassal level depended on the awakened ability, so Dok-soo was now the third servant. Choi Hen-seon, with his C-rank ability, managed to rise to level 20, which wasn't too bad, but it wasn't the limit of his dreams either. Kang Dok-soo, with his B-rank ability, was at level 25, which was much more interesting. Ben Heeran, who had discovered the ability to teleport, instantly reached level 30, even though he had previously been at the bottom of the squad. When the Absolute Hermit registers people as vassals, they are automatically assigned a level based on their awakened ability. Our hero wondered whether this was happening by chance, randomly, or whether there was a certain pattern to it. If Moon Ben-ho received a higher level due to his loyalty, then Choi Hen-jun should have received a B instead of a C, at the very least. But that wasn't how it worked. The most distrustful Kang Dok-soo became the owner of a B-rank skill. It was necessary to find out under what conditions people received higher-level abilities. This was the primary task. After all, it should not be forgotten that Kim Jae-hyun can only register 10 vassals, so it would be good for them to have the highest rank. The problem was that the hero did not know what would happen if he accepted a person with an already awakened ability as a vassal, as they could already move freely throughout the building. Leaving these thoughts for later, the Absolute Hermit activated his special vision skill again. The young woman was still lying on the same floor, surrounded by the goblins she had torn apart. Then the young man returned to reality and called out to Choi Hen-jun, who approached fairly quickly. The man waited for instructions and was given the task of bringing the girl from the underground floor, -2 here, which was unexpected. Looking at the mark on his floor, the man sighed. There was already little space here, and now another woman needed help. He nodded. Kim Jae-hyun watched him go, thinking that sometimes it was very pleasant to give out tasks. Meanwhile, the participants in the operation on the underground floor were finishing their work with the electrical cable. Everything had to be done carefully. They were surprised to find the goblins torn to pieces. There was no need to fight now. The hunters whispered among themselves, speculating about who it could be. Probably a creature of enormous power. Ha Dong-gon frowned, his face becoming serious and very focused as he thought intently. Assessing the strength of whoever had destroyed all the goblins on this floor, he realized that this creature, or person, clearly had outstanding abilities. The hunter's lips tightened into a line as he began to recall all the recent events related to this building. When they came to Choi Hen-jun's house, and he told them that they had hot water showers during the apocalypse. How the man smiled and invited them to the table, which was full of hot and fresh food, something the guys hadn't dreamed of in a long time. He remembered the girls' surprise when they were offered to go wash up. It was simply impossible to believe. Shui Hen's son's wife looked like a completely ordinary woman in her kitchen apron, unaware of the existence of monsters. And all this was only possible for Kim Jae-hyun's neighbor's family because of his special abilities, his incredible special abilities. Ha Dong-gon looked at Ben-ho and remembered how he had fought today. In fact, this young man could do something similar with goblins. After his special skill was unlocked, the guy teleported and literally tore the monsters to pieces. After meeting Kim Jae-hyun, the modest guy became a completely different person. The hunter wound up the cable and thought about how these changes frightened him. Choi Hen-yoon had already gone downstairs and rushed straight to the young woman the hermit had warned him about. He paid no attention to the goblin corpses. All that mattered to the man was whether this stranger had a pulse. Kim Jae-hyun watched them closely, seemingly uninterested in anything else. All his attention focused on the fragile female figure. Ha Dong-gon thought that if you wanted to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, you had to at least appeal to the Absolute Hermit, otherwise you had no chance. A little boy on the playground was carefree, rolling his toy car back and forth, getting incredible pleasure from the process. His mother watched her son play in the beautiful mountain scenery in the background. It was a fine and pleasant day. The little boy turned around and happily lifted his toy up, showing how well he had learned to drive, then began rolling it on the ground again, looking happily at his mother. The woman smiled at him with the warmest smile possible. She loved her son very much and rejoiced in his little happiness. Suddenly, several dark silhouettes appeared behind the child, but he did not know about it yet, so he continued to smile sweetly. The woman's face became alarmed. She turned deathly pale and clearly did not know what to do. A moment later, her face reflected real horror and mortal fear for her baby, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Her son was still waving cheerfully at his mother, while several terrifying, bloodthirsty monsters were creeping up behind him. The woman tried to rush at them with her fists, but then her skill activated, triggering the transformation process, which had never happened before. While she was turning into a bear and was helpless, the goblins were already reaching their clawed paws toward the child, whom he only noticed now. His eyes were filled with horror, but the boy did not scream. He was much more concerned about what was happening to his mother and why she was beginning to grow thick fur. When the first transformation into a bear was complete, only a toy remained of the child. The goblins dragged him away, and the heroine was unable to catch up with them. The woman opened her eyes and screamed piercingly. She was lying in bed, but she did not yet fully realize it. Kim Jae-hyun addressed her by name, explaining to Oh Yeon-ju that she was safe now and there was no need to worry. There was no response, and for a while the absolute hermit simply stared silently at his guest. Finally, she sat down on the bed and began to fix her hair, but clearly had no intention of talking yet. The guy held out his hand for a handshake and introduced himself, adding that he would be very happy to meet her. Oh Ju did not respond to his welcoming gesture, but only asked if it was his doing, which sounded strange. For a while, our hero thought about what exactly this person meant by what she said to him. The woman explained that she had seen the goblins' heads torn off just when she had given up hope of survival. The guy clenched his fingers and pulled her closer to his body, then sighed loudly and sadly. He had no choice but to admit that it was indeed his decision and that he had carried it out. One might have expected gratitude, but Oh Eun-ju again said nothing, continuing to stare intently at the young man. He had such a powerful ability that in literally an instant, all the monsters around him had their heads torn off, which frightened the guest. Suddenly, a crazy thought arose in the unfortunate mother's mind, which became more and more real with every passing second. The woman began to rub her hands nervously, afraid to look up at the one who, without knowing it, had just lit a spark of hope in her heart. Finally, she muttered something about her son, and our hero raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting to hear anything like that. The woman looked him straight in the eye and plaintively asked him to save her son. It seemed to be the only thing she wanted and could ask for. Oh Ju covered her face with her hands and cried, muttering that she wanted to see her baby one more time, to spend one more day with him. The woman began to murmur that she missed her child very much, and our hero just stood there. But suddenly a message came that her trust level had increased slightly. The young man realized that she had lost her baby because of the goblins and really wanted to help. Oju realized that it was time to calm down and pull herself together, so she began to wipe the tears from her face. Kim Jae-hyun watched all this and thought that there must be some way to ease her suffering. The absolute hermit thought he could give her a task to kill 1,000 goblins and offer the resurrection of her son as a reward. He tried to enter this information into the system, but a message appeared saying that it was impossible to give such a task, and his faint hopes were dashed. The next message said that there was not enough money for the resurrection, that he needed to top up his balance and try again. Kim Jae-hyun's jaw dropped. He couldn't hold back a loud cry at the realization of the possibilities that could open up in the future. If there was enough money, it would be possible to revive a person, but the young man's brain refused to believe it. Our hero looked around the room, as if trying to return from his dreams to reality, but the situation in the room had not changed. Only the woman on the bed continued to sob quietly. It was scary to imagine how much money it would take to bring her son back. The young man looked at Oh Yeon-ju and caught himself thinking that he was ready to try to help. Kim Jae-hyun quietly called out to the grieving mother, and she looked up at him with tear-stained eyes as if waking up. Careful not to make false promises, the absolute hermit said there was a slim chance he could help her. There was a way to revive her son, but it was not yet possible to apply it. The woman perked up, and that was enough to make her eyes sparkle with hope. She grabbed the blanket so tightly that her fingers turned white, and asked if the young man was telling the truth. Oh-ju waited, and the young man nodded, but added that it would not be possible to bring her son back right now. Although there was definitely a way, Kim Jae-heng's words sounded soft but confident. He had already decided that he would work on solving this problem. The woman exclaimed that she agreed to anything. Just tell her what to do, and it would be done. The recluse thought about how there were now 3 people in the group with awakened abilities, and if Oh Aeon-ju joined them, they would be able to destroy hordes of monsters. He would have to make all 7 of them his vassals. Thinking about this, the guy smiled and suggested that the woman get up, as he needed to introduce her to someone. Hadongan extended his hand first, feeling an immediate attraction to the stranger. The other hunters stood behind him and also looked friendly. Oh Eon-ju introduced herself. She smiled and asked the leader of the group if he was the one who fought goblins by throwing baseball bats at them, and he was stunned. Then the woman looked at Gayon and recognized her as the very archer she had noticed long ago. The hunter asked in bewilderment how she knew them, which seemed very strange and a little suspicious to her. Then Oh Eon-ju stretched out her arms like paws and asked if they remembered their old acquaintance. The hunters thought of a monster that looked like a wolf or a bear, but they didn't understand what the stranger had to do with it. Oh Eun-ju's face slowly began to grow hair, so she decided not to waste words and demonstrate everything in reality. A whirlwind formed around the woman's slender figure, and she grew larger and larger, with fur beginning to wrap around her. Soon, her face transformed into the muzzle of a beast, something none of those present had ever seen before. Gayon pointed to where Oh Eon-ju had just been standing, her face frozen in amazement, her eyes wide. The girl looked at the giant bear and screamed that it was the very beast that tore goblins apart with a single blow of its paw. Oh Eon-ju laughed and said that to be more precise, she was not a beast, but a bear, which she found amusing. While the hunters were thinking about how huge she was, the woman said that she had helped them several times and asked if they hadn't noticed. Oh Eon-ju declared that their meeting was not accidental because the enemy of goblins automatically becomes her friend. Kim Jae-hyun entered the room and laughed loudly, saying he was very glad that they already knew each other. He looked sternly at everyone present and said that he had something very important to tell them. The absolute hermit decided to start by saying that tomorrow morning there would be an operation to rescue grandmother Moon Ben-ho. The number of goblins had decreased, and it would be foolish not to take advantage of this opportunity for a rescue operation. The hermit also announced that Choi Hyun-jun would miss the operation due to injury. He couldn't even give up his bedroom to Oh Eun-ju, reminding her that it was their apartment. Therefore, the girl will go in his place, and the bear expressed a sincere desire to work together. Kim Jae-hyun said goodbye until tomorrow, asking the team to rest properly and prepare for the raid. Everyone, including Oh Eon-ju, agreed that the task was important, and they were happy to do their best for Grandma Moon Ben-ho. The young man asked the latter and Kang Dok-soo to stay a little longer, and they were a little surprised. The young man said that he had a special conversation to have with them, so it would be better to go out into the hallway so as not to disturb anyone. It was night outside, the moon brightly illuminating the post-apocalyptic world, the atmosphere slightly mystical. The absolute recluse stood with his back to the window directly opposite the young men and asked if they knew why he had called them. Moon Ben-ho and Kang Dok-soo's faces expressed sincere confusion, so the young man had to explain everything himself. He said that their conversation was directly related to the power that had awakened in the hunters when they became vassals. Ben-ho confirmed that he suspected this was the case, but did not dare to voice his assumption aloud. Kim Jae-hyun agreed that this was not the kind of information that should be shared with outsiders, so the hero had done the right thing. He said that during the last operation, the 2 of them had awakened, while the others had not yet activated their additional skills. To be more precise, Moon Ben-ho had gained the ability to teleport, allowing him to move at lightning speed. Kang Dok-soo had acquired a superpower called Steel Knight, which allowed him to activate armor and a halberd. Before tomorrow's operation, it would be good to find out what the young people are capable of with their new abilities. Our hero activated the information board and chose a group task for the guys lasting 1 hour, during which they had to demonstrate their abilities. As punishment for failure, the recluse chose to sleep in the hallway, but he still wondered whether to give the task to both of them at the same time. Finally, he decided that for now he could proceed this way, apologizing to himself for thinking about it for so long. Meanwhile, Kang Dok-soo called out to Kim Jae-han, who looked very happy to learn that he had awakened, although the hunter himself did not feel it. The guy began to ask what kind of ability it was, to which he received the answer that they would soon find out. The hunter wanted to activate the knight's armor and halberd immediately, but he didn't quite understand how to do it. He jumped up and down several times, concentrating on activating the skill, but nothing happened in the first few seconds. The absolute hermit looked at Kangdoksu's actions with bewilderment. He also did not know how to summon the armor. At that moment, Ben-ho also decided to try out his new skill, and he succeeded on his first attempt. The guy moved back a few meters and shouted with delight that he had succeeded, that it was incredible. He was extremely excited, thinking that with this power he would be capable of many things, a true gift of fate. He bowed low to Kim Jae-ho and thanked him, and immediately a message appeared that his trust and loyalty levels had increased. The recluse smiled and asked Ben-ho not to thank him, and Ben-ho looked up at the young man in surprise. Our hero explained that it would not be possible to go to his grandmother right now, which caused some disappointment in the young man. The absolute hermit explained that there was no guarantee that he would be able to control his abilities, so they would have to be thoroughly tested first. He added that this success could have been a fluke, so Ben-ho should not rush to conclusions until everything has been clearly worked out. The first thing to do was to find out the maximum distance the hunter could travel and what penalty would be imposed on him for using the skill. Their conversation was interrupted by a flash of blue light. Ben-ho looked back and could hardly believe his eyes. A huge, sparkling halberd hung in the air, looking very high quality and literally indestructible. The weapon was held by Kang Doksu, who was now clad in full knight's armor and couldn't believe he had succeeded. After receiving a message that the hunter's trust and loyalty had increased, Kim Jae-hyun asked Ben-ho to begin. He walked over to the window and pointed to the building opposite, asking if the young man could teleport there right now. The young man thought hard. Until then, he had only teleported a couple of meters, but now the distance was much greater, and he had to overcome walls. Finally, the hunter said uncertainly that he would try, but he couldn't guarantee that it would work. The recluse gave him the task of moving to the house opposite, with a time limit of 3 minutes and a reward of improved skills. Kang Doksu encouraged the young man as best he could. Ben-ho concentrated as hard as he could and began to activate the teleportation. It was clear that he was very nervous. A blue glow flashed like a portal, and the guy just disappeared, scaring his friend half to death. The young man used all his strength to cover such a long distance. He tried very hard. The result was a success, and in a moment he was looking at Kim Jae-hyun and Kang Doksu from the window of the house opposite. Overjoyed that it had worked, the guy started waving his hands so intensely that his shoulder immediately began to ache. Looking at the hunter's happy face, the recluse breathed a sigh of relief. He had also been worried, but now he saw a message saying that the task had been successfully completed. Suddenly, everything before Ben-ho's eyes began to blur, and he slowly began to sink to the floor with a confused look on his face. Our hero and Kang Doksu did not understand what had happened, but both were frightened by what was happening and did not know what had happened. Without a moment's hesitation, the absolute hermit activated his vassal summoning ability. He was very afraid that it was too late and that the distance was too great. Fortunately, everything worked out, and soon Moon Ben-ho appeared on the floor in the hallway, but he continued to lie motionless. After making sure the guy was alive, they carried him to bed, which was the only thing Kim Jae-hyun could think of. Kang Doksu suggested that his comrade had lost consciousness, apparently because teleportation requires endurance. The hermit asked the system if everything was okay with the vassal. The information appeared that Moon Ben-ho was asleep and in excellent health, and our hero immediately reported this to the hunter. Kang Doksu breathed a sigh of relief, but was immediately asked if he happened to be involved in any sports. The hero was given the task of performing a workout in armor, 100 squats and 100 push-ups in 10 minutes, with an increase in strength as a reward. The young man strained hard but managed to fulfill all the requirements. He had studied at the Faculty of Physical Education and had excellent endurance. Kim Jae-hyun wanted to praise the hunter, but then the system displayed a message that the actions were being evaluated. Nothing happened for a while, and the absolute hermit just stared at the blue screen, waiting for the result. Kang Doksu did not understand why the young man was frozen and asked if everything was okay and if they could finish. Our hero praised him for his excellent work and allowed him to go rest and gather strength for tomorrow's operation. Immediately, a message appeared that the task had been successfully completed, and a satisfied sigh was heard from under the helmet, indicating that he had tried very hard. The power had increased slightly, but Kim Jae-hyun couldn't understand why so little. He had expected much more. Suddenly, Kang Duk-soo's hands were enveloped in a purple glow that spread like dark smoke. He felt a powerful surge of strength and realized with surprise that this was no trivial matter. The absolute hermit watched what was happening, and he too was pleased when he realized that this changed everything dramatically. The next day, events unfolded very quickly. Ha Donggon rushed down Pusan Alley, shouting at the others to move faster. The hunters ran as fast as they could, pursued by countless goblins. It seemed that the operation had not gone quite according to plan. The leader of the group urged the others on, saying there was no point in fighting and that they should find a relatively safe place. Kang Duk-soo disobeyed, glaring at the monsters with hatred and deciding that he didn't want to just run away. The goblins were approaching, looking extremely ferocious and hungry, and it seemed that no force could stop them. But there was such a force, and the young man activated his steel armor and prepared to do some work with his halberd. The first blow reduced the number of enemies, which was encouraging and gave hope that the rest of the squad would be able to escape. The next swing destroyed a few more monsters, but Kang Duk-soo began to tire a little, though he didn't notice it. There were no goblins nearby anymore, but a new group had already jumped out from around the corner, intending to attack the young man as soon as possible. Kang Duk-soo was a little confused and cursed. He hadn't expected there to be so many enemies, and he hadn't expected them to be so determined. But the hero pulled himself together and immediately dealt with the new monsters. The halberd was extremely effective in such situations. The guy looked back to see how many pursuers they had, and what he saw did not please him. Moon Ben-ho suddenly appeared nearby, armed with a crossbow, and asked him not to worry about those who had fallen behind. Kang Duk-soo nodded and waved his weapon joyfully, showing that he was now unmatched in close combat. The goblins ducked their heads in fear, realizing that this enemy was too much for them, and prepared to retreat. Another swing of the halberd made them speed up noticeably and run in the opposite direction of the alley. Unfortunately, disappointment awaited them there as well, as a creature even more terrifying than the knight with the broadsword came out to meet them. It was a huge bear, its eyes glowing red, its paws ready to tear apart anyone who dared to come closer. One of the goblins began to make plaintive sounds, as if begging for mercy, but everyone understood that there would be no mercy. Ben-ho had already drawn his bow and was ready to fire a couple of arrows while Kang Duk-soo was once again playing with his halberd. The goblins' heads flew in all directions, the monsters not even having time to understand who had killed them or how. Suddenly, the street was filled with the piercing scream of Ha Donggon, who was trying to remind Ben-ho why they had come here in the first place. The guy froze, realizing that he had to teleport to his grandmother's house now or never. He had to leave his comrades to deal with the goblins and teleport immediately. Ha Donggon fought like a madman because there was no time to waste. He had to run. The absolute hermit saw the message that Oh Eonju had completed the task and decided to activate his absolute vision to see how the others were doing. A little over 100,000 won was deposited into his account, and the guy was surprised to find that the reward was different, which came as a surprise. In the case of Kang Duk-soo, it was an increase in strength, which meant that the rewards were completely random, at least at first glance. Perhaps as the level of the tasks increased, the rewards would also increase. It was an interesting thought. Just then, the system announced that Moon Ben-ho had completed all the quests that could be completed today. The task was complete, and the evaluation was underway. Kim Jae-hyun almost choked on his noodles when the system announced that he had won the jackpot and offered to open the reward. It was skill points, and the guy waited for more detailed information on this. The amount wasn't too large, only 1 point, but even that opened up very good prospects for Moon Ben-ho. At that very moment, the hero was finishing teleporting to his elderly grandmother's apartment, hoping that everything was okay there. Excitement caused sweat to pour down the young man's face. He had been putting off this moment for a long time, but now it had finally arrived. The kitchen, combined with the hallway, looked as usual. His grandmother was not there, but there were no signs of monsters either. Ben-ho gathered his courage and confidently strode toward the doors to the old woman's bedroom. They were closed but not locked. The hero couldn't walk calmly. He rushed to the bed when he saw that there was no destruction or signs of a struggle in the bedroom either. Moon Ben-ho began calling for his grandmother, shouting quite loudly, but there was no response. The hunter's eyes widened and almost popped out of their sockets. He was very worried and didn't know what to do next. The old woman was lying in her bed, unresponsive, her eyes closed and her hands folded along her body. The young man leaned over the old woman to see if she was breathing. carefully moving the edge of the blanket. When his hand touched her shoulder, the grandmother's eyes slowly began to open, which meant only one thing. She was alive. Her hand rested on her grandson's hand, and the woman asked in a weak voice what Ben-ho was doing there, as she had given up hope of ever seeing him again. Tears of relief poured from the young man's eyes when he realized that everything was fine and that he had made it in time. They cried and hugged each other, repeating over and over how happy they were to see each other. It seemed like it would last forever. The grandson apologized for taking so long to come, and the old woman apologized for losing hope that he would come. Suddenly, Moon Ben-ho began to thank Kim Jae-han for helping him save his only relative. The hero received a message that his loyalty had risen to 100, which increased the limit on the number of vassals. The vassal control panel opened, and now 3 out of 11 slots were occupied. The absolute hermit wondered if he could continue in the same vein. He clicked on Moon Ben-ho's name, and a plus appeared next to the level mark. The guy was curious if he could raise it. A suggestion appeared to replenish the balance and then try again. The level increase cost 100 million won. Kim Jae-hyun clutched his head at the thought of having to give the guys assignments every day, then mentally apologized to Ben-ho. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the sound of an elevator rising, which was something the recluse had not expected at that moment. He looked toward the entrance door, but nothing was happening, and there were no more sounds to be heard. To find out who had arrived, the absolute hermit activated his special vision skill, which was not difficult. Behind the door stood a boy and a girl, apparently the children of Hong Jong-soo, whom they had rescued, but he wasn't sure. They looked quite calm, and the young man was holding a cardboard box on his shoulder with one hand. They stood in front of Choi Hyun-jun's apartment door and knocked, asking if anyone was home. His wife headed for the door. Park Hae-won opened the door and asked the young people why they had come and who they were, as she was not expecting any visitors. The young men introduced themselves as Kim Da-bin and Kim Min-ho, then stood silently for a while. Finally, the girl fixed her hair and smiled, saying that she and her younger brother had come here with good intentions. She pointed to the young man and added that despite his tall stature, he was still very young, so there was no need to be afraid. The young people said they lived in apartment 1701, but Park Hae-won was clearly frightened and asked why they had come. Kim Da-bin lowered her eyes and said that they had disturbed her because they wanted to make a request. Choi Hyun-jun's wife thought for a moment, then asked what exactly they wanted. She looked completely confused. The girl's face became tense and a little gloomy, and she began by saying that they shouldn't take it as insolence. But maybe there was a chance to take a shower at their place at least once. Kim Da-bin practically shouted this sentence. Park Hae-won's face became completely puzzled. The woman simply did not know how to react to this. She asked if they really just wanted to take a shower and nothing else, and the guys replied uncertainly that that was indeed the case. Our hero's neighbor's wife smiled and invited the guests inside, and they thanked her for her understanding and kindness. Kim Min-ho asked where to put the box, and Park Hae-won asked what was in it, as she hadn't expected them to come empty-handed. The guy's sister explained a little embarrassedly that they had brought all kinds of canned goods, as they had a decent supply at home. The woman was stunned. It was a real treasure chest. She noted that it wasn't necessary to bring such generous gifts. Kim Da-bin laughed and replied that they couldn't come empty-handed because asking someone to wash themselves sounded very strange. Suddenly, the girl looked into the hallway, where there was a baseball bat and several compound bows, and she glanced at the weapons with an understanding look. When the beauty lost her patience, Kim Da-bin asked if all these items belonged to the apartment's residents. Park Hae-won explained that these things belonged to people who used to live in other areas and had only recently moved here. The girl nodded and said she understood. Kim Jae-hyun, who had been watching what was happening with his special vision, deactivated the skill. He thought that this couple did not look like villains, so everything was turning out quite favorably. The absolute hermit approached the balcony and thought that he would definitely need to meet with them and talk a little. Besides, they might try to rescue the survivors from the high-rise building opposite, which would significantly increase the amount of experience. Suddenly, a message arrived that 29 million won had been deposited into our hero's wallet for destroying the Red Tiger, and Kim Jae-hyun almost fell over in surprise. He also received a notification about the discovery of a new skill and immediately activated his special vision. It seems that the hero missed something important while distracted by his thoughts. The first thing he saw was Ha Donggon's bloodied face. The hunter looked as if he had been severely beaten, and the other members of the squad looked exactly the same. A huge bear, or rather O Eonju, lay on the ground in front of them, with a red tiger sprawled next to her. Kim Jae-hyun thought about what had happened with horror. The situation looked extremely unpleasant, but fortunately, the hunters were alive. Suddenly, a message came from the system that creatures suitable for citizenship had been found. This news made the young man's heart beat wildly. It meant that there were still people left here, and he decided to grant them citizenship. The number of citizens had reached 100, and if it increased further, they would gain the trust force skill. But the hermit was now more interested in whether there were any wounded. At that moment, Moon Ben-ho left his grandmother's house with her on his shoulders to take her to a safe place. They tried to move as quickly as possible, and the rest of the squad also rushed to the house. Kang Do-eok carried Oh Eun-ju, who was seriously injured. This was bad news, and the absolute hermit was very sorry that the girl had been so seriously injured. The group was moving down the street when they heard loud growling ahead. It seemed that getting through would not be so easy. They were orcs, but they didn't have time to cause any harm because Gayun's arrows worked flawlessly, as always. Kim Gon and Yu Hairin also hit their targets with one shot, which surprised them a little, as such accuracy was something they could only dream of before. The others shared their new sensations, as if their bodies had become completely light and their fatigue had receded. It was Kim Jae-hyun who activated the trust power skill, increasing all indicators by X%, where X was the value of their trust level. Almost all the hunters in Hadonggan's squad had a trust level of 50 or higher, and each of them saw a significant increase in their endurance, muscle strength, alertness, and other attributes. This meant that their combat skills and everything else had also increased. Moon Ben-ho joyfully shouted that it was all thanks to Kim Jae-hyun's power. Kim Ga-yeon and Yu Hye-rin raised their trust levels so high that they are now available as vassals, and our hero instantly registered them both. Both girls felt something strange, their bodies enveloped in a pleasant blue glow. Ga-yeon gained the piercing shot ability, and Hye-rin gained the poisonous mist skill. Both looked at the goblins and thought they would like to use them. Pulling back the bowstring, the huntress did not yet know that this would be the best shot of her entire previous life. The girl took aim and released an arrow at the first of the monsters running straight at their squad. Suddenly, the arrow pierced the first one and immediately redirected to the next goblin, and then passed through the rest one by one. Ga-yeon couldn't believe her eyes. She had never seen anything like it in her life. It defied the laws of physics. Kim Jae-hyung read on the board that piercing shot consumed mental energy, but he decided to give the hunter the task anyway. It was a very ambiguous ability, with fatigue as the punishment for failure, and the task was to kill all the goblins in 10 minutes. Poisonous mist also consumed mental energy, but it was only a B-rank skill, and if used incorrectly, it could harm other hunters. The absolute recluse thought that it was all quite complicated and required more detailed study, so he would deal with the issue later. The system reported that Kim Ga-yeon had completed the assigned task and all the tasks available for today, and the reward was experience points. Kim Jae-hyun decided to see what kind of people were down there, because he had accepted new citizens and completely forgotten about them. The lonely figure of a guy with his hands in his pockets walking down the corridor caught our hero's attention. He looked quite ordinary, but he was holding a bottle in his hand. I wonder where he got it and why he brought it here. He approached the filled container and scooped up a little, thinking that someone had thoughtfully stocked up on drinking water. Another young man and a girl were standing near the table with food, but they were in no hurry to start eating. Kim Jae-hyun thought that this was why they did not need to join Ha Dong-gun's group, as these people had managed to stock up on provisions. Suddenly, our hero was greatly surprised to see another female figure seemingly hovering above the ground, suspended in the air. He rushed to the exit of the apartment. He needed to figure out what was going on as soon as possible. The system reported that Kim Da-jung was at level 26. She also had a special healing ability, a skill that consumed mental resources to heal those in need. The girl was lying there, showing no signs of life. On the way, the recluse shouted that they desperately needed a healer and that they had to do everything possible to save her. Very quickly, our hero found himself in front of the right door. He knocked but got no answer, so he had to go inside. When the door opened, nothing special happened, but the apartment showed no visible signs of destruction or struggle. For a while, Kim Jae-hyun just looked around at what was inside, gathering the courage to take the first step. This was prevented by a special device that prevented the door from opening completely, and the young man looked puzzled. Then it dawned on him. He had recently acquired a new skill that could help in this situation. It was called the Hermit's Invisible Hand, and it activated an invisible hand that the hero could control remotely. Kim Jae-hyun had never used this skill before, but he figured out that he had to move his real hand the way the invisible one should move. His plan was to break the sturdy bars that were blocking the door. The absolute hermit concentrated and summoned the invisible hand, which turned out to be quite difficult. With his special vision, he could see the device that needed to be broken, but he had no idea how to do it without tools, so he imagined a pair of wire cutters. With their help, the invisible hand could simply bite through the hinge rod, thus unlocking the door. It took a lot of effort to implement the idea, but in the end, the young man successfully completed the task. Kim Jae-hyun stumbled inside. It was dark and a little gloomy due to the aesthetic surroundings of the room. A girl was lying on the floor near the carpet, her body relaxed and her eyes closed. She was not levitating in the air at all. The guy began to gently shake her shoulder, urging her to wake up and come to her senses, but to no avail. The absolute hermit realized with horror that the healer's condition was even worse than he had expected. Her lips were cracked and her skin was deathly pale, apparently due to severe dehydration. The hero began to look around, trying to find anything that could help, but, as luck would have it, he found nothing. Suddenly, his gaze fell on an object that literally stunned him with its presence in the room. It was a bottle of water, and now it was completely unclear why the girl was dying of dehydration when she had a supply of liquid. The young man decided that he would think about the reasons later. Right now, he just needed to save the healer. He activated the system's electronic window, hoping to buy something suitable in the store or get it from the storage. The recluse opened an account for citizen Kim Da-jong and gave her the task of healing herself from dehydration by taking one breath, paying her 10,000 won for it. But the trick worked. The girl groaned and slowly opened her eyes, unable to focus at first, but the healer heard a voice asking if she had woken up. Finally, her ability to see normally was restored, and the beauty asked our hero who he was. He said he was her upstairs neighbor named Kim Jae-hyun. This information surprised Kim Da-jong. She didn't understand how he got into the apartment or why. She asked how he got there, and the recluse explained that he sensed someone in critical condition, so he broke the lock and entered. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened, clearly showing fear, but it was completely unclear what had caused it. She screamed in fear and then moaned as if in severe pain, but there were no visible wounds. The healer covered her face with her hands as if she was about to cry, but the reason for this behavior also remained unclear. She really did start to sob, and the young man watched in surprise, not knowing what to say. The young man could think of nothing better than to call Kim Da-jong by name and tell her that she had to help them. The girl looked questioningly at the absolute hermit, and he explained that his friend was very badly injured. The beauty sat down but remained silent, looking at Kim Jae-hyun with her huge, sad eyes. He reached out his hand to help her up, but the healer ignored the gesture, trying to figure out what the stranger, who called himself her upstairs neighbor, was talking about. Her face expressed complete bewilderment. Kim Da-jong did not understand how she could help anyone when she could barely lift her eyelids herself. Besides, how did this man know that she was a nurse? Something was clearly wrong here, and the girl's hands began to tremble. She decided that since the young man was asking for help, he was unlikely to pose a threat to her, but it was still better to be safe than sorry, so the healer asked where she should go. Suddenly, a message came from the system, and the recluse asked her to wait a minute as the information was really important. He gave Kim Da-jong the task of healing Oh Yoon-ju, giving her 1 hour to complete it. The hero asked the girl to rest while he brought the person who needed help. The nurse looked quite surprised, but she agreed. After all, the beauty had practically no choice. As a farewell gift, Kim Jae-hyun gave her several tangerines, and the girl's hands trembled again. She hadn't seen fruit in a very long time. The recluse had not yet managed to walk out the door when Kim Da-jo shouted for him to stop immediately, which was strange. The healer pointed fearfully at the blue information board and asked what it was. She had been given a task. The guy looked at her kindly and promised to explain everything in detail later when he returned. Kim Da-jong continued to sit on the floor, leaning on her hands surrounded by mandarins, but she was in no hurry to eat them. The young man added that she was very exhausted and should eat and regain her strength while he was away. The nurse nodded and reached for the fruit, looking as if she were doomed and had no faith in a happy outcome. Her eyes conveyed the thought that everything that was happening was just a dream, and as soon as she woke up, there would be no fruit. Kim Jae-hyun smiled and walked out the door, closing it slowly and carefully so as not to frighten the healer even more. Leaving the apartment, he hurried down the hallway to his floor to see how Oh Eun-ju was doing. A message appeared that Kim Do-jeon's trust had increased, but our hero couldn't believe it, as she seemed very suspicious to him. In general, everything happened so suddenly that Kim Jae-hyun himself felt slightly uneasy about it, so he headed for the balcony. His hunting party should have been home by now, but that didn't happen, and a new wave of excitement washed over him. What the absolute hermit saw below made him freeze in place, sweat pouring down his forehead from the tension. The young people were running with all their might, some of them wounded, with a red tiger hot on their heels. Whether it was the previous tiger or another one didn't matter. What mattered was that it had almost caught up with the young people. Hadongan looked back and realized that he had to delay the monster so that the others could escape. He decided that as the leader of the group, he had to take care of this himself. What happened next made Kim Jae-hyun hold his breath. He did not expect such self-sacrifice from the hero. The red tiger's mouth opened wide, its sharp fangs about to end the young man's life. Its clawed paws moved quickly, posing a serious threat, but they were still less dangerous. The beast leaped. Now it was very close, and it was necessary to change the plan urgently in order to survive. Hadongan ran again, urging the others to move faster. He needed time to prepare a counterattack. The absolute hermit realized that this was not the monster from before, but another red tiger, which made him very afraid because a third one could very well appear. He stood on his balcony and wondered if there was any way he could help the hunters from Grandma Moon Ben-ho's rescue squad. The heroes were running with their last ounce of strength, but there weren't many of them left. Donggun broke ahead to prepare for his plan. Suddenly, Yu Hairin stumbled, apparently twisting her ankle badly, and began to fall. She rolled across the asphalt. The impact was strong, and it would take quite a long time to get up, but there was no time for that. Kim Ga-yeon prepared her bow to shoot the tiger and delay it at least a little, but the arrow did not cause much damage. Nevertheless, the beast slowed down. Yu Hairin slowly began to get to her feet, her fighting spirit enviable. Her friends shouted that she should try to dodge, as she could see that the tiger was about to reach its prey. The hunter was already standing, holding her wounded arm, but she couldn't run. The huge jaws opened wide to finally end her story. The girl did not try to fight back or dodge. She understood that she was simply doomed, so she stood still. Yu Hairin looked at Ga-yeon with a farewell glance, in which there was no fear, only the understanding that they would never see each other again. The tiger's teeth clicked, its jaws closed, but instead of the hunter, there was only air. If monsters believed in miracles, the beast would surely have decided that this was one. It began to turn its head from side to side, wondering where its prey had gone. There was no trace of the hunter, who had just been standing there. Yu Hairin realized with surprise that she was still alive, and let out a short but astonished cry. The girl was in the apartment, and Kim Jae-hyun was standing opposite her, apparently having used his vassal summoning ability. While the hunter was clearing her throat, our hero decided to check on the others, noting that he had made it just in time. Yu Hairin sat on the floor and looked at him with grateful eyes. She didn't quite understand how exactly the hero had saved her, but it didn't matter. The tiger began chasing the members of the squad again. Ha Dong-gon and Kim Gon ran away with their last ounce of strength, trying to distract it from Ben-ho with his grandmother on his shoulders and Kang Dok-soo with Oh Yeon-ju. A message appeared that new creatures had been found that met the requirements for citizenship, but our hero decided to summon the other vassals. The first was Moon Ben-ho, who immediately asked for his grandmother to be taken care of. There was no time for that now, but the absolute hermit nodded. He only asked him to wait a little, which prompted a questioning look from the young man. In response, Kim Jae-hyun shook his head, indicating that now was not the time for lengthy explanations. The young man looked at him plaintively, hugging the old woman, but said that he understood and would wait as long as necessary. The tiger continued to chase the hunters. It was huge and very strong, and our hero decided that he simply had to catch this monster. He decided to use the invisible hand again, but this time it would have to be huge, requiring a lot of resources. The monster had almost caught up with the hunters, who continued to run and scream because they simply did not have the strength to hold back their emotions. Ha Dong-gon decided once again to delay the beast, so he let the others go ahead and slowed down himself. Then the guy turned sharply to face the danger head-on, which was a very courageous act. The hunter swung his arm, preparing to throw his baseball straight at the monster's nose. He had to aim carefully. His arm chose the right trajectory, and the ball was about to take its final flight. The throw was not very accurate. It seemed that extreme fatigue was taking its toll, and the hunter missed. The tiger continued its pursuit after the ball whizzed past its ear like a blue tornado, without even grazing the beast. He opened his mouth wide to get rid of this source of trouble, but Dongan continued to run forward. Gayun shouted for him to speed up, not knowing what else to do because she had run out of arrows. The young man suddenly stopped and looked straight at the tiger. Why he did so remained a mystery. The hunter's wounded face showed no fear, only anger and irritation, nothing else. When the tiger's paws landed where he had been standing, the young man had already jumped aside, changing the direction of his run. Now he followed Gayun's advice and moved as fast as he could, gathering all his strength. The monster kept up, its claws catching Hadonggan's jacket and nearly knocking him down, but he still managed to break free. The guy ran towards the entrance to the underground parking lot, but there was very little hope that he would reach his goal in time. Right behind him, the tiger's giant jaws opened again, its fangs gleaming in the darkness and seeming to glow slightly. The hunter stopped and turned around, realizing that he had no chance of survival, but he did not want to die while running away. Hadonggan sacrificed himself, distracting the predator so that the other guys could reach shelter and save themselves. Unexpectedly, the tiger froze and stopped pursuing them, its yellow eyes becoming completely empty for a moment. The huge ends of a glowing pair of tweezers, or some kind of pliers, began to close around the monster's neck. The hunter also slowed down, unable to understand what was happening, and the beast let out a surprised and frightened growl. The glowing loop closed tighter and tighter, and the tiger finally stopped, now completely unable to move forward. Its paws scratched the asphalt several times with their claws, and then began to slowly and helplessly rise into the air. The tiger was captured by the glowing loop. It tried to reach it, but it was impossible. All it could do was roar in frustration at its own helplessness. Hadonggan screamed, but it was not a cry of despair, but rather one of extreme surprise at what he saw. Gayun and Kim Gan were also literally stunned, most of all by how the red tiger hung in the air, clumsily waving its paws. Suddenly, an information board with a task appeared in front of the hunter's face. She could get additional ammunition for shooting. After reading that, she had to go tiger hunting and use her special skill, for which she would receive experience and a reward. The beauty raised her eyebrows, but she obeyed nonetheless, and with a determined stride, Gayun headed toward the monster immobilized by the noose. The absolute hermit watched from above. He had long understood that it was not necessary to act himself. By sending the girl on a hunt, he would receive 4 times more loot. Meanwhile, the huntress took aim, and now a blue glow emanated from the weapon, indicating the use of superpowers. The tiger growled and began to struggle in the noose, as if it sensed the mortal danger threatening it. Gayun took aim, knowing that she had to kill the monster with 1 shot, as this would give her more experience and a greater reward. The bowstring trembled, and the glowing arrow flew straight toward its target, leaving a bright trail behind it. The account received 90,000 won, as well as a huge amount of experience. The trust level in the squad increased, and Hadonggan became available as a vassal. The hermit rejoiced and registered the guy. Meanwhile, Kim Da-jung tried to heal Oyeonju, a pleasant yellow glow spreading from her hands. The nurse was as focused as possible. She had never done anything like this before, as she was unaware of her healing ability. Gradually, the bear, who had now taken on human form, began to feel better and regain consciousness. Our hero and Hadonggan watched what was happening. The recluse thought about how lucky they were to find Kim Da-jung. He turned to the hunter and asked how this had happened and what kind of red tiger it was, where it had come from. The guy replied that apparently the house where Grandma Ben-ho lived was on their territory, but he didn't specify whose. Hadonggan added that there were actually more tigers, and they appeared after they managed to kill one, which seems strange to Kim Jae-hyun. There were no goblins around the old woman's house, so if they were hiding from the tigers, then the grandmother herself was in mortal danger. Fortunately, the rescue team only encountered 2 tigers, but there were clearly more nearby. The absolute recluse caught himself thinking once again that they were very lucky, and it would be nice if it continued that way. A message appeared that Kim Da-jung had completed the task. The girl happily wiped the sweat from her forehead and said that she hadn't even hoped for success. Kim Jae-hyun praised her for her excellent work, but all the healer cared about was the opportunity to return home. Then Choi Hyun-jun entered the room and asked her to wait a moment. He was visibly embarrassed and smiled nervously. The man laughed and asked the recluse if he was going to continue holding meetings in this apartment, since it was their home. The young man was silent for a while, shaking his head from side to side, completely calm. Behind Cho Hen-jun, almost all the members of the group had gathered, and everyone felt uncomfortable. Kim Jae-hyun said that he was going to talk about it anyway, and that the neighbors should not worry about preserving the family's privacy. He said that apartment 2901 was empty and that he would provide electricity, water, and other amenities there, so the guys could move in. Everyone smiled. Then the recluse called out to Kim Dobin and said that apartments 2101 and 2120 on another floor were empty, so he needed to inform the other survivors. These apartments would also have heat, water, electricity, and food, so everyone would be able to settle in comfortably. The girl and her brother agreed to pass this information on to the others, but it was clear that they were both saddened by something. Then Kim Jae-hyun added that if the kids wanted, they could choose one of the apartments for themselves and make the rest available to everyone else, which was very noble of him. But that wasn't the end of it. Our hero noted that in return, he would have a small request for the brother and sister. Kim Dobin expressed her willingness to do anything for the absolute hermit, as long as he asked. The young man said that he hoped the kids would continue to be messengers between him and the other survivors. The girl did not quite understand what he meant and repeated the word messengers in surprise, as she had never considered herself in that role before. Kim Jae-hyun asked her to tell the people that the first one to kill 100 goblins would receive their own housing. He promised unlimited electricity, gas, heat, water, and food, and added that if there were 10 groups of 10 survivors, they would be able to organize everything perfectly. Our hero asked Kim Dobin and her brother to also convey that a lot depended on the floor where the people had settled, and that the faster they completed the task, the better it would be for everyone. The absolute recluse glanced at those present and announced that from that moment on, something would change for the citizens. He would cooperate and provide only those who were useful with what they needed. The rest would have to take care of themselves. The young man ran at full speed, pursued by a huge flock of goblins that seemed impossible to resist. The monsters were getting closer, their eyes flashing and their sharp fangs bared in a menacing grin, eager to feast. The guy kept running forward, his eyes closed in fear. His speed was pretty good, but it wasn't clear how long his strength would last. He wasn't far from the shelter's door. He just needed to push a little harder, and then he could breathe a sigh of relief. When the hero was almost at his destination, 2 pairs of clawed paws grabbed his jacket, and the sound of tearing fabric was heard. The young man fell, but continued to move forward toward the door by inertia. There was still a chance that he would manage to hide. He shouted loudly that the moment had come, that they had to act now. It seemed that the guy was bait for an ambush. 3 hunters were hiding nearby. They shouted that they understood and that everything would be fine now. And then they were surprised that the runner had brought so many creatures with him. The goblins, without looking where they were going, rushed after the live bait and were met by 3 sharp spears. Now the question of survival was relevant only for the monsters. The 3 hunters killed the monsters, focusing as much as possible on the process, while the young man, used as bait, struggled to catch his breath. Homemade spears made from kitchen knives tied to mop handles proved to be surprisingly formidable weapons in skilled hands. With a death cry, the goblins fell to the ground, but others immediately took their place and the situation became noticeably more tense. It seemed that the bait was too good, and the number of monsters exceeded the capabilities of the squad, but only at first glance. More and more monsters were wounded or killed, and they soon realized that it was not worth messing with these people. Some goblins decided to flee, and the rest quickly followed their example. The red-haired guy standing in the middle asked his colleagues if they wanted to see something really interesting. He raised his spear and began to aim. The balance of the weapon was surprisingly good. All that remained was to wait for the throw. A bright blue flash cut through the air, and the projectile whistled as if it were a real rocket. It left a bright glowing trail behind it. The 2 guys who were hunting with the redhead had no idea about his superpower. The spear pursued one of the goblins, wherever he turned, as if it had a built-in guidance system. Soon the monster fell to its knees, pierced through and through. The scene was quite spectacular, albeit cruel. The hunter rejoiced, wanting to show off his skills to his companions, but they looked at him with some confusion. Then the young man pretended to brush the dust off his shoulder and asked about the results. One guy reported that he had killed 22, and the other said he had 24 goblins to his credit. The red-haired hero said that in that case, they had killed more than 100 monsters today, a record of sorts for all the previous days. Then the young man who had been working as bait shouted that he had been attacked by at least 15 creatures at once and asked Sun Yup-Hyun not to send him to such places anymore. The red-haired man asked what was wrong, and the young man had to explain that it was a miracle he hadn't died, as there were too many monsters. Hearing that it didn't matter, that the results were good and they would soon have a new home, the live bait began to complain that he had almost died and no one cared, and that they should not send him to such places anymore. Ephen's son pretended to clutch his head. He was the kind of person who would never let himself be caught red-handed. Then the hunter asked if he had come up with a plan to destroy the goblins in this way, saying he had nothing to do with it. The hero himself said that he could run away quickly. The twins prepared the spears, and he just put all this information together and came up with a plan. The guy trembled, then Sun Yup-Hyun stood up to his full height and said that if he didn't like something, he should leave the team, as they could manage perfectly well on their own. The twins arrived in time. One calmed the redhead, and the other began to praise the live bait, whose name was Sun Min, saying that he ran faster than ever. Sun Yup-Hyun insisted that the guy apologize to him, and the twins also thought it was appropriate. Sun Min thought for a moment, but then apologized, even though he didn't feel guilty at all. Quite the contrary. Then the leader of the group turned around 180 degrees and announced that the conversation was over. It was time to go up to the 21st floor and settle into their new home. They were met by Kim Dobbin, who apologized for the fact that there was already a team that had won the grand prize. The hunters' faces expressed complete bewilderment. The guys couldn't believe that someone had managed to beat them. Sun Yup-Hyun maliciously asked if there really was a team that had killed 100 evil creatures faster than they had. En gripped the handle of his spear and menacingly asked Dobbin to stop joking around, saying that this was not what they had agreed upon and that she should show them the apartment. The girl replied that she had no intention of having fun, as the other team had just left to inspect their new home. Just then, the winners came out into the hallway and headed toward the girl to tell her the news. When the spear-wielding hunters saw that the winning team consisted of 2 old men and a young man, they almost fell to the floor of the corridor. Yup, Hen's son followed the heroes with a skeptical look the whole way. He was in shock, to say the least. The team approached with joyful smiles, everyone greeted each other, and the mood was apparently excellent. The young man informed Kim Dobbin that they did not like their new accommodation, so they would return to their apartment, and Kim Jae-hyun would connect the electricity and other amenities there. The hermit would also release Ji-ho's daughters from their duties, which surprised the girl since the children were already exempt. The old couple laughed and explained that their daughters were already adults. They just retained their childish appearance, which they got from their mother. The woman laughed that both of them shoot probably as well as she does, and they even got bows and arrows, but they haven't been useful yet. Kim Min-ho was also surprised, but then he explained that they would keep an eye on the goblins, and if necessary, they would be called upon to hunt just like the others. Then Sun Yup-Hyun interrupted the conversation again, wanting to clarify the situation with the task in more detail. The young man shouted that it wasn't fair, that Kim Dobbin shouldn't help his family, because it meant he was an interested party. Then the guy told Kim Dobbin that Jae-hyun had ordered to reward the hunters for their achievement and send them to the 30th floor, just like the teams that took 2nd and 3rd place. The girl smiled at the boys and told them that everything had worked out well for them and that they should go upstairs and settle into their new home. Hearing that they were expected there, Sun Ye-hyun grimaced, seemingly intending to make a scene, but failing. As they climbed the stairs, the hunters discussed Kim Jae-han. They were sure that he was younger than them and wondered why the boy was being called Sir. The twins joked that the recluse must be some kind of god, or at least a cult leader, as there was no other explanation for such reverence. Son Min noted that it was not appropriate to speak that way about a person with his abilities while on his territory. He reminded them that they were about to meet Kim Jae-hoon, so it would be better to keep their mouths shut for now. The team went up to the right floor and stopped at the door, everyone falling silent, not knowing how to behave. Then Sip Yeon-hyun noticed that his comrade was looking intently in one direction, and he asked what the puppy was staring at, but suddenly realized that the door had opened. Footsteps echoed down the hallway, and the hunter looked in the right direction, his face changing from angry to surprise. The absolute recluse walked slowly down the corridor, each step exuding confidence and authority. Our hero was completely calm and looked quite friendly, which instantly cooled the ardor of the entire team. With a radiant smile, the young man greeted the newly arrived hunters, wanting to congratulate them on their achievement and new home. The young people looked a little confused. Mr. Kim Jae-hyun looked completely different from what they had expected. Sip Yun-haeon extended his hand and introduced himself. Now he no longer resembled the arrogant person he had been trying to appear to be. The recluse responded to the handshake and said that he was interested in watching the team work, especially the idea of building barricades. His new acquaintance couldn't understand how the guy was able to track their actions, which scared him a little. The recluse said that he would connect electricity to apartments 1301 and 1502 right away. The guys asked if he was really capable of doing that, and the hero nodded. He added that the team had passed the selection process because they had killed 100 goblins, but he was definitely not the leader of the cult, if that was what they were interested in. The young man looked at the guys with his special gaze and said that he didn't want to become a god either. The hunters hung their heads in disappointment, embarrassed by their words and behavior, so everyone remained silent. Kim Jae-hyun smiled and said that he would like to assign some more work to the members of this team. Their sneakers pounded the asphalt with terrifying force as the hunters once again raced forward at full speed. A horde of goblins followed close behind them. They were particularly huge and ferocious, so they had to hurry. The leader of the group braked sharply, deciding to turn the corner to shorten the route a little. Everyone else rushed after him, some of them skidding on the turns, but the guys still kept up their speed. At the end of the alley, Ha-dong-gon was waiting for them. His task was to throw a destructive spear at the monsters that the squad had lured there. Hearing the command to throw, the hunter grinned. There was no need to ask him twice. The hero swung his arm, aiming so as not to hit any of the people and to destroy as many monsters as possible. He had mastered the new skill of throwing when he became a vassal, and now any throw increased his strength fivefold thanks to the use of his mind. The spear flashed and flew forward, its speed very high, even faster than Guyon's arrow. The guy now also had the status of a knight, which increased his experience and income, as well as the skill of a spearman for throwing this type of weapon, and the huge goblin was struck down instantly. Another one followed with a cleaver and immediately rushed to attack the guy, but he just continued to stand calmly in place. When the monster raised its blade to strike, Ha-dong-gon realized that now was the perfect moment to try out his new tactic. A sparkling blue arc flew over his head, while the young man himself did not even flinch. The arrow pierced the goblin's skull in a flash, and the hunter didn't even have to do anything. He just watched. Guyon covered her friend, and thanks to her new skill, her shot could now hit several creatures at once. Dong-gon also reached for his next spear. He needed to finish off the remaining goblins to get the maximum amount of experience and money. The spear flew straight to its target. This time, there was no need to use superpowers as the hunter already possessed sufficient strength. The projectile hit its target. There were no more living monsters on the street, and a message appeared that the task of killing 100 goblins had been completed. The team received 9 million won in experience. But destroying monsters was not the main goal of this raid. 3 survivors were hiding in an alley, terrified. Ha-dong-gon smiled at the people, informing them that the threat had passed and that he would now take them all to a safe place. Slowly and carefully, so as not to attract new goblins, the procession moved towards the house of the Absolute Hermit. He received a notification about an attempted unauthorized intrusion and then about the granting of citizenship. With the 3 newcomers, the number of citizens reached 200. In connection with this record, the system granted a new skill called tax collection, which was already more interesting. This skill returned to Kim Jae-hyun a portion of the payments that citizens received for completing their tasks. However, there was one condition. This money could not be obtained at will, only through the rules of the system. To withdraw the collected amount, the recluse had to wait 10 months, but he did not have that much time, so he had to come up with something else. The hero decided to divide the funds using 30% as an investment. He needed to quickly send a rescue team to the area where his parents lived. The system reported that the Absolute Hermit had reached level 10 and gained 3 new skills, but he was uncomfortable with such expenses. Now the guy was the owner and hermit of the entire apartment building, and he also received 1 billion won and a grant for construction. This was something new, and Kim Jae-hyun couldn't understand why he would need to build anything during the post-apocalypse. It turned out that the construction projects could be solar panels, a gym, and a store. At the same time, the annual production turnover was 30 million won, which seemed to Kim Ji-hyung to be a very insignificant amount, not worth the trouble. The installation of solar panels cost 150 million won, which meant that it would pay for itself in just over 4 years, which was too long. The absolute recluse refused to start construction of new facilities, deciding instead to spend the money on improving Ha Dong-gon's level. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The grant was only available for the construction of facilities. The money could not be spent on other needs. The guy was delighted. This changed everything. The specified amount did not include the money in his account, so he could safely invest in a new project. The absolute hermit gave the order to begin installing solar panels, and the system reported that the work would be completed in 23 hours. The next construction project chosen was a store, which turned out to be much more interesting than expected. The premises worked in conjunction with the absolute recluse's skill, so it was possible to order goods from a list. Its peculiarity was that there was no need for a cashier. The desired item simply materialized after the money for it was received by the system. All this time, the production and delivery of humanitarian aid was also a job that Kim Da-bin was responsible for. With the store in this position, there would be no need for it, as citizens would be able to buy everything themselves through an electronic display in the designated room. Kim Jae-hyun thought about it and was almost ready to start construction on this facility as well. In addition, it would be possible to sell one's own items there, increasing the amount of payments, and the decision was made. The system inquired about the location of the premises for construction, and the hero recalled the situation on the first floor and named apartment 101. The next facility was a gym, where training in strength and endurance would increase citizens' effectiveness by 200%. Kim Jae-hyun ordered the gym to be set up on the second floor, noting that now there was an opportunity to improve the level of sports training. The young man immediately raised the level of the store by 5 positions and gained the opportunity to sell goods there, wholesale and retail. There were many options available for water alone, and the absolute hermit was very pleased. This gave customers an excellent choice, and the hero decided to test other goods for sale. The food was also excellent, and the store's assortment would satisfy the tastes of any resident of this high-rise building. Kim Jae-hyun laughed, thinking that he would quickly find a use for this list of goods, as the young man always had a good appetite. Sometime later, Dok-soo, in his full armor, was cutting another crowd of goblins to pieces. He swung his halberd left and right tirelessly, the weapon serving him perfectly, so there was no reason to complain. The goblins advanced, but the knight coped well with their onslaught. He had excellent endurance. After another incredible blow, the hunter was called over by the leader of the squad, Ha Dong-gon. The guy wanted to ask him something. He was very interested in whether the halberd could be thrown and how it would perform as a throwing weapon. Kang Dok-soo asked why he was asking, to which he received an answer about the throwing skill, and then a request to try the weapon in this role. His hand rested on the hilt, and a familiar blue glow appeared, but suddenly the owner of the halberd asked the boss to wait. It was too late. The hunter's eyes were already glowing blue, and he raised his hand to throw the weapon at his enemies. The throw was simply incredible, but for some reason it made Kang Dok-soo clutch his head. He was very afraid that the weapon would break. The halberd flew somewhere into the distance down the alley. It was not even clear where exactly it went or who it hit. The knight was indignant, yelling that his comrade had thrown his weapon somewhere incomprehensible, and now it was unclear where to look for it. Ha Dong-gon smiled skeptically and called his friend a fool, telling him to just try to summon the halberd again. It was clear from the hero's face that it simply hadn't occurred to him. It seemed that Kang Dok-soo was not particularly intelligent. He used his skill, and the weapon reappeared in his hand, shrouded in a bright purple and blue glow. The hunter looked at him with some apprehension, as if expecting the halberd that Ha Dong-gon had thrown to fly out from around the corner. Kang Dong-gon shouted that the leader of the squad was a real genius, that everything that was happening was like a movie or something. At that moment, Ga-yeon shouted that it was time to leave, as she had almost no arrows left and would soon have nothing to defend herself against the monsters with. The girl was nervous, but suddenly looked with surprise at the completely calm Ha Dong-gon, as if expecting a miracle. She realized that the hermit could deliver weapons using his multitasking skills and perfect vision, when she saw a whole quiver of arrows on the ground. The huntress didn't think twice, and immediately began targeting the enemies to significantly reduce their numbers. Soon a message came that the group task had been successfully completed. for which Kim Jae-hyun received 2.5 million won in his account, and the hunters received experience. Everything went according to the preliminary plan. The more money they had, the better their skills became, and the better their skills, the more money they had. The scheme worked. The guy had hope of saving his parents. It was 3 kilometers from the apartment to their house, a 2 to 3 hour walk. But how soon the hero would decide to do this remained unclear. For now, he had to deal with the issues at hand, so the guy opened the door slightly. He went out into the hallway and headed for the elevator. He needed to find out how the healing was going, and if everything was okay, then he could go up to the roof and look around the city. The first steps in the fresh air were not easy for the young man. There was a distinct smell of burning in the air. Kim Jae-hyun looked into the distance first, then down, and what he saw did not please him at all. The city was destroyed. The skyscrapers stood crooked. Many simply crumbled to pieces. Everything was black from the traces of fires. The absolute hermit understood that no one could survive for long in such conditions, so they had to hurry. He activated the information board and decided to raise the level of one of the guys in Ha Dong-gon's squad, who had been the last to become a vassal, Kim Gon. His C-rank skill, Mission of the Raven, had been activated, and now was the perfect moment to use it. Healer Kim Da-jung and Oh Yeon-ju would also be involved in this task as the main force. The only problem was that Oh Yeon-ju still didn't have enough loyalty and trust to become a vassal. The guy wanted to cast a blessing and armor on the bear, but then decided that there must be another way to raise her trust and make her a vassal. He remembered her child and, as a reward for the task, indicated the resurrection of her son, but the system again reported that there were insufficient funds for this. In order to make this possible, he needed to raise the quest level as high as possible, and our hero decided that it should be a level 40 monster, no less. He decided to set a time limit of 1 day and specified death as the punishment for failure. Kim Jae-hyun already imagined his mother falling dead, but the system again suggested replenishing the balance and trying again. Well, everything came down to money, so for now, he would have to destroy as many goblins and their ilk as possible to accumulate the necessary amount. Suddenly, a message appeared stating that 2 million won had been credited to his account for killing an orc, and the system instantly activated a group task, so now he had enough money. The essence of the quest was to kill a monster of at least level 40, with the reward being the resurrection of his son for 1 day, and the punishment being death. That was something. Before giving the team this task, the young man decided to make sure that Oh Yeon-ju was really on his side. Kim Jae-hyun went to his room and closed the door tightly. After a while, someone started banging on the door, shouting and demanding that he open it immediately. The absolute recluse did not tempt fate, so he immediately went into the corridor. The voice was familiar. When the door opened slightly, it became clear that he was right, and our hero thanked himself for his quick thinking. Oh Young-woo was standing on the threshold, very agitated and wanting to discuss the task as soon as possible. The woman ran up the stairs so she couldn't speak at all because she was so out of breath, and her tears were getting in the way. Oh Eun-ju said only 2 words. She wasn't crying hysterically, but she couldn't form a longer sentence to explain what she had seen in the assignment. Kim Jae-hyun nodded and said that everything was correct, and that they could only hope that the time limit would not prevent them from completing this difficult task. Her mother fell to the floor and covered her mouth with her hands so as not to frighten the neighbors with her sobs. She couldn't believe that there was a chance to see her baby again. Through her tears, she repeated only 1 word, and that word was thank you. Our hero did not expect such a violent reaction. The woman bowed and said that 1 day would be enough, that just seeing her child would be enough for her. A message appeared that Oh-ju's trust and loyalty had reached a level that allowed him to make the woman his vassal, and the recluse was pleased with himself. After a while, he went to the room that was planned to be used as a gym and took care of the lighting first. Kim Jae-hyun looked around and saw a makeshift kitchenette. He had to take care of everything else. Water began to drip very slowly from the tap. For some reason, the skill of preserving dignity had been working intermittently lately. As soon as our hero thought about it, everything worked out, and the stream flowed with good pressure, which was better. The young man looked around to see if he had missed anything else. But the room was quite cozy, and everything looked in working order. Sometimes the absolute hermit felt like a real magician or wizard, especially when he used his skill of preserving dignity. It was incredibly pleasant, and the hero was already beginning to get used to his own power and superpowers. He was distracted by a message that the store's revenue for the week was about 320,000 won. Not that much, but more than originally predicted. The young man decided to use his special vision to see how things were going. There were quite a few people who wanted to buy something, but for some reason they didn't look happy, more like excited. The young man looked at the shop window with disappointment. They had earned 10,000 won today, but the composite boo they needed to buy cost 150,000 won. He figured they would need to save money for several weeks, and his friend reminded him that they would also need food and water during that time. The absolute recluse did not think that the payments would be so meager compared to the prices, which significantly dampened his mood. He had hoped that the appearance of a store with a good assortment would please people and give them the opportunity to live a full life. And of course, it would encourage them to hunt goblins diligently, but in reality, everything turned out to be a little more complicated. In order to earn enough money, citizens now have to leave their homes to destroy a sufficient number of monsters. The increase in experience went according to plan, but the number of citizens had recently increased significantly, now numbering 789. There were fewer and fewer orcs and goblins in the area, and the numbers were growing exponentially. Most of the work was done by Oeonju, the bear who was the strongest of all the hermit's vassals. In a single raid, she could kill several dozen low-level monsters, and she had a good incentive to try hard. The beast worked tirelessly, and legends about her were already circulating among the monsters. No one wanted to encounter the bear on their path. The main condition for success was not to use up all her strength while hunting, because Oeonju was particularly vulnerable during her transformation into a human. When her clawed paws turned back into hands, it was not difficult to guess that they lost their effectiveness in battle. Returning to her true form, the woman hurried to her apartment to eat and rest before her next outing. Sometimes other hunters covered for her transformation, but Oeonju was not very sociable. They asked her not to overwork herself and thanked her for doing all the heavy lifting, but the woman replied that she had her reasons. She almost cried, but tried to control herself. The recluse realized that he had made the right decision. Pairing Oeonju with Kim Dejong was an excellent idea. Their characteristics complemented each other, increasing the effectiveness of the squad many times over. The bear quickly gained skills. Now she had the warrior and berserker abilities, but one day everything went wrong. One day, the girls were clearing the underground floor when suddenly terrifying sounds came from the darkness. Gradually, an orc emerged, so ferocious and huge that no one present had ever seen anything like it before. Its skin was stronger than steel armor, and its size exceeded the usual 5 times over. The monster was armed with a giant spear. Realizing that they were dealing with the leader of the orcs, the hunters became seriously alarmed, but Oju began her transformation without hesitation. The monster watched its enemies with interest. It was clear that the orc did not consider humans a threat. It just stood and watched as the woman, with a ferocious grin, began to grow thick fur and increase in size. Compared to the bear, the orc leader no longer looked so huge and indestructible, but he was still strong. Oju rushed forward so quickly that everything around her lit up yellow, and the girls froze in place, very worried about their friend. She growled that everything was fine, and she was not afraid to fight the monster, but it was difficult to understand her speech because of the structure of the bear's jaw. She lunged at her opponent, intending to tear it to pieces with one blow, but the orc leader did not move. The monster looked the beast straight in the eyes, as if challenging it to be the first to engage in this incredible battle. The orc leader held out his spear, as if hinting that he had something to oppose the bear. She swung her paw and delivered a powerful blow that could have swept away everything in its path, but not this monster. The orc thrust his weapon forward and blocked the attack, strong enough to do so without much effort. Oju stood on her hind legs and prepared her other paw to finish what she had started, baring her teeth to intimidate her enemy. Guyun prepared her bow to cover her friend with a ranged attack, her confidence that she could handle it on her own dwindling. The huntress aimed as carefully as possible so that her devastating shot would not accidentally hit the bear. It was a very crucial moment, but the arrow, enhanced by a special skill, flew towards its target. Oju took half a step back as the blue glow of the shot moved straight toward the orc leader. Once again, the spear saved its owner from certain death. It was surprisingly durable. The bear pressed forward, intending to bring her jaws as close as possible to the orc leader's head. He gradually backed away under her pressure, but somehow managed to hold off the attack. A stone that happened to be underfoot did the monster a disservice, and the orc fell backward. The huge jaws hung directly above him with a terrifying roar, and it became clear that this was the end. The bear lowered her muzzle, blood dripping from her mouth. She had completed her task, earning 72 million won for the absolute hermit and unlocking the outpost skill. This is a safe zone, an area that serves as a shelter outside the home, activated when a citizen with the rank of knight or higher is inside. The construction cost 1.3 billion won, but our hero had the money for it. The hunters destroyed many orcs, and it was worth it. Construction took a week, and Kim Jae-hyun thought that everything was happening even faster than he had expected. The bad news was that while construction was underway, Oh Yeon-ju, Kim Da-jeon, and Ha Dong-gon had to stay on site, as all three had the required rank. The biggest loss was time. For the week that the outpost was being built, the best hunters would not be involved in raids. The absolute hermit thought about how the guys had destroyed almost all the monsters in the area around the station, so there was no urgent need to build an outpost there. He pressed the button to cancel construction, thinking that he would use this option a little later. Still, the results of the static analysis were encouraging. Slowly but surely, our hero was moving toward his goal. The idea arose to build an outpost near his family home, which would make Kim Jae-hyun feel much calmer. If this had been done earlier, the whole family would now be completely safe. Who knew how things would turn out? The young man stood on the balcony and thought that moving his grandparents here might be even more difficult than moving his parents. The absolute hermit prayed for only one thing, that all his relatives would remain alive. He decided that tomorrow he would send Ha Dong-gon's squad to his parents' house. Meanwhile, Kim Gon looked into the basement of the station where the orc leader had been destroyed. What he saw made him think hard. The guy had never seen anything like it, even after the apocalypse. The defeated monster was truly enormous, and Kim Gon couldn't believe that a human could tear it apart with his bare hands. But then he remembered that Oh Yeon-ju had the ability to transform into a bear, and everything fell into place. One blow from her powerful paw would be enough to kill a normal orc, so it was no surprise that she had managed to defeat the leader. The hero caught himself thinking that this woman was very strong even before she met Kim Jae-hyun, let alone now. The only thing that remained unclear was how the hermit managed to persuade Oh Yeon-ju to join the squad, as she clearly lost her mind at the mere sight of goblins. The hunter began to think about this and came to the conclusion that the woman must have gained some new abilities. The squad received a new group assignment. They had to return within an hour with experience as a reward and no punishment. The other hunters were just waiting for Kim Gon, and they called out to him to hurry up and head back. The black raven instantly rose into the air and flew towards the hill where the absolute hermit and his citizens had settled. Kim Gon was pleased with the bird. It performed its reconnaissance duties perfectly, signaling the presence of monsters along the detachment's route. Now the raven had returned with good news, but unfortunately, only its summoner could understand it. But that was enough. The bird was clearly excited, and Kim Gon tried to calm it down a little to find out what the situation was ahead. The boy quickly reported that if they hurried, they could make it back in time, but the monsters were close by, so Ha Dong-gon asked him to scout the situation in more detail. The young man explained the new task to the crow and asked the bird to be extremely careful and take care of itself. He helped the scout take flight and watched the beauty of its outstretched wings for a while longer. The hunter worried that everything would go smoothly. The raven began to gain altitude to get a better view. It was necessary to hurry because the situation could change at any moment. Flying over the ruins of the city was not a particularly pleasant experience, but it was simply impossible to do without it. Kim Gon connected his vision to his pet's eyes and now, together with him, scrutinized every stone below. Finally, the guy reported to his boss that no problems had been found so far and they could move on. Dong-gon thanked him and gave the appropriate command. The squad turned toward the station exit, everyone ready to move forward. Suddenly, Kim Gon heard a strange, quiet sound ahead and began to peer intently into the darkness. The hero turned around several times because the echo from the walls made it difficult to figure out which direction to look. He crouched down and put his hand on the rails, which had a barely noticeable vibration, but not enough to cause alarm. The scout listened to his senses for a while longer, but felt no movement. The guy stood up. The sound repeated nearby, and Kim Gon managed to notice that its source was an ordinary rat. Its eyes flashed red in the darkness, but the animal did not approach, so he could safely continue on his way. When the squad began to move, the rodent jumped to the opposite side of the tunnel, intending to escape. Upon landing, the rat seemed to shrink slightly in size, but it could have been just an optical illusion. The creature climbed onto the rails and the people had already moved on. their footsteps causing the metal to vibrate and hum slightly. This rodent was behaving rather strangely, somewhat resembling Kim Gona's scout crow, at least in its behavior. Looking around and making sure that the hunters had finally left the station, the animal seemed to relax. Its eyes returned to normal, and its behavior was now no different from that of an ordinary rodent. When Hadonggon's squad returned to the house, Kim Jae-hyun bowed deeply to the men and said he wanted to ask them something. The hunters looked at him with some surprise. Previously, the recluse had given orders without hesitation, but now he was making a request. A look of concern appeared on the young men's faces as they tried to figure out how to respond, exchanging puzzled glances. Kim Jae-hyun continued, explaining that he himself understood that the chances of carrying out his plan were very slim. Ha Dong-gon suggested that the residential complex where the young man had suggested they go tomorrow was where his family members were, but the hero replied that he couldn't be sure. Moon Ben-ho suddenly stepped forward and put his hand on his chest, confidently declaring that they would help the absolute hermit. He then added that they simply had to help Kim Jae-hyun, and the other hunters turned around, surprised that one person was speaking for everyone. Ha Dong-gon suddenly nodded, thinking that they had all managed to live to see this day thanks to the hermit. He confirmed that he was ready to help our hero, as long as he told them what exactly they needed to do. The young man thanked him, and now Un smiled with relief and was much less tense. He explained that all the orcs in the Yeonpen station area had been destroyed, so the squad could follow the tracks to the Soman station area. If they crossed from there to the other side, they could reach Chagalchi station, where his relative's house was located. They would receive further instructions when they got there. Kim Ji-hyung added that he did not require them to do this immediately. They should first get to Soman and clear everything there. The guys agreed. The absolute hermit bowed to the hunters and thanked them again, then advised them to get some rest and set out on their expedition tomorrow morning. Suddenly, Oh Yun-ju asked him not to leave so quickly, as she wanted to clarify something. The young man looked at the woman questioningly. She repeated her request that she wanted to know something before going into surgery. The question was extremely simple. Couldn't Kim Jae-hyun take his family with him by simply using his abilities? It wasn't easy to answer without giving himself away, and the young man couldn't think of anything better than to say that he had already tried to do so. Teleportation had been chosen as the reward for the task precisely for this purpose, but the distance was too great. That's why Moon Ben-ho's awakened ability gave him hope, but it was also quite difficult to develop. The thing was, the hero's abilities were limited in scope, so if his family died, that would be the reason. The hunters were surprised to hear that the absolute hermit's abilities were not limitless, that there were things he could do and things he could not. The guy added that they shouldn't worry about it because he would be able to keep the promise he made to Oh Eun-ju. The woman smiled, looking at Kim Jae-hyun with a warm, calm, and grateful gaze. A message appeared that her trust had increased, and the woman thanked the hermit for his honesty. The guy replied that he was also very grateful to all of them, and now it was time to say goodbye and go recharge for tomorrow's operation. The hunters nodded and headed for the exit, all of them thinking that they were ready to do their best for Kim Jae-hyun tomorrow. Ha Dong-gon wished the young man a good night and a good rest, realizing that although the recluse would not be physically with them, he would support them mentally. Almost immediately after the squad left the hermit's apartment, the hero received a message that an unauthorized entity was trying to enter. Before offering citizenship to strangers, it was necessary to see who had arrived using absolute vision. It was So Ye-jin, level 31, with the awakened ability of the Mouse Queen, and she accepted the offer of citizenship. But when Kim Jae-hyun saw that the girl was not transforming into a human, continuing to remain in the form of a mouse, he was, to put it mildly, surprised. An hour earlier, So Oh-jin had been watching the members of Ho Dong-gon's squad and thinking about how completely ineffective they were. The mice didn't particularly like the people who killed orcs, but watching them was very interesting. Gradually, she came to the conclusion that all the hunters had already awakened, which was very strange, if not impossible. The Mouse Queen decided to follow them and keep an eye on them, as it was quite troublesome to be responsible for everything on her own. So Jin decided that her abilities should be sufficient, but it wouldn't hurt to have backup just in case. She moved behind the group so as to remain as inconspicuous as possible, which meant keeping her distance as much as possible. This was especially difficult on the surface, because the sunlight made the rodent particularly noticeable. The mouse did its best to get away, but the hunters had already reached the territory of the house where the rules of the absolute hermit applied. She hid near a yellow wall, watching what was happening around her. The contrast with the post-apocalyptic world was striking. There was no visible destruction around. The trees were blooming as if nothing had happened, and So-Oh-jin almost lost consciousness when she looked closely. Children were playing on the playground, behaving as if the end of the world had not happened at all. The Mouse Queen couldn't understand how this was possible. Her eyes bulged out of their sockets in shock. She had to figure out what was going on. She noticed that there were many people around who were behaving completely normally, not hiding or suffering. It seemed that they all lived in a surviving high-rise building, but it was completely unclear why time had stopped here. So Jin rushed straight to the house to find out if everything that was happening was a hallucination or an optical illusion. She ran as fast as she could so that neither the children nor the adults would notice her, as it was possible that monsters were lying in wait nearby. Finally, the Mouse Queen reached the entrance to the house and took a few jumps to climb all the steps. She was unable to get through the entrance portal, and the mouse crashed into the protective barrier, hitting her head hard. Tears streamed from her eyes in pain, and a huge bump appeared on the top of her head. It was unfair. The system reported that entry was prohibited, and So-Oh-jin began to angrily protest that no one had the right to restrict her movement. Suddenly, a proposal to accept citizenship appeared on the information board, apparently giving her the opportunity to get inside. The Mouse Queen squeaked that she agreed, but nothing happened. Apparently, the rodent couldn't do it. After a short pause, the system displayed a message that citizenship had been granted. It was a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. So Jin rushed forward, confident that this time she would be able to get into the house. As expected, the barrier now let the rodent through without any problems, and it was quite crowded inside. And all of them, as one, seeing the rat, began to scream in uncharacteristic voices and try to jump back. Only later did someone shout that the parasite must be killed. One of the men tried to crush the Mouse Queen with his sneaker, but she managed to dodge his feet. After rolling across the floor several times, So-Oh-jin tried to find a less crowded place in the hall, and a door to the gym appeared ahead. She just needed to get there safely, so the mouse continued to move, rolling across the floor in the right direction. What she saw made beads of sweat appear on her forehead again. It was something completely impossible in post-apocalyptic conditions. The guys were working out in the gym, calmly building muscle mass, looking completely carefree. The hunters were doing dumbbell presses, chatting about what they had seen today during their raid on the subway station. Kim Gon was lifting weights, talking about how he had encountered a strange rat that was following them. Ga Yan and Hee-rin were also working out, but they didn't forget to reproach the young man for simply having a bout of paranoia. The girls worked out while discussing the latest events. It was like a leap in time that brought everyone back to the recent past when everything was fine. Soen's eyes scanned the room and the people in it. She couldn't comprehend that everything was happening in real time, but it was difficult to clarify the situation in the form of a mouse. In order to finally clarify the situation, sooner or later the girl would have to accept her true form. It wasn't easy to do this every time, but she focused on her goal and a second later became herself. But not in the gym where the scout was, but at the Salmon subway station where So-Oh-jin herself was. She grabbed her head, the bump hurt, but that didn't spoil the Mouse Queen's mood. She was quite cheerful and began to giggle as she recalled what she had seen. The girl felt genuine euphoria at finally finding a way to survive. The only problem was getting safely to a safe house where people lived as they had before. To start with, So-Oh-jin decided to somehow make her way to Jompan Station, where the Absolute Hermit's Refuge was located. She understood that there was no other way, but she was very afraid of encountering goblins and orcs. The girl got up and decided that it was now or never, and that she should start by following the subway tracks. But the main problem was the monster lizard at Somen Station, which was much more difficult to deal with than the other monsters. But So-Oh-jin was optimistic. She decided that there was a chance to slip past it unnoticed, or to attack it with the help of rats and mice, which obeyed their queen unquestioningly, following all her instructions. Meanwhile, our hero caught the queen's tame mouse and read that she could control rodents at will. Kim Jae-hyun thought that since the man had come to him with A-rank abilities, he should be accepted unconditionally, so he activated his special vision. He searched the area to find So-Oh-jin, but there was no sign of her presence anywhere, which seemed suspicious. There was no one unfamiliar in the underground parking lot or on the playground. It seemed that the queen was much further away. He decided to give her a task to come to his apartment, with 48 hours to complete it, and a cola and a chocolate bar as a reward. He remembered a question he had recently received from the bear. He wondered if it contained a clue on how to expand his capabilities. The young man remembered his answer, and suddenly it dawned on him that he should expand his territory of influence. But the thought of mice led him to believe that those who had received citizenship were being monitored wherever they were, even if they were outside his sphere of influence. They still retain the ability to receive and carry out the hermit's tasks, which is very good news. Because even though he never leaves his house, he can act far beyond its limits with their help. He could see the corpse of the Dropican and other monsters killed by hunters on behalf of the Absolute Hermit. The hero thought about it and decided to edit the task, setting the timing to 10 seconds. The system allowed him to specify this time frame, which meant it was realistic to accomplish. If everything went well and he could indeed summon the stranger, then he would have a chance to move his family as well. He just needed to carefully consider the wording of the task and organize everything properly. He thought that after Ha Donggon's squad went to the right area, he should make sure that his parents got citizenship. To do this, an outpost had to be built, as it was completely under the influence of the Absolute Hermit. If he brought his relatives there, he could try to give them citizenship and then teleport them straight to the house. More precisely, by issuing the appropriate assignment, it seemed that meeting with his relatives was now quite realistic. Kim Jae-hyun thought the plan was very good. The only question that remained was the price, how much it would all cost. He activated the information board and decided to try to formulate the appropriate task. The hero changed the time of So Ye-jin's task by 9 seconds and received a message that she had failed it, with a penalty of 30 million won, which was not as expensive as he had feared. Suddenly, he felt a movement in the air, and a stranger in a hat appeared on the floor, asking fearfully where she was. Kim Jae-hyun did not expect to be able to successfully move So Ye-jin, but it worked, and the girl was in the apartment. For a while, they just looked at each other in silence, not knowing how to start a conversation or what to say. So Ye-jin was very frightened and began to tremble when she realized that the Absolute Hermit had moved her of his own accord. To calm her down, the young man greeted her, calling the Mouse Queen by name, trying to be friendly. The girl cried out excitedly that she didn't understand what was happening, how the guy knew her name, and who he was, to which he replied that it was the hero who had given her citizenship. Kim Jae-hyun asked for a moment and took a Coke from the store, explaining that she was in the very house where she had ended up with the help of the mouse. He apologized for inviting So Ye-jin to his place so suddenly and asked if he had scared her too much. The answer was obvious. While the beauty was digesting what she had heard in bewilderment, the young man introduced himself and said he was pleased to meet her. He handed the Mouse Queen a can of cola and asked if he had really teleported her here by giving her that strange task. The Absolute Recluse confirmed that this was indeed the case, that he had given her the task, and so Ye-jin happily replied that in that case it changed everything. The girl folded her hands in a pleading gesture and said that he should not consider it impudence, but there were people for whom the Mouse Queen was responsible. When So Ye-jin asked our hero to take them into the house as well, his expression changed completely. The girl explained that otherwise it would be very difficult to gather them all here in a safe place, although she was really going to risk doing so. Our hero was silent for a while, then asked how many there were in total. In response, he heard that there were 35 people. That was a lot. The hermit thought he hadn't expected So Ye-jin to have other survivors with her. He replied that such a proposal would be quite difficult to fulfill, which surprised and upset the queen a little. The girl asked him to explain what that meant in more detail, and Kim Jae-hyun explained that he couldn't bring them all here on his own. She began to beg him, saying that she was willing to make any sacrifice to bring her mother and younger brother here. Hearing this, the guy became very upset and asked for some time to think. While the hero was thinking, So Ye-jin did not let go of the edge of his jacket, hoping that there was a way to fulfill this request. The recluse thought that since he had managed to grant citizenship to the Mouse Queen, without contacting her personally through the mouse, there might be a chance to do the same with the others. He opened the girl's data and noticed that her trust and loyalty ratings had already increased. It seemed that she had no other choice but to hope for the hermit's help. Finally, Kim Jae-hyun made a decision and asked So Ye-jin if she was really ready to accept any conditions. For a while, the girl just looked at him, trying to figure out her own emotions. Finally, So Ye-jin confidently stated that she was indeed ready to do anything to bring people here. Then the Absolute Hermit sighed and said that there was one way, but there was no guarantee that it would work. So he had to be sure that the Mouse Queen trusted him completely and unconditionally. The girl was surprised. The young man explained that if she trusted his decisions and orders completely, he could save her loved ones. It was clear from her face that such a request would require considerable effort on her part, as she was meeting this man for the first time. And yet, So Ye-jin was willing to risk her life to save the others. She cried and confirmed that she would do anything. A message appeared stating that loyalty and trust had increased significantly, and it was now possible to register a vassal. Kim Jae-hyun did not think twice and chose this option. The Mouse Queen was enveloped in a blue glow, and for a moment she realized that she couldn't even move and cried out. She unlocked the skills of Knight and Trainer, which allowed her to develop tamed creatures. The hero asked if there were any such creatures where his family had remained. So Ye-jin thought about the question for a while, then shook her head, but noticed that there were some nearby. Then the young man ordered her to send the tame creatures to the people right away, and she agreed, saying she would do so. The Mouse Queen sat down comfortably and closed her eyes, trying to concentrate as much as possible to carry out the instructions. Our hero activated his absolute vision. He wanted to make sure that everything was working properly himself. The mouse quickly ran into the darkness, but now the absolute hermit was also looking at the world through her eyes. The tame mouse quickly ran into the underground room where the people So Ye-jin had mentioned were located. The animal began to squeak loudly to attract as much attention as possible, which seemed unusual behavior for a normal rodent. At first they were frightened, but then they looked closely and realized that this rodent was similar to those controlled by Ye-jin. A blue screen suddenly appeared above the mouse's head. At first it was blank, but soon it began to flash and glow. People watched what was happening with surprise, without fear, simply waiting to see what would happen next. Suddenly, food, water, wet wipes, and other essential items began to appear from the glowing rectangle. People couldn't believe their eyes. They began to look at each other and whisper, wondering if this was real. It seemed that Ye-jin had sent them supplies, but why she herself was not there remained completely unclear. Our hero was pleased with what he saw, and on top of that, a message appeared saying that the Mouse Queen's trust in him had grown even more. The skill of absolute vision and So Ye-jin's abilities combined very well, working perfectly at a distance. Now, all the tens of thousands of rats crawling through the sewers and throughout the city could become the eyes of the absolute hermit. The young man had acquired the best scout one could only dream of, which was simply incredible. When Kim Jae-hyun regained his normal vision and looked up at the ceiling of the apartment, the girl called his name. Ye-jin asked if his parents were in the area near Songdo Beach. The hero confirmed that this was indeed the case. It turned out that the Mouse Queen often visited those places. This gave the girl an advantage over Ha-dong-gon's squad, who had never been there, and she could simply send a mouse. This made it much easier to check whether the boy's relatives were alive, and it was also possible to send them help in the form of food and water. So Ye-jin laughed and happily announced that the hermit could completely rely on her. The girl's loyalty grew even more, and our hero asked if she could carry out this task right now. The beauty nodded. Kim Jae-hyun advised her to travel between stations via the subway, as he planned to use it later to evacuate his relatives. Suddenly, So Ye-jin became very anxious and cried out that he simply couldn't do it. The young man asked in surprise why and was told that a monster lived at Soman Station. The recluse asked again if she was sure about that, and the Mouse Queen nodded, saying she had seen it with her own eyes. This information made our hero think hard. If the monster was really that dangerous, then a new plan had to be devised. He asked the girl to send at least one mouse there so that he could see for himself and assess the situation, and she agreed. Soon the rodent was already rushing across the station platform, moving very quickly so as not to waste any time. The mouse squeaked in fear. It was very alarming to be near a terrible monster that could attack at any moment. Soon someone resembling a goblin or an orc appeared ahead. At least the monster's skin seemed green. Its head looked like the snout of a snake or some kind of huge lizard, its eyes flashing yellow. Then it became clear that the orc's body and the snake's head had nothing to do with each other. It was just a huge lizard trying to have a tasty lunch. After swallowing the orc whole, the monster hissed contentedly, its need to hunt completely satisfied for the time being. However, the snake noticed the rustling sound made by the mouse, became alert, and froze. Its yellow eyes looked in the other direction, and the rodent almost pressed itself against the wall, trying to become as inconspicuous as possible. Suddenly, a huge mouth with 4 sharp teeth loomed directly above it. It seemed that the monster had decided not to go without dessert. The mouse curled up into a ball, completely unable to move from fear, its legs refusing to obey. But when the monster lunged forward to grab the rodent, it managed to turn aside, jumping out at the very last moment. To save itself, the rat had to run straight ahead at full speed, which it did. The snake stuck out its tongue and hissed loudly once more, too lazy to chase such a small prey. The mouse, through whose eyes the absolute hermit was looking, ran towards some kind of shelter. The young man did not turn off his absolute vision yet, hoping to see something else important. The snake was so huge that our hero's only desire was to find out what level it was, surely above 40. So Yejin asked if he had seen everything, noting that because of the monster, it would be impossible to go through the Soman station. The girl suggested going one station further and getting off there, adding that she had seen what the hunters from the squad were capable of. With their strength, getting to the next station would not be a problem, and Kim Jae-hyun nodded gratefully. The young man thought for a moment and told So Ye-jin that she was absolutely right, so the squad would take her advice. He asked if the Mouse Queen could go to apartment 2001, and she agreed in surprise but didn't understand why. He said that the girl could rest there as long as she needed. She just had to tidy up, and the beauty bowed gratefully. So Ye-jin turned and headed for the exit, saying goodbye. Our hero thought that if he were in her place, he would have planned exactly the same operation. Of course, before they joined forces, the absolute hermit had some additional information and decided to install a solar battery. It took a day to complete the work, but the goal justified the time spent on its implementation. The young man knew that this energy source would be the most effective in this case, even in his absence. But even so, providing electricity to 800 people is not easy. It requires even more money, even more batteries, and therefore even more workers. It was necessary to create a system for hunting monsters with at least 3 shifts. Then it would make sense. The same applied to the new infrastructure, which needed to be adapted to accommodate a larger number of residents. Kim Jae-hyun thought that now was the time to start moving in this direction, and he prepared to begin. The information board was right in front of his eyes. All that remained was to find the necessary section there. The new changes were supposed to increase the number of hours that the teams could devote to hunting monsters. During one of the raids, there were so many enemies that the entire team fled, unable to cope with the load. It turned out that running away was not so easy, because after a few hundred meters, the hunters stopped, preparing to fight. A whole horde of monsters resembling bats, only much more aggressive, flew towards them. To fight back, they had to shoot as intensely as possible, which was exactly what the leader of the squad decided to do. Arrows and spears, reinforced with superpowers, flew straight at the target, which should have been enough to deal with the first wave. The tactic worked perfectly, and almost all of the monsters were killed in the first few seconds of the battle before they could get close. Pierced wings fell down along with the bodies of bats, and the tunnel could be considered cleared. Gayon asked loudly if anyone was injured, and everyone replied that they were fine and that everything had turned out well. Only Hee-rin was visibly nervous. She asked her friend if there was any chance they could defeat the snake at Soman Station that Kim Jae-hyun had warned them about. Gayon replied that even if they couldn't handle it on their own, the hermit would simply call his vassals back, so there was no need to worry. Ha-dong-gon, wearing a headlamp, smiled at his colleagues and confirmed that there was no need to worry, as they had a backup plan. The young man suggested not wasting time talking and moving further along the tunnel. After a while, the group reached the platform of the desired station, but this event did not please the hunters. What they saw on the platform made even them, who had seen many monsters and traces of their activities, wince. The entire platform and tracks were littered with the corpses of torn goblins and orcs, with pieces of bodies scattered in various places. The girls felt sick from what they saw and the smell, but Ha Dong-gon suggested they just endure it and move on so they could get out of there as quickly as possible. The hunters advanced another 10 meters, but were forced to stop again as the scene changed. This time, even the leader of the group couldn't contain his emotions, and his face showed confusion and slight fear. Everyone began to look at what was rising several meters above the ground, and Gayon ordered everyone to freeze and not move. It was difficult for Ha Dong-gon and everyone else to obey the order. Now he was not just afraid. The guy was overcome with panic and horror. Hanging directly above them was a huge, simply gigantic snake. Its body coiled in rings with only part of it rising upward, but even that part was 5 meters high. The hunters froze under the snake's intense gaze. Snakes encountered humans much less often than monsters, so it was in no hurry to attack. Kim Gon opened his mouth to say something, but no sound came out. His voice was gone, and the young man was shaking violently. Finally, he managed to pull himself together and voice the question that was tormenting everyone present. How to fight such a huge creature? The guy was holding a bat in his hands, but he realized that it would be of little use in this case. Meanwhile, the monster began to move, and the ground shook. Hudongan covered Gayon and shouted for everyone to duck immediately, as the monster was about to move and was not yet attacking. The hunters obeyed the command, screaming in fear. Everything around them was shaking, but there were no casualties. The snake had simply changed its location. When it swept over the people, everyone in the group held their breath in fear, but fortunately, this time they got away with it. The hunters began to slowly get up, unable to believe their luck that the monster had not attacked. Hudongan grimaced in pain. He had hit his knee, but they still had to decide what to do next. The guys were scared, and they didn't understand why Kim Jae-hyun didn't take them away from there immediately. Suddenly, an information board activated in front of Hudongan. After reading about the task given by the Absolute Hermit, the guy was surprised to say the least. It was a group task to kill a snake, with 10 minutes to complete it and no punishment. Suddenly, the young man's face became even more puzzled than before, and he reread the information several times. The task was given to Hudongan and Oyeonju, and the hero did not understand why the Absolute Hermit was so cruel to them. He froze, thinking about the chances of the two of them defeating a monster of that size with a level of at least 40. The guy looked at the torn bodies of the goblins. Usually, snakes swallow their prey whole, so it was strange that this monster didn't always do that. Hudongan frowned. He didn't know what Kim Jae-hyun was thinking. But since things had turned out this way, they didn't really have a choice. The hunter looked back at Oyeonju. The woman had also received the task and was ready to carry it out, no matter what. The hero reached for his spear, strengthening it with his skill. They would have to work together. Hudongan swung and threw the projectile straight at the snake. He didn't expect to kill it immediately, but he wanted to inflict the most serious wounds possible by surprise. The monster was very fast. It darted to the side and opened its mouth to counterattack the enemy. But the spear struck it at the very last moment, and the creature hissed. We have already mentioned that the hermit studied the snake's behavior and learned that it prefers to swallow its prey whole, suffocating or immobilizing it with poison. But this only applies to large prey. If a simple mouse crosses its path, no additional action is required. Therefore, our hero sent his scout to the monster, distracting it for a while to provoke its hunting instincts. Several times the rodent jumped right out of the monster's mouth, performing incredible somersaults. In the end, the snake managed to swallow this small and nimble prey, and that was its biggest mistake. The predator swallowed the live bait, and now Kim Jae-hyun had something to oppose this huge monster. He had enough resources in his inventory to destroy this scaly giant from within, so the hermit activated his special vision. The rodent's eyes flashed as the young man studied the inventory and assortment of the storage room, and then the skills in the store. His choice fell on the gas summon, and very soon purple smoke began to pour out of the snake's mouth, and its body swelled like a balloon. The next step was to summon burning paper, and the mouse worked wonders, now striving to escape from the creature's bowels. The monster's body began to burn from within, and it roared and hissed, unaware of the threat but experiencing hellish torment. The next second, there was an explosion, and the snake flew up, engulfed in flames and smoke. So Yejin screamed. She was prepared for something like this to happen, but it all happened too fast. Kim Jae-hyun asked the girl sympathetically if she was okay, and she replied that everything was fine. She was just a little scared. The hero praised her for her work and said he was very grateful for her help. They made an excellent team. There was no time for long conversations, and the Absolute Hermit activated his absolute vision again to see how the hunting party was doing. Everyone was safe but frightened. The snake was not supposed to become Kim Jae-hyun's prey, but circumstances turned out that way. And yet it was up to the vassals to kill the monster for good. Oh Yeon-ju carefully studied the information on the panel. Hudongan also read what was written in the quest text, and it was clear that both of them were very tense. If they killed the snake, the Absolute Hermit would receive 6 times more money and experience. It remained to be seen whether the enemy was alive. The young man reached for his spear again when he realized that the monster was still alive and fully capable of fighting. He made another throw, with exactly the same movement as before. His technique was very well practiced. This time the spear struck the monster right in the eye, and a new wave of roars echoed throughout the tunnel. Oju had already finished her transformation and was ready to immediately join the fight with the giant. The blow from the bear's clawed paw tore through flesh as effectively as an explosion, and the monster could offer virtually no resistance. The bear had no intention of stopping there and prepared for another melee attack. Everything was going very well. Hadongan threw a couple more spears, and now there was a huge round hole right in the middle of the monster's head. A few blows from Oeonju's paws finished the job, and now the snake had no chance of regenerating because the damage was fatal. The girl took on her usual appearance, and a message appeared that the group task had been completed and the huge snake had been destroyed. The recluse reached level 15, received 3 skill points, 1.8 billion won in his account, a lot of experience, and the opportunity to build an outpost at the Salmon Station since the station boss had been destroyed. Suddenly the house vibrated, and a message appeared stating that creatures were available for citizenship. Kim Jae-hyun was surprised to see that there were 200 people at once, and this information greatly surprised him. Immediately, a message appeared stating that the number of citizens had now exceeded 1,000, and that they would all receive a passive skill that increased their experience by 100%. This meant that even if the recluse reduced the base salary to 0, taking everything for himself, each citizen would still receive 100% of the experience and money, which was incredible. So Yejin entered the room again, looking a little confused, and the guy asked her what was wrong. The girl apologized for choosing a not entirely appropriate moment, but she wanted to move all her people here. The absolute recluse thought about it. In principle, it was now entirely possible. All that remained was to take action. He turned to the Mouse Queen with a smile and promised to do so as soon as possible. The girl almost jumped for joy, thanking the hero as if he had performed a real miracle. The young man was pleased with such a reaction and, continuing to smile, asked if she could control the mouse right now. So Yejin assured him that it was possible, so the hero suggested that the people follow the mouse she would lead. For some reason, the snake's remains did not disappear, continuing to lie there, blocking the passage further down the tunnel. The mouse jumped over the fallen monster with a loud squeak, inviting the group of hunters to follow her. The young people hesitated for a moment, but the rodent was too insistent, so they obeyed. They ran forward, crouching down, surrounded by the torn bodies of goblins, and the mouse rushed straight to the exit to the next station. Hadongan stopped, suddenly thinking that controlling rodents might be another of Kim Jae-han's abilities. Oh Eonju came forward. She had arrived here before the others, preferring to move around in the form of a bear. The hunters asked if the defeated monsters were her doing, but the woman replied that everything was already like this before she arrived. This information frightened the hunters, and they began to wonder if there was another boss here who had destroyed the other monsters. They could have spent a long time speculating, but that would not have yielded any results, so the squad decided to move on. Hadongan reported that they had defeated the boss, but they couldn't relax, as danger could lurk anywhere. The mouse continued to squeak, indicating that the hunters should move a little faster. Ben-ho and Kim Gon began to develop the theory again that the rodent was controlled by the hermit, as the animal was too clever. The young people continued to follow it, going further and further along the subway route. The mouse ran ahead, showing them the way, because there were several branches off the main path at this point. Kim Jae-hyun watched what was happening, almost certain that nothing bad would happen. Our hero decided that while everything was calm, he would spend his skill points first and foremost on absolute vision, which went well with So Yejin's abilities. The decision to improve his vision was made, and the young man selected the appropriate command. Suddenly he felt pain. Black holes appeared in place of his eyes and his face contorted with surprise and horror. Soon it became easier, but now his head was splitting as his body tried to get used to its new capabilities. Attempting to activate absolute vision again brought a new wave of unpleasant sensations, but he needed to check on the squad. The absolute hermit was surprised to discover that the hunters were fighting monsters, working together as a team. This time the guys were attacked by level 7 goblins. They were small but smart, could use weapons, and could see very well in the dark. This was good news. Kim Jae-hyun was pleased that the squad would earn even more experience and money, making the resurrection of Oh Yoon-ju's son more and more realistic. The young people engaged in close combat, defeating the goblins with bats, swords, and even their bare fists. It was entertaining. The absolute recluse realized that they would win without much trouble, so he decided to continue developing his own skills. Since he would have to meet even more people in the future, their trust and loyalty were very important, so the hero decided to raise his status preservation skill level. He selected the appropriate option and waited for the update. It was very interesting to see how the level would increase. The process was interrupted because his absolute vision was activated again. Something dangerous was happening to the hunters, and the system had worked for a reason. Kim Jae-hyun began to peer into what was happening in the tunnel when suddenly there were sounds like gunshots. No one on the team had firearms, so our hero was seriously alarmed. It turned out that one of the goblins had a revolver. He was intelligent enough to fire a shot, but not intelligent enough to aim properly. It was completely unclear where the monsters had gotten the weapon, but it became a serious problem for the entire squad. It soon became clear that not one, but several goblins were armed, which meant only one thing: they couldn't engage them in battle. The monsters were getting closer and closer, intending to quickly deal with the humans and take their property. Hudongan prepared to repel the attack, but began whispering to the others that they should flee. On the count of 3, all the hunters turned around and began to run down the tunnel in the opposite direction. They pressed themselves against the walls, dodging the shots. Fortunately, the goblins were not particularly accurate. Hudongan and Gayon discussed once again that a frontal attack was out of the question in this case, and they had to come up with something else. Ben-ho, who had the ability to teleport, was quite capable of neutralizing the shooters one by one, acting from behind. The young man tried this tactic and was very pleased with the results. He just needed to continue in the same vein. Another goblin was instantly disarmed. The gun flew out of his hands and an arrow pierced his body. Ben then wielded his spear, moving so quickly that the monsters had no time to dodge or block the blow, let alone shoot. The only problem was that there was only one hunter, and there were many monsters. Once all the weapons had been taken away, the rest of the squad had to come to his aid. However, this was not so easy to do because the monsters had a suspiciously large number of guns, which they had no intention of lowering. Fortunately, Ben-ho had already honed his skills well and worked so diligently that the guns flew out of the creature's hands one after another. Gayan and Kang Doksu also joined the battle, using arrows and a halberd, which greatly helped the young man. After making sure there were no more armed goblins left, Oeonju also joined the battle. Now all the hunters activated their special skills and destroyed the monsters one after another, showing no mercy. The halberd was particularly effective because it could destroy several enemies at once with a single strike. But the bear's claws also served well in the fight, with goblins flying apart one after another. Kim Gon and Heerin also contributed to the battle using composite bows, but they did not dare to get closer. Besides, it was obvious that the knight was quite capable of taking care of himself, as he had excellent armor. And the she-bear's skin protected Oeonju from possible damage. The battle was about to end any minute now. The last revolver fell to the ground, and a cartridge fell out of it. This was a perfect opportunity for the recluse to place the object in storage, which he did. The item and 100 rounds of ammunition were successfully registered, which was good, of course, but it wasn't the end. Kim Jae-hyun suddenly realized very clearly that he could not and did not want to sell firearms in his store. Of course, the revolver itself could be very useful to him and hunters alike, thanks to its excellent effectiveness. The guys would be able to kill monsters much faster and easier, and their expeditions would be much less dangerous and time-consuming. Ordinary people with a level below 10 would also be able to hunt, gaining experience and earning money for him and for themselves. However, there was one thing that prevented the absolute recluse from taking advantage of this opportunity, namely that not everyone could be trusted. Currently, the hero granted citizenship to anyone who appeared at his doorstep without verifying their identity. In other words, there were no selection criteria, and this could play a very nasty trick on our hero. For a very long time, he accepted people without checking them, being confident that he would be able to control them all without any particular problems. Of course, with the growth in the number of citizens, there were many advantages, but there were also difficulties. Nevertheless, the pros outweighed the cons. With the advent of weapons, everything changes. It has always been this way and always will be. This is a rule that has been repeatedly confirmed by experience. There is no guarantee that among such a large number of people, there will not be someone with problems such as envy or mental illness. There are many emotions that can cause a person to shoot another, and then there is no turning back. Hatred, jealousy, anything can subjugate the mind, and then a shot is simply inevitable. And when the barrel of a gun is pointed directly at your face, all arguments become completely useless. Kim Jae-hyung realized that weapons should only be given to those who pass the strictest checks and confirm their adequacy and good intentions. The main criterion had to be high loyalty, and the young man activated the system's information window. Looking at the defeated goblins in the tunnel, the absolute recluse already knew for sure who would be the first to receive a firearm. The pistol and bullets materialized right in front of Ben-ho, who was completely unprepared for such a thing. The young man immediately realized that this was a gift from Kim Jae-han and took the weapon in his hand with a smile, mentally thanking the guy. A few minutes later, the squad was already moving further along the tunnel, with the mouse again showing the hunters the way. Suddenly, the hunters stopped. Voices could be heard ahead and a flickering light was visible. It seemed that they had reached their destination and found the people. The guys weren't ready for this, but they continued to slowly approach the platform of the next subway station. There were many survivors there, mothers hugging their children, men preparing to fight off strangers if necessary. Meanwhile, So Ye-jin and Kim Jae-hyun went outside to meet the new residents. It was the first time the boy had left the house, and he yawned from the excess of oxygen. The girl liked that the area was landscaped, tidy, and even had sidewalks. It was very nice. A message appeared that an unauthorized creature was trying to enter, and our hero informed his girlfriend that people were already here, and he sent them an offer of citizenship. Suddenly, Ye-jin's face changed beyond recognition. Someone called the girl by name, and she couldn't believe her luck. It was her mother and sister who were smiling and calling the Mouse Queen. Both of them were smiling from ear to ear. The three of them began to hug each other. Her mother accused the girl of leaving without warning, saying they were very worried. Ye-jin apologized. Her sister asked what smelled so good, wondering if someone had already taken a shower. So Ye-jin replied that there was hot water here, so everyone would have that opportunity. Hearing that guests were being offered showers, beds, and hot meals, our hero felt an incomparable sense of pride. However, he still had unfinished business, so the young man called out to Ye-jin and asked if she had a little more time. Kim Jae-hyun said that apartment 2701 was available and the girl could use it as she wished, but it would be a bit problematic to accommodate all 30 people there. The girl turned to her people, clearly thinking of her mother and sister, but the rest of them also needed a place to stay. Everyone froze, as if sensing that their future was being decided right now, and a solution had to be found. The girl almost cried when she asked the absolute hermit what she should do in this situation. She passed the test, proving that she wanted to take care of everyone. And the guy promised to give them 3 more apartments because So Ye-jin really deserved it. She was just happy and promised that she would work hard, after which she once again warmly thanked our hero. Immediately, messages began to appear that the loyalty and trust levels of everyone present had increased. The guy remembered that he had raised the level but had not checked the result. Now he had access to a new option called fundraising management. I wonder what kind of skill that is. Then the amount that was available as a collection appeared, and the numbers were mind-boggling. It was 100 million won, and Kim Jae-hyun's jaw dropped. Then our hero was distracted again. Someone knocked on the door and asked if he had a minute. Yoo Hye-rin was standing in the doorway, her face sad, her eyes looking at the floor. Kim Jae-hyun asked what she wanted. Without looking up, the hunter said she wanted to say something, and the absolute hermit said he was ready to listen carefully. Yoo Hye-rin lowered her head even further and apologized in a trembling voice for her decision, but she wanted to leave Ha Dong-gon's squad. The young man clearly did not expect such a turn of events. He stared wide-eyed and asked her to repeat what she had said. The girl repeated that she wanted to leave the squad because her abilities were not needed there. She felt useless, and the guys could manage on their own. Kim Jae-hyun realized that something was wrong, so he calmly told Yoo Hye-rin that she could tell him the truth, everything as it was. This made the hunter look even more gloomy. Her face became completely angry and unhappy, after which she confessed that she was scared. This information surprised the absolute hermit even more, because Yoo Hye-rin had already defeated many monsters together with her companions. She began to scream in terror that it was all terribly frightening. The goblins, the orcs, the huge snake they had fought today, the red tiger, and everything else. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. But then she remembered that she was talking to Kim Jae-hyun and fell silent, rolling her eyes. She apologized once again to our hero for continuing to be afraid. even though he always backs them up and saves them when necessary. Yu Hairen began to wipe the tears from her face, lamenting that she was completely useless and did not live up to expectations. The absolute hermit watched this sad scene, catching himself thinking that he had noticed the signs of this for quite some time. It all started back when the squad went on a raid to rescue Grandma Moon Ben Ho, and the hunter was clearly scared. When they were hunting orcs, the girl also preferred to sneak behind her comrades and hide somewhere. When they were attacked by the red tiger, Yu Heiren almost died, and it was probably this episode that became the turning point. Fear completely overwhelmed the heroine and prevented her from living peacefully. But the most interesting thing is that her contribution to the squad's activities was indeed small. At the same time, it was completely foolish to blame Yu Heiren for this, because each of us has a different nervous system. If she uses her special ability called Poisonous Mist, she could harm both herself and her colleagues, which is the main reason for her inaction. The hunter, like the others, risks her life, but she is clearly dissatisfied with her own achievements. Yu Heiren continued to whine, and it was starting to get on his nerves. Moreover, the young man had no idea what to do about it. Finally, he sighed and said that everything had turned out for the best, as he needed help, and the girl stopped rubbing her eyes in surprise. Kim Jae-hyun asked if the hunter knew Kim Da-bin from the 21st floor, the beautiful woman who had taken on the duties of manager. All this time, she had been trying to handle all the issues that arose on her own, but now the work was far too much for one person, as the population had grown significantly. The recluse said that there were plans to build other facilities, so he was counting on the help of someone he could trust, like her. He concluded by saying that he would like to entrust these tasks to Yu Heiren, if, of course, she was ready to justify that trust. The hunter remained silent, which was getting on our hero's nerves, as it was simply rude to behave this way. Finally, the absolute hermit said that if you find the right job for each person, they will never be useless. The girl did not respond, so the hero added that her ability was very rare and powerful, and he was sure that she would be useful to everyone. Kim Jae-hyun concluded by allowing Yu Heiren to stay at home and work there until things got easier. And if her skill was needed, he would ask for her help. The guy bowed gratefully, and the hunter covered her mouth with her hand so she wouldn't cry again, but this time out of joy. The hunter couldn't believe her ears, and she apologized to Jae-hyun once again for what she had said. Then Yu Heiren fell silent again, and a message appeared saying that her loyalty and trust had increased, thereby increasing the limit of vassals. The girl finally wiped the tears from her face and announced that she would work diligently, sparing neither time nor resources. He smiled happily and said that she had shown her weakness to the guy, so now it was time to demonstrate her strength. Such enthusiasm puzzled the young man again, but he decided not to discourage Yu Heiren's fighting spirit. When the girl walked out the door, Kim Jae-hyun returned to what he had been doing. He wanted to try summoning a mythical creature, which cost 1 billion won. Expensive, of course, but the guy decided to take a chance because it was definitely worth it. He confidently pressed the corresponding button on the panel and waited to see what would happen next. The first thing that happened was the funds being debited, and the emotions the young man experienced were difficult to describe in censored words. Then right at his feet in the middle of the room, a bright yellow glow flashed, which was also quite frightening. A strange spot began to grow out of the circle of the portal, which continued to glow yellow, sparkling with electrical or magical discharges. The light was so bright and blinding that Kim Jae-hyun covered his face with his hand, afraid that an explosion was about to occur. That didn't happen, but now an oval glowing object appeared right in the middle of the portal on the floor. It was a golden egg, blazing with fire, with an interesting texture covered with cracks and irregularities. Little by little, the egg began to vibrate, and the cracks became more and more obvious and noticeable, and the fear of an explosion did not go away. When the shell finally cracked, nothing terrible happened. The recluse came closer to examine the creature that was about to hatch. The bright light continued to shine directly into his eyes. The closer he got, the harder it was to look. When it was over, the young man was quite surprised because he had expected to see a dragon or something similar. But the reality was different from his assumptions. Right in the middle of the portal sat a black bird, looking kindly and calmly at its owner. To better understand who he was dealing with, our hero activated his absolute vision, feeling a little nervous. The system informed him that he was looking at a sacred creature, a three-legged raven, born with the power of the sun, not yet fully grown and in need of protection. The young man greeted it. The chick chirped softly, and information appeared that it needed solar energy to grow and develop. Kim Dae-hen asked aloud what he should name his pet, and it chirped questioningly again. Thinking that since it was a black raven, the simplest name that would suit it was Blackie, the young man voiced this option. The bird's reaction made it clear that it had no objection to such a logical name. To make sure he understood correctly, the absolute hermit asked if he liked the name, and Chernish immediately began to chirp approvingly and flap his wings. He behaved as if he had never heard anything more pleasant, and Kim Jae-hyun happily announced that so it would be. The three-legged raven nodded, then began to make its sounds and flap its wings again, and the hero assumed that it was hungry. Rice chips were at hand, and the guy treated the chick to his food, which immediately gobbled up half the pack. Apparently, it liked the treat, and like any baby, Blackie immediately lay down on the floor, intending to sleep after eating. It started snoring literally a minute later, and the young man thought that his pet was so carefree that it didn't even care about safety. Immediately, a message arrived that the level of the three-legged crow had increased, and with it, the efficiency of the solar panels on the house. This gave our hero an idea. He had not yet managed to equip all the buildings with batteries as it was not profitable. But if the pet increased the efficiency and profitability of this energy source, the chance to earn money increased significantly. With each increase in Chernish's level, the efficiency of the batteries increased by 100%, promising hundreds of millions in profits over the course of a year, so the decision was made immediately. The young man headed to Choi Hen-jun's apartment. He hadn't visited his neighbor in a long time. The door did not open for some time, and there was some commotion in the hallway, but that did not matter. When the head of the family opened the door, he was very surprised to see Kim Jae-han. Kim greeted him and said he had a small request. The man became alarmed, apparently fearing that he would have to go hunting again, killing monsters. It turned out to be much more interesting than that. The absolute hermit asked if his neighbor could keep his money for him. He waited for an answer for a while, then asked again, yes or no, and Choi Hen-jun muttered something. Finally, it dawned on the neighbor what was wanted of him, and he cried out in surprise as he was not prepared for such responsibility. The fact is that Kim Jae-yong had recently thought about how he could make money by giving money to citizens he trusted for safekeeping. A 10% commission is charged on the first transfer of money, but then the same amount is credited to the account every month. The man didn't need to know this. He was already panicking. The hero transferred 1 billion won to Choi Hen-jun, and the system reported that the trust level had increased and the vassal limit had been raised. His neighbor asked if it was possible to spend this money. The guy laughed and said that it was possible within reasonable limits, although it was not desirable, and he was amused by the question. The neighbor began to sincerely thank him, but heard only a thank you for his help in response. It seemed that everything was going well. Kim Da-bin had other things to do and was surprised to hear that she would now have an assistant. The absolute recluse introduced Yoo Hai-rin to the girl and said that she would now be under her command. He also promised to double the beauty's salary because now she had become the leader of a small team. Kim Da-bin's loyalty increased, and she happily announced that she would now do her job even better. The girl immediately dragged Yoo Hai-rin to her room to discuss the delegation of responsibilities. Kim Jae-hyun did not expect such enthusiasm from her and now looked at the former hunter with a little sympathy. But that was far from all that was planned for today. The young man still had some issues to resolve. He had a difficult conversation ahead of him, but it couldn't be postponed, so the hero headed to the room where Ha-dong-gon's squad members had settled. The door opened almost immediately and the recluse inquired how the hunters were doing today and in general. The squad leader calmly replied that everything was fine, then asked what business Kim Jae-hyun had with them. The hero explained that thanks to the destruction of the boss of the summon station, there were no more monsters in the vicinity, especially on the subway tracks. Until the monsters returned to these territories, it was necessary to begin implementing the plan he had mentioned earlier. The guy said that he realized something while watching Yoo Hai-rin cry and admit that she wanted to leave the squad. Those standing before him now risked their lives to complete their missions. The hunters literally sacrificed themselves for the common cause. They were lucky that thanks to So Ye-jin, the monster at Soman Station was known in advance. Otherwise, everything could have turned into a real tragedy. The hero said that he understands that in a world where danger lurks at every turn, it is very selfish to care about the well-being of one's own family. And yet he cannot give up because tomorrow the squad is going to Shigalchi Station, where his relatives live. There was fog outside the balcony window, and the sun was not shining brightly enough, so Kim Jae-ha's pet was unhappy. He chirped indignantly and flapped his wings, as if hinting that energy could also be replenished with food. The young man smiled. Churnish was already at level 5, and all because he had no shortage of care. Suddenly, a message appeared that the three-legged raven was sharing its energy with its owner, and now he had access to fire magic. The guy was surprised and then puzzled. He didn't know how to summon magic. He had never encountered this before. The first thing that came to mind was to snap his fingers, and the flame flared up almost immediately. It was incredible. Looking at the fire rising directly from his index finger, our hero thought that the feeling was painfully familiar. Then the recluse realized that the process resembled the use of a status-boosting skill, and this gave him a certain idea. In that case, he should test his new abilities. To do so, the young man went outside and looked around to make sure he wouldn't scare anyone. The area was empty. Kim Jae-hyun stopped and concentrated, trying to imagine a flame the size of a house burning everything around him. In his imagination, he stretched out his arm and released a huge stream of fire, comparable in power to napalm. The flash illuminated everything around him, swirling into a ball-like shape, his imagination painting a picture of enormous flames. The young man relaxed his arm and opened his eyes to see what he had achieved in reality. The nearby bush had indeed caught fire, but the area engulfed in flames was very small. It seemed that this was all he was capable of for now. The new ability wasn't that incredible, but if he used the status preservation skill and summoned gas, the damage could be much greater. The level was still quite modest, but Churnish continues to grow, which promises good potential for development in the future. For the time being, the absolute hermit decided to stop testing his fire control. The right moment had not yet come. The guy decided to go eat, and a message came that the construction of the batteries was complete. In one day, the pet had risen 3 levels, which increased their productivity 8 times. Even if all the residents now connect all their appliances, there will still be energy left, which means money will be credited to his account. Our hero had not finished eating his rice when there was a knock at the door. It seemed that the visitor he had been waiting for had arrived. It was So Ye-jin, who thanked him for the opportunity to rest and said she felt just fine. The guy replied that it was a well-deserved reward. Thanks to the girl's abilities, his sphere of influence had increased many times over. He simply couldn't help but thank the beauty for this. And besides, he was counting on her to help him today. The recluse explained that Hadonggan's squad was already at Soman Station, and it would be nice if she could accompany them. So Ye-jin replied that the mice were already there. The heroine added that the guys would be able to get to the next station without any problems. But Kim Jae-hyun was afraid that this meant there would be difficulties further on. The Mouse Queen replied that anything could happen, and she was especially worried about Busan Station. The girl suggested that he see for himself and activated her mouse control skill so that he could use absolute vision. What the young man saw did not inspire hope. Everything was in ruins, and it seemed that not a single stone remained of the buildings. Water was flowing below, with electrical discharges running through it, as if a cable had been broken somewhere, or something like that. The young man immediately realized that the hunting party would not be able to overcome this obstacle. So Ye-jin replied that she had tried to send mice there, but the rails were in such a state that even rodents found it problematic. She added that she had sent scouts to the surface, and if he wanted, he could take a look at the situation there. The houses were destroyed, the asphalt was broken, and it seemed impossible for people to survive in such conditions. Kim Jae-hyun realized that his hopes were practically destroyed, and what he saw literally broke his heart. There was not a single intact building in the vicinity. It seemed that the monsters had destroyed this part of the city almost completely. The mouse stopped at a huge hole in the road, and our hero tried to understand what had happened there. Looking closer, the recluse realized that it wasn't a hole, but the footprint of someone's giant foot. The young man cursed. It seemed that only now did he begin to understand what had happened at this station. The reason why all the buildings had collapsed, why all the structures had been destroyed, why the roads were broken, became clear. Only an incredibly large monster, comparable in size to a skyscraper, could have such destructive power, the asphalt cracking under its feet. Kim Jae-ho's face became frightened as soon as this realization dawned on him, and he felt a strong vibration. The building shook, and so Ye-jin almost fell because the house began to sway. Something truly terrible was happening. Everything around her was shaking. The floor and walls were shaking violently, and the girl screamed, thinking that an earthquake had started. The absolute hermit closed his eyes in terror. If this continued, their house could simply collapse, like all the others. The high-rise building swayed and shook, but it remained intact. How much longer the supports would hold was unclear. After a few minutes, the vibration subsided, and the building proved to be quite sturdy. Even the solar panels remained in place. Kim Jae-hyun asked excitedly if the Mouse Queen was okay. She nodded and asked him to tell her what was going on. The young man did not answer. He was thinking that what he had seen at the station and the vibration they had felt might be related. There was a knock at the door, and Choi Hyun-jun's voice informed them that Jae-hyung simply had to come into their apartment. The young people were seriously frightened, especially when they heard that they had to see everything with their own eyes. The guy suggested that So Ye-jin go outside first to clarify the situation, as it was too early to jump to conclusions. It was their neighbor at the door, who shouted that they simply had to come in now, stuttering heavily. The hero almost ran down the hallway. Choi Hyun-jun's windows overlooked Soman Station, and the guy had a bad feeling. The man pointed to the balcony door, where his wife stood, pale as death from fear, unable to utter a word. Kim Jae-hyun looked through the glass and thought that what was happening simply couldn't be real. He cursed. A huge cyclops moved through the neighborhood, knocking down skyscrapers in its path with a single punch. Looking at its enormous limbs, the absolute hermit suddenly thought that his bad premonitions had almost never been wrong. The cyclops was getting closer and closer to where Ha Dong-gon's squad was, and he had to rescue the guys immediately. Our hero muttered the command to summon his vassal in an unresponsive voice, still unable to believe his eyes. The hunters who were advancing at that moment felt that the reality around them was changing. The next moment, they found themselves in their neighbor's apartment and began asking each other what had happened and why they were there. Instead of answering, Kim Jae-hyun asked them to look through the glass, and the boys' faces instantly turned black with fear. A huge red eye of a giant monster was staring right at them, literally oozing with malice. It stood above the houses, most of which were no taller than its knees, with ruins visible behind it. Its huge feet rose and fell, leaving behind piles of rubble that had recently been multi-story buildings. Advancing a little further, the monster stopped again, seemingly moving without a specific goal. Choo Hyun-jun fearfully suggested that the monster was heading in their direction, while Ha Dong-gon couldn't understand what it was at all. Kim Jae-hyun could only manage to say that they had to stop the Cyclops, or else it would be the end. The guy tried to figure out if his abilities would be enough to deal with the attacks of a monster of this size and level. His teeth began to chatter from the tension, and sweat poured down his face. It was literally unbearable. The absolute hermit was trying to control his emotions when suddenly someone behind him called his name. It was Oh Eun-ju, who asked Kim Jae-hyun in a determined voice to give her a chance. The young man instantly calmed down, the woman's determination spreading to him as if through the air. The heroine stood like an ancient statue, clearly overflowing with rage and hatred for this giant. Our hero looked at her and asked only one thing. Was the woman sure she could handle this monster? Oh-ju bowed her head and said that she was only sure that she would do what it took to defeat it. The recluse gave her the task of destroying the Cyclops within 24 hours, with the reward of her son's resurrection for a day and the punishment of suffering for a day if she failed. After that, the young man gathered everyone present to discuss the plan of action and make sure they all understood. It was time to begin. Kim Jae-hyun once again outlined the main tasks for each participant and gave the order to move out. The first group consisted of Oh Eun-ju, Ha Dong-gon, Kim Da-jung, and Kang Dok-soo, all of whom had thoroughly understood the information. The second team included Moon Ben-ho, Kim Gon, and Gayeon, all three of whom demonstrated complete combat readiness. The third group consisted of two people, Kim Jae-hyun himself and So Ye-jin, who were assigned the roles of scouts and cover. The young man said he would stay here and act in all directions, while the others should advance to their positions. The hunters ran at such a speed that it was impossible to predict whether anything could stop them. Almost immediately, Yoo Hye-rin called out to the recluse, who had completely forgotten that he had recently given the girl an assignment. She reported that, as he had requested, she had sent everyone who had served in the army to the main gate and ordered the rest to hide in one of the underground floors. The young man thanked her for her help and suggested that the former hunter also go to the shelter, which he did not expect. Then Yoo Hye-rin looked intently into the young man's eyes and said that she also wanted to help and was ready to participate in the operation. Her hands, folded in a pleading gesture, suddenly began to tremble treacherously, betraying her excitement. This did not escape our hero's attention, and he wondered whether it was really worth risking the girl's life. Finally, he simply asked if she was sure she could handle it, his voice calm but stern. Yu Heirin lowered her head and replied that she was very afraid, more afraid than she had ever been before. But she was sure that she could overcome her fear and complete the task assigned to her as best she could. Our hero smiled encouragingly. He liked the change in the hunter's character. It was a good sign. Kim Jae-hyun turned around and asked her to follow him to the main gate. So Yejin also went with them. They had not yet reached their destination when the absolute hermit began counting those present. Most of them were young men, many of whom were visibly nervous, but they had come on orders. The hermit quickly scanned the crowd. Of the 1,200 residents, only 100 served in the army. At least that was how many were standing near the main gate. It was absurdly few. But in addition, most of those present had no idea what to do. Kim Jae-hyung asked where Sun Ye-hyung and the twins were, and everyone began to look around. Finally, Sun Moon began to mutter something. It seemed he knew where his comrades had gone. When our hero heard that the hunters had simply run away, his eyes became angry and cruel. It was a huge disappointment. Hundreds of people, including Sun Ye-hyun, pretended they knew nothing and went to the underground parking lot to hide. All the young man could say about this was a curse, to which he added an accusation of cowardice. Those who did come understood that if they did not fight, absolutely everyone would die, not a single one, and no one was going to die in vain. Most of the men said they had come here to protect themselves and fight for their existence in this world, and also for their families. It was clear that many of them were afraid, but there were also those who felt no fear at all. Anyone would say that courage does not mean fearlessness. And a perfect example of this is Yu Hye-rin, who was also at the gate. For her, courage meant not giving in to fear and acting despite her overwhelming emotions. Kim Jae-hyun thanked everyone for coming here despite their fear, saying that this was the first step to victory. The guy said he intends to purchase 101 guns and ammunition for them so that anyone who knows how to handle a weapon can use it. In addition, everyone who came here would receive 100% speed and experience distribution to level up right in the middle of battle. The young man asked everyone to take the weapons and ammunition that appeared right in front of each person. He added that this would give them a chance to survive, and that it was also a great opportunity to face their fears head-on, for which there would also be a reward. The vibration of the earth indicated that events were beginning to unfold faster than expected, and Kim Jae-hyun looked back. He needed to find out what was happening, so our hero activated his absolute vision. A cyclops with its mouth wide open was moving through the area, heading straight for their residential complex. Hadongan took up a position in one of the houses at a decent height, his target being the monster's red eye, or another point he could reach. The young man was afraid to even breathe, so as not to give away his presence prematurely, but he was ready. The height turned out to be insufficient, so the hunter's first spear throw hit the monster at knee level. The leg was now moving much slower than before, and it was necessary to find out who dared to attack it. The Cyclops turned around and roared. The damage was not serious, but the wound was still uncomfortable. His red eye stared straight at Hadongan, but did not notice him. Compared to the monster, the man seemed tiny. The guy was angry at himself for attacking prematurely. Now the target was much more convenient and accessible. Finally, the Cyclops noticed his enemy and raised his hand to strike, intending to destroy not only the hunter, but also the entire house in which he was hiding. To prevent this from happening, Oh Jin jumped out of ambush in the form of a bear to cover her colleague. The blow from her clawed paw also hit the Cyclops' lower limbs, which greatly angered him. To prevent him from counterattacking, the bear swung again, this time causing more serious damage. Surprised, the giant opened his mouth again, his sharp teeth ready to sink into his prey. But first he had to catch her. The monster lifted its leg and looked at the wound. It was strange that the skin was not protected by strong armor. Apparently, the monster did not have many enemies. Then he simply kicked Oh Yunju out of the way so she wouldn't get in his way. It seemed that the Cyclops had decided that the bear was not a serious threat. From pain and anger, she roared loudly. Such a blow could easily have broken her bones, but that did not happen. Flying into the wall of the nearest skyscraper, Oh Oju lost the ability to fight for a while. The blow was so powerful that the bear simply collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness from the pain. The Cyclops turned his red eye toward her, trying to decide whether to finish off his enemy or if he had had enough. Finally, the giant decided to finish what he had started and simply trample the beast lying on the ground. He approached. Suddenly, the monster was distracted by some extraneous noise. It seemed that today had many surprises in store for him. Curses and swearing poured from the loudspeaker. It was not certain that the monster understood them, but it was definitely interested in what was happening. It was Kang Doksu in his steel armor, doing everything he could to draw the enemy's attention to himself, not giving it a chance to kill the bear. The Cyclops turned to the knight and decided that such a curiosity really should be examined more closely. He took a step toward him, but then for some reason changed direction, the reasons for which remained unclear. Kang Doksu was confused. He had hoped that his plan would work perfectly and the monster would give chase. Apparently, the sound effect wasn't enough. He would have to use his halberd and spear, which fortunately were quite easy to summon. The Cyclops looked completely bewildered. It was strange to see such a meaningful expression on the monster's face. But in the next moment, it became clear that the monster was not going to follow the knight. It intended to simply crush him with a blow of its fist. To save his life, the hunter had to run very fast, which is exactly what he did, even his armor not getting in the way. Looking back, Kang Doksu realized that he had covered a considerable distance. A huge knee loomed directly above him, and the guy screamed in horror. He jumped out at the very last moment and ran away again, only his cloak fluttering behind him. Kim Jae-hyun was very gloomy. He realized that the giant had come straight to their house and now there was no way to escape. The young man turned to everyone gathered at the gate and ordered them to get ready, as it would all begin soon. The absolute recluse activated his special vision skill again to orient himself more accurately and not miss the right moment. Watching Kang Doksu struggle to cover the last 100 meters, our hero announced that their enemy would be there very soon. However, this could be guessed from the rumbling of his huge feet, which continued to pursue the hunter. The guy was at the limit of his abilities. If he had the strength to shout, that's exactly what he would have done. As soon as the Cyclops reached the gate, Kim Jae-hyun gave the order to shoot. He deployed a protective dome over the people, but the bullets could easily pass through it. The raven summoned by Kim Gon circled directly above the Cyclops' head, as it too had a special role to play. The bird circled around the monster's head to distract it and prevent it from noticing the ambush. Ga Yeon got ready. Her task was to make the most accurate shot possible with her bow and arrow, enhanced by her superpowers. The girl pulled the string of her compound bow and waited for the moment when the monster would open its eye wider. When it did, the arrow flew straight toward its target, leaving a bright blue glowing trail behind it. At the last moment, the giant reacted and tried to cover himself with his hand, but the shot pierced through it, and the arrow reached his eye. The Cyclops roared loudly in pain and horror, and at that moment, Moon Ben-ho teleported right in front of his face. The young man was holding several mice, but it was not yet clear for what purpose. It turned out that the plan to blow it up from the inside would be carried out again, and the guy threw the rodent straight into the monster's open mouth. Immediately after that, he signaled to Jae-hyun that he had completed his part of the task and that it was now time for him to take action. The absolute hermit was pleased that everything was going according to plan, so he used his absolute vision and activated the gas summon. The Cyclops began to swell up before our eyes, steam pouring from its mouth. It seemed that the technique had worked again. Our hero stretched out his arm, intending to end it all as quickly as possible. Otherwise, everyone would regret it later. His face showed his determination to end the battle right here and now, but it turned out to be not so easy. The hero activated the initial fire element magic. A bright flash illuminated everything around him, but that was only the beginning. The same flash was supposed to blow up the Cyclops, but this time the explosion was much more powerful thanks to the gas. Black clouds of smoke covered the entire area above the neighboring skyscraper, and the people at the gate began to whisper. The monster was not killed, it was seriously damaged, but continued to advance regardless. Those under the dome began to prepare to fire, because the monster was approaching. Everyone stared intently at the smoke, expecting the monster to appear any minute, but it was not there yet. Finally, the ground shook, and one of the guys suggested that the giant was approaching them. Kim Jae-hyun urged everyone not to panic and to stay where they were, as the monster was already far from ideal condition. In fact, the guy was pleased. Everything was going according to plan almost perfectly, and all that was left was to carry out the final part. He had to make sure that all the citizens' shots hit the monster's head, so the damage would be much more significant. Then the vassals had to finish what they had started, preferably Oh Yeonju or Ha Dong-gon, but they had not yet returned home. While our hero was deep in thought, a neighbor approached him and tried to say something. Or rather to show him something, as events seemed to be unfolding somewhat faster than planned. Cracks appeared in the barrier. The huge red eye had already regenerated and was now staring straight at the absolute hermit. The young man whispered in horror that this simply couldn't be, but reality proved otherwise. The Cyclops had not only survived the explosion, but had almost completely recovered, pressing down on the protective dome above the people. He swung his fists at it, making the network of cracks more and more visible. A little more, and the barrier would simply not hold. Another blow struck the dome directly, causing it to bend noticeably, but it held out against the onslaught and did not shatter. A message appeared saying that an unauthorized creature was trying to get inside, which surprised Kim Ji-hyun a little. He looked at the Cyclops with both his normal vision and his absolute eyes, and what he saw seemed like an illusion. There was not a scratch on the monster. All the attacks that had hit it left no trace, and its regeneration worked very quickly. The recluse gave the order to fire. All the men simultaneously pulled the triggers of their pistols, and a volley rang out. Not everyone managed to fire on the first attempt, so single shots were heard immediately after. Despite their fear and limited shooting experience, almost all of them hit the monster in the head, and the Cyclops roared again. The monster grabbed its head and staggered, finding it difficult to stay on its feet and not fall after such an attack. Kim Ji-hyun thought that this time they had managed to stop it, but there was no guarantee that the barrier would withstand a few more blows. The guy gritted his teeth at the thought that if the monster broke through even once, they would all be done for. So he had to play it safe. The absolute hermit summoned an invisible hand and activated his enlargement skill. This palm, like an additional dome, hovered over everyone gathered, creating additional protection. The hero had saved this ability for an unforeseen situation, and now that moment had come. The Cyclops' huge fist rose up to strike. The people recoiled in horror as soon as they realized that the monster was attacking again, and the men did not know what to do now. The giant swung and struck with all his might, moving so fast that it was impossible to even follow the movement. Kim Ji-hyun received a flurry of new messages that an unauthorized creature was trying to get inside. The barrier held thanks in large part to the invisible hand, and the people under the dome cheered up a little as they prepared to fire again. The guns were raised in the air again. All that remained was to wait for the signal and fire another volley. Shouting that they would withstand the giant's attack, the men began firing again. But this time, not all of them hit the head. Looking at how the second stage went, our hero came to the conclusion that they were still inflicting some damage on the monster, but it was recovering very quickly. Nevertheless, the regeneration was gradually weakening, and now there were more and more unhealed wounds on its body. If this continues, the Cyclops will be killed, but someone has to deliver the decisive blow, and Ga-yeon's arrows would be perfect for this purpose. The shot hit the monster's torso, where the skin was thicker than on its limbs, but the wound was still deep. At that very moment, Ha Dong-gon appeared nearby, which was wonderful news as now there was every chance of success. Kim Ji-hyun activated his absolute vision and saw that the other hunters, including the healer, were also there. Now all that remained was to guess who would defeat the Cyclops. Oh, Eonji also remained determined to kill the monster. The monster opened its mouth and roared again. The longer the battle lasted, the more difficult its situation became. Our hero decided it was time to summon a special spear for Dong-gon, as it would increase the damage significantly, and activated the storage. Several spears appeared in the air near the hunter at once, allowing him to attack multiple times with minimal time between strikes. The guy concentrated, thinking about which parts of the monster's body would be most vulnerable. A second later, the hunter made his first throw, the spear whistling through the air so fast that it was almost impossible to see. The first attack was followed by a second, and Ga-yeon didn't waste any time either, firing her arrows at the Cyclops. There were so many shots that the entire space between the squad and the giant took on a blue tint. The skin lost its ability to resist. The young people pierced the monster like a sieve, and now it could hardly regenerate. Ga-yeon did not stop, pulling the string of her compound bow again and again, providing excellent support to Ha Dong-gon. Together, they managed to bring the giant to its knees, now unable to stand. A message appeared that the three-legged crow's level had been raised, and it was transferring some of its energy to its master. Now the hero's fire control skill had increased to an intermediate level. The system announced that the three-legged crow had detected an intrusion into its territory and was requesting permission to release energy, which was something new. The guy guessed that the intrusion into the territory meant the Cyclops, and he became curious about what the chick could do against the monster. A message arrived stating that the price of releasing energy was 300 million won, which made our hero hesitate. But it was too late. A huge glowing spot appeared on the house, and rays from it rushed towards the giant. The light pierced the air above Kim Jae-hun's head, and he watched intently to see the result of this strange attack. Nothing significant happened to the Cyclops, so the young man turned to the source of the light. It was right in his apartment and was getting bigger and brighter with every second. The recluse was afraid that everything would burn down, but his anxiety subsided almost immediately as he began to understand what was happening. Soon, a bird became visible in the center of the light spot, which was also gradually growing in size. It turned out to be Chernish. He opened his beak and seemed to pull a huge glowing ball out of himself, then took it and flew towards the monster. The bird was getting closer and closer, and the Cyclops sensed something and looked back at his new enemy. The light wave was more powerful than any spotlight, and Kim Jae-hyun was afraid that it might hit one of the hunters. But the shot was aimed precisely at the target, striking the monster with incredible force. There was no chance of surviving such a blow. The beast flew backward and fell on its back, its legs raised high. It looked like death, but no corresponding message appeared. The monster opened its mouth and let out a heart-rending cry. It understood that it was about to die, but did not realize why. Hadongan watched the Titan's defeat and did not notice a brown spot rushing past him. It was a female bear. OG rushed forward to finish off the enemy and destroy the monster. That was her mission. The bear attacked the Cyclops with such fury as if there was nothing more important than tearing it to pieces. In fact, that was exactly the case, because by destroying the monster, the woman would have a chance to resurrect her son. The system reported that the level 51 Cyclops had been killed. A huge amount of experience, and 30 billion won, had been added to the recluse's account, and several skills had been upgraded at once. The young man bent over double from the emotions that overwhelmed him. It was very difficult to believe what was happening. The purple dome began to crack at the seams, but not to fall apart. It was expanding. A message appeared stating that the hermit's influence had spread to the entire residential complex, and Chernish immediately flew up to him. The construction fund received 10 billion won, and the pet subtly hinted that he had played a significant role in this. The young man did not fall for this provocation, reminding him that the little shit had spent 30 million won on himself to release energy. Kim Jae-hyun smiled, noticing that Chernish was a little ashamed of this, even though it was his blow that decided the outcome of the battle. The guy affectionately patted the bird on the head and thanked him for his help, calling him a good boy. The reverse call increased the area of impact, and by spending 30 million, the hero earned 300, so it seemed to be a profitable collaboration. He even had the idea of summoning 10 more creatures, which turned out to be a pretty profitable investment. However, she said that now the cost was 10 billion, and it was completely unclear why the amount had increased so much. At that moment, the young man remembered Oh Eun-ju. Right now, at this moment, the thought of her seemed to him to be the most important thing. A pleasant warm glow enveloped her figure, and a notification arrived that the task had been completed. She had earned 324 million, but that was not the most important thing. Now his mother's most cherished wish could be fulfilled. The hand of the man who wielded water magic was raised above the plastic bottle, and a few drops poured through the neck. About half of the bottle was filled, and the woman holding it smiled and thanked him. The man with purple hair and a scar on his face called the next person over. He was gloomy. Their food supplies had run out. A line formed for water. He could get it himself, but without the food they had managed to obtain in battles with monsters, they would not last long. Drops flowed through the neck again. It took a lot of energy and strength to get the liquid, but without food they couldn't survive. They would have to leave. At the thought of having to leave the shelter, the man felt sick and leaned forward, supporting himself with his hand. In fact, the reason he staggered was because the earth was shaking, and everyone panicked, thinking that an earthquake had begun. The man in the red sweatshirt shouted for Jun Hyuk to go upstairs, apparently calling out to the man with the scar. The man looked at his companion, who mouthed the words, "Something terrible has happened. A monster has come here," so as not to frighten the others. With one leap, Jun Hyuk jumped onto the roof of the building and ran to the edge to get a better look at the monster. What he saw made him gasp loudly. This time, the situation was even worse than he could have imagined. A huge cyclops was roaring and waving its arms, destroying nearby skyscrapers. Fighting it seemed pointless. The guy in the tracksuit asked fearfully what to do. June Heck ordered him to tell the others to hide underground and not even think about coming out. He cursed. Unable to contain his emotions, the man grabbed his head and began to moan that they could do nothing against such a huge creature. The second guy also covered his face with his hands in despair, but it wasn't the right time to panic. A wave of fire engulfed the monster, but the guys didn't notice. They discussed that all they could do was pray that the Cyclops wouldn't come here. That was all. But then their attention returned to the monster. Something terrible was happening to it. It seemed that some brave souls had dared to fight back against the giant. Junhek told Hen Chan that it looked like the actions of an awakened being and one with a much higher level than himself. After assessing the situation once more, the man with purple hair gave the order to gather people as quickly as possible. He added that he didn't know who it was, but that its abilities were very great. Hen Chan asked in alarm if Junhek was going to go there. The man thought that, in order to survive in this hellish world, they needed to get closer to this awakened one, so he answered in the affirmative. The survivors gathered their belongings to set off. They understood that the hunters might be bad people, but without food they had no chance anyway. Noticing the direction in which those who had defeated the monster had disappeared, the people quickly reached the gates of the hermit's residential complex. They stopped as if rooted to the spot. The entire city lay in ruins, but this building remained completely intact and untouched. Hen Chan was amazed to realize that he had been here before, but he never thought he would find himself in this place again. He took a step forward but couldn't get through the protective barrier, which was invisible to the eye until he tried to penetrate it. A message appeared saying that access was restricted, and people did not immediately guess what that could mean. The next message offered them citizenship, which seemed even stranger to the survivors, but they agreed. Kim Jae-hyung gave the group the task of going up to the 30th floor, and after a while he was already reaching out to greet the new residents. He introduced himself but heard no response. The survivors were confused and a little frightened. Junhak's eyes widened as he realized that he was standing before the very person who had awakened with incredible abilities. The one who had brought the giant Cyclops to his knees was now standing right in front of him, and the thought made the man's legs buckle. He shook the outstretched hand, all his instincts screaming that he needed to stay as close to this man as possible, that this was the only way to survive. Junhak bowed low, so nervous that he began to tremble with excitement, not so much for himself as for his people. He didn't unclench his fingers for quite a while, but then he pulled himself together and introduced himself, his voice trembling noticeably. Now everything would be fine. Oh Ju-hee sat in the room, as calm and relaxed as possible, because a miracle was about to happen. The woman had prepared her son's favorite meal, and all that remained was to wait for him to appear. As if by magic, the child appeared at the table, and his mother smiled at him as he behaved as if nothing had happened. The boy began to eat, and Oju asked him affectionately if he liked everything. She had tried very hard, and Shiwu replied that everything was very tasty. He looked up at his mother with happy eyes and asked if it was someone's birthday today. The woman shook her head. Then her son thoughtfully said that seaweed soup was birthday food, so why was it on the table? Hyunju hugged him tightly and kissed him on the top of his head, replying that it was simply because Shiwu loved him. The child cried out that he was just happy. Kim Jae-hyun cautiously peeked into the room, and the boy laughed, saying that the wizard uncle had arrived. The woman asked how things were going with the newcomers, and the hero replied that he had given them food and put them in rooms so they could rest. The young man felt awkward and said he had come to apologize. Oh Yunju asked in surprise what for. The young man replied that it was because his mother and son could not leave the house, and he did not know that this would cause difficulties. The woman gently stroked Shiwu's head and said that it was enough for her that they were together. She kissed her son on the forehead and said that she was completely happy now and couldn't ask for anything more. A message appeared saying that Oh Yeonju's trust had increased and the number of vassals had grown, but Kim Jae-hyun could see this without the information board from her expression and behavior. Mom suggested watching cartoons, and the little boy began to choose what he liked best. He was very happy. Soon his favorite character appeared on the screen, and Shiwu shouted that it was the best day of his life. While watching the cartoon, the recluse suddenly felt very keenly what emotions Oh Yunju was experiencing at that moment. The little boy was delighted with the adventures of the Stegosaurus on the screen. It seemed to be the most exciting spectacle in the world. Looking at the happy mother, the hero suddenly thought about his own family. He wondered if they were alive, if they were hurt, if they had food and water. Chernish flew in and started playing with Shiwoo, while Kim Jae-hyun tried to keep himself from panicking prematurely. Oh Eonji and her little boy had only one day together, and the boy knew how hard the woman had worked to make it happen. And yet the recluse couldn't stop thinking that right now, one of So Ye-jin's mice was heading for his parents' house, and he couldn't think about anything else. As soon as the little animal got there, he could bring them all the necessary things, water and food. He looked at little Shiwoo and his mother once more, and decided that today he would just watch them and rejoice in their happiness. Right before our hero's eyes, the dream of this strong and loving woman was shining and sparkling. The young man informed Oh Eun-ju that today she and her son could sleep in the master bedroom. She tried to politely decline, saying that they could rest with the other hunters, but Kim Jae-hyun insisted that they needed privacy. To emphasize the importance of his request, the young man added that it was an order, looking both stern and caring at the same time. The huntress bowed and replied gratefully that she greatly appreciated his concern and that they would take him up on his offer. The boy wished his wizard uncle a good night, gently hugging his mother, but his eyes were already closing from exhaustion. Our hero smiled and wished Shiwoo sweet dreams, his heart breaking at the thought that the child would soon disappear. Kim Jae-hyun settled down on the sofa in the living room and stared at the ceiling for a while, listening to Oh Yeon-ju singing a lullaby. The woman's voice was full of warmth and love, and without realizing it, the absolute hermit fell asleep. After a while, he opened his eyes again. The apartment was quiet, the lullaby had ended, and the baby was asleep. The young man remembered how his mother used to sing the same lullaby to him when he was a child. These were very pleasant but painful memories. The next morning was fun and cozy, as they ate together what Oh Eun-ju and her son had decided to cook. They watched Shiwoo's favorite cartoons together, and he was so excited about each new episode that it was impossible to stop. The three-legged raven got a little angry because the boy tried to play with him when he just wanted to bask in the sun. But soon the bird calmed down, and the family dozed off, having played to their heart's content with the toys that the hermit had brought from the store. The little boy even drew pictures. Time flew by completely unnoticed, and the day that Shiwoo spent with his mother was coming to an end. Oh-ju tried not to miss a single moment with her son, but now the sun was already approaching the horizon. Kim Jae-hyun and his pet instantly became gloomy. The woman had only one day, and that day was coming to an end. He could only give them such a short time, and the boy, as if sensing something, hugged his mother tightly. She couldn't hold back and started crying. Shiwoo asked why his mother was crying and became a little upset. Oh-ju hugged her son even tighter and tried to convince him that they weren't tears at all, that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. The boy turned her face toward him and said that he could clearly see that she was crying and that she shouldn't do that. He began to wipe the tears from her face, saying that she shouldn't cry because today was the best day ever. Oh Eun-ju hugged Shiwoo again and said that she was afraid to live in a world without him, painfully afraid. Her little hands reached for her mother's face, filled with so much love that her fingers seemed to glow. The child clung to the heroine and said that he was here, he was close, and he would always be close, so there was nothing to worry about. Her son's attempts to calm her down and reassure her that everything was fine literally broke the hunter's heart. She cried and couldn't stop, realizing that this was goodbye. The woman simply couldn't let her son go. The boy stepped back a little and repeated seriously to his mother that he would always be there no matter what, under any circumstances. Shiwoo insisted that he would never leave her, that he would follow Oh-eun-ji like a shadow wherever she went. The son turned and walked straight into a patch of sunlight. The hunter asked him to stop because she still had so much to do for him. Mom promised to cook him mountains of delicious food, everything he liked. The little boy smiled. He wasn't sad at all. He smiled broadly and said happily that he loved his mother very much, his eyes shining with happiness and warmth. Her son's figure almost melted into the air. Oh-ju sat on the floor, refusing to believe that it was all over. So, another inevitable farewell came, and the woman told Shiwoo that she also loved him very much and smiled through her tears. The child's face flashed once more against the setting sun, and he shouted goodbye, smiling even wider than before. The last word her son said was "Mom." Oh Eun-ju burst into tears, burying her face in the floor, with Kim Jae-hyun standing behind her. The woman cried and screamed, but did not move from the spot that still held the warmth of her son, his smile. She tried to breathe, Hoping that along with the air she would preserve a part of Shirawu, she grabbed at the emptiness with her hands. The absolute hermit felt overwhelming pain. Hope is what keeps us afloat, but hope is also what can destroy us. Chernish sat on his shoulder. Only those who hold hope within themselves feel doom in their souls. The young man asked Oh Eun-ju not to be so upset that this was not their last meeting. He reached out his hand to support her and help her up, and these words breathed hope into her again. The huntress turned around and asked if he was telling the truth. Hearing this, her face became much calmer. The woman took the young man's hand, and he promised that he would definitely take care of it, even if there was only the slightest chance. Ephen's son continued to show his character. It was clear that he liked living in the complex, but not so much that he would interfere with the main processes. He yelled that his spare spear, the orc spear, had disappeared, and the twins grimaced, not understanding his complaints. It turned out that the guy believed that his weapon, everything he had been stolen by someone, and he was not going to turn a blind eye to it. The most interesting thing was that the twins' belongings had also disappeared when the guys woke up. None of their possessions were there anymore. One of the twins said that he had asked others, and something similar had happened to them too. What united these people was that they had not gone to the gate to defend themselves from the Cyclops. And the worst thing was that everyone who went on Kim Jae-han's orders came back safe and sound. All they had to do was go there, and there would have been no problems. Sun Yap-hyeon immediately flew into a rage and yelled, "Are they implying that it's his fault? He just wanted what was best." The hunter yelled that puppets obey silently, and the twins themselves agreed that there was no point in risking their lives for strangers. The guy began to apologize, confirming that the leader was right, and how could he respond otherwise when he was being shaken like a pear tree? The conflict could have ended there if Sun Yep hadn't been angry. He was simply overwhelmed with emotion. Finally, the hero voiced what had upset him so much. The guy was afraid that now they might be expelled, leaving them without shelter and food. There were rumors that one of the residents had molested a child, that he had been expelled and then found dead. Of course, it was a lie, but the citizens believed it. Sun Yup said that after defeating the giant, new people had arrived, and if this continued, he would definitely be expelled. He hissed that only that bastard, Sun Min, was the luckiest because he went to the gate. Their comrade returned with a gun. It seemed that everyone who had carried out the order had received a firearm as a reward. Sun Yup couldn't understand how it happened that the loser came out on top, and now they were in trouble. He didn't know that the recluse had heard every word they said. Our hero thought that all actions bring results, and punishment is also a consequence of your actions. Kim Jae-hyun gave Sun Yup and his team the task of killing 20 goblins in 24 hours, and a minute of sharp pain was chosen as punishment for failure. The hunters didn't like this very much and began to discuss what kind of nonsense this was. But then a familiar voice said that this would teach them to take responsibility for their actions. Oh Yun-ju acquired the A-rank skill Ancient Vitality, which significantly enhanced regeneration depending on the wounds received. The recluse couldn't believe that a citizen could obtain such a powerful skill simply by reaching 100 trust points. This skill also applied to him, but since the young man did not participate in battles, it did not make sense yet. The probability of the guy getting injured without leaving his home was extremely low, so it was unclear why the system worked that way. Benho's trust rating would soon reach 100 as well, and if his awakened ability was also transferred to the hermit, that would be quite good. Teleportation, as we remember, allows you to move to any place within your field of vision. If this happens, Mana will activate the outpost, the observation tower, and then use absolute vision. If you increase the intelligence stats, there is a chance that Kim Jae-hyun will be able to move to the outpost. But to do this, you need to give tasks to level up this stat. At that moment, Oh Yun-ju entered the room and reported that she was already in good shape, so she asked for permission to act. The woman firmly stated that she intended to personally save the Absolute Hermit's family and that she was obliged to participate in the operation. The young man replied that it was not necessary, but she objected, saying that she knew the operation was supposed to take place yesterday, but had been postponed because of her. The huntress said she was very grateful for such a kind attitude and wanted to repay the young man in kind. Care and kindness give rise to the desire to spread them to everyone who deserves them. That's how society works. Kim Jae-hyun was surprised that Oh Yun-ju had voiced the same thoughts that had recently occurred to him. You reap what you sow. The hero thought that he had not hidden his impatience to save his family well, and now felt awkward about it. The woman seemed to read his thoughts and added that he shouldn't worry. She would have done the same in the hermit's place. For anyone, family is the most important thing, even if circumstances force them to act differently. Oh-ju added that she knew what it had cost him to give her that happy day, and Kim Jae-hyun became sad and thanked her for her understanding. The hermit ordered them to go to the room where Ha Dong-gon's squad lives and wait there. He would be there soon. In fact, our hero had his own reason for postponing the operation. The damn giant had damaged the subway station. This affected not only the building, but also the tracks and the underground part of the Soman station, so it was dangerous to go there. The young man realized that they would have to dig a new path or come up with a detour, and it would take time to come up with a plan. In order to find a reliable route, Yejin had been tirelessly monitoring the situation with the help of rats since yesterday. Kim Jae-hyun also joined her, using his absolute vision skill, but nothing had become clear yet. Suddenly, our hero noticed the condition of the rodents. One of the tame giant rats began to behave strangely. Soon, the young man realized that the animal had evolved, or something similar had changed, both in behavior and appearance, perhaps due to a new skill. His girlfriend had obtained citizenship, but there could have been other reasons, primarily that which frightened this rat. It was being pursued by new enemies. Kim Jae-hyun looked to see who the rodent was running from and suddenly saw a whole crowd of zombies. Their level was quite high. The furry scout had evolved not just for the sake of it, but in order to survive, its body had adapted to the new threat. The zombies were approaching, and the rat realized it was cornered. It stopped and turned to face the danger. Soon the zombies surrounded the scout and began to approach, reaching out their terrible hands toward their prey. Our hero suddenly realized that it was all over, that there was no chance, that it was a complete failure. He decided that he could use the gas explosion to destroy the zombies instead of continuing to kill rodents in vain. But the mouse had other plans, her eyes shining with confidence that she could save herself. The scout spun around and rushed to run, making huge leaps and moving very quickly. The guy thought that the brave little creature might manage to escape this mess alive, as the zombies were much slower. There was very little left to go before the exit, and our hero began to hope that the rat would manage to escape unharmed. Now the path to the exit was clear. All that remained was to get there as quickly as possible, and the scout was quite capable of doing so. The rectangle of light was getting closer and closer, and the final stage of the escape was to be an incredible jump to the exit to the surface. And the rodent made it, but then a huge, toothy mouth appeared out of the darkness. The monster had been lying in wait. Now there was no need to hide, and the predator revealed its presence with a menacing whistle unlike any other sound. The absolute recluse realized that it was all over, and the rat came to the same conclusion, squeaking pitifully. The huge mouth of the level 23 land shark was to be the last refuge for the brave little girl. And so it happened. Kim Jae-hyun cursed and grabbed his head, not understanding what kind of new monster this was. The area where the rat died was familiar to the young man. It was only a few kilometers from his parents' house. If there were such monsters there, he had to hurry. Kim Dobin worked tirelessly. She was not only an excellent manager, but also good at managing supplies. The girl was very tired, but she preferred not to show it to those around her because she loved her job. The absolute recluse came to her on business and said hello. He needed to clarify a few questions. The hero praised Kim Dobin for her efforts, and she replied that it was only natural since she was well paid. She asked why Kim Jae-hyun had come, and he hesitated a little, not knowing how best to phrase his request. The girl decided that the hermit was hesitating to voice his request, which upset her a little. She tried to understand what was going on and asked the young man to speak directly and clearly so as not to waste time. Kim Jae-hyun coughed into his fist, realizing that it was time to voice his request, then asked if he could release Yoo Hai-rin from work for a while, as they needed her more. Kim Dobbin's face showed that she was far from enthusiastic about such prospects, as they were already barely coping with their current tasks. She whispered, "Is he really going to be so cruel that I'll have to do everything myself again, all alone? It's beyond comprehension." The recluse muttered awkwardly that he really hoped that the leader of the squad, Kim, would be able to hold out for the next 2 days. The beauty shouted angrily that in that case he would have to pay her extra for overtime. The guy nodded happily and exclaimed that he was willing to pay double, as long as she did everything that was needed. The thought of money instantly dispelled Kim Dobbin's anger. and she smiled, saying that it would be done in the best possible way. Yu Hai-rin was given the task of testing her poisonous mist skill, and everything went smoothly during the test. The girl managed to activate the spread of the mist, and it had no harmful effect on her. Soon, Kim Jae-hyun gathered everyone who would be participating in the operation to rescue his parents for a briefing. He began by saying that there was a lot of information and the tasks were complex, so everyone needed to listen carefully and remember everything. The hero began by reporting on the difficulties of moving through Semen Station due to the destruction caused by the Cyclops. However, it would be a shame to completely abandon the use of the subway line for transportation, so there was a question for So Ye-jin. The tunnel to Chomen Station is accessible and completely cleared of monsters. Is this really the case? The girl confirmed that this road is clear. She placed the sheet she had been studying on the table and added that to do this, they would need to clear the way to Pomnagal Station. The paper contained a fairly realistic diagram representing a map of the area. Kim Jae-hyun confirmed that it would be best for them to proceed along this route, and even Chernish found it logical. Suddenly, Kim Gon asked for a moment, his face so serious that everyone froze in tension. But the young man just wanted to praise So Ye-jin for drawing such a great map. The absolute hermit grunted and said that it was excellent, but they should not get too distracted from the main task. He pointed out an area on their route where they should be especially careful because there might be new and very dangerous monsters there. In addition, orcs were particularly active near the supermarket, with at least 500 of them there, so the squad would either have to act stealthily or engage in a difficult battle. Hadongan noted that fighting such a large number of orcs was not the best idea, as it would take more than a day or two. So Ye-jin replied that this would not be necessary if they managed to get down to Pomnagal Station and exit onto the subway tracks. She had studied the area and believed that if they didn't attract attention and only killed the orcs they encountered along the way, it would be entirely possible. Kim Jae-hyun stated that before starting this operation, he took a huge amount of money to level up each of the participants as much as possible. Now, almost all of the hunters are at level 30, which makes their skills particularly strong. Only Cho Hin-jun and Yu Hee-rin are below that, but they don't have an urgent need to engage in close combat with monsters. So now, neither orcs nor goblins will pose a serious threat to the rescue team. Once they descend to the subway line, they will reach Chorian Station without any particular problems, but the real threat awaits at the next station, Busan. The guys asked in horror if that meant there was a giant there too, and so Ye-jin replied that she didn't know, at least not yet. The girl sadly informed them that the problem was not the station itself, but the tunnel leading to it, which was difficult to navigate. The fact is that there are a huge number of zombies concentrated there, and this is currently the main problem. So moving forward on this path could take a long time, unless, of course, they had the skill to exterminate many monsters at once in a confined space. Everyone present immediately understood what she was talking about and turned to Yu Hai-rin, who out of habit panicked with fear. The hunter folded her hands in a pleading gesture again and began to mutter something quietly, looking confused. But then the girl pulled herself together and uncertainly announced that she believed her superpower could indeed be used. She filled the space in her inventory completely with poisonous mist, now amounting to 100 kilograms. The girl stood in the room, trying to figure out whether this amount would be enough or not, and what to do if it wasn't. The door opened quietly. Someone entered the room but did not rush to distract the hunter from her preparations. It was So Ye-jin and Kim Jae-hyun, who told Yu Hai-rin that she had done a great job and that everything was fine, and she thanked them. The young man was most concerned about whether the hunter was feeling well and had inhaled any poison. Yu Hai-rin replied that it was difficult at first. She had expended a lot of energy and weakened, but then she perked up and everything ended well. The hero was glad to hear this. He simply raised the girl's level, noticing that it had become difficult for her, but did not rush to announce it aloud. Now, Kim Jae-hyun was glad he had made the right decision. Of course, it was expensive, but the costs were already enormous. Yu Hai-rin asked again if she should also go to the station, and the young man confirmed that there was no need for that she should stay here and continue making the poisonous mist. Now that all the necessary preparations had been made, it was time to begin the operation he had been waiting for so long. Kim Jae-hyun activated his absolute vision skill and gave the hunters the appropriate command. While the squad advanced toward their target, the recluse and So Ye-jin had to neutralize all the zombies. First, they had to launch a remote-controlled rat into the subway tunnel. When the monsters saw it, they became active. They decided to approach the small moving creature, which could be easy prey. The mouse fearlessly rushed forward because it had a very important and responsible mission. The zombies stopped. They did not expect their prey to run straight into their hands. Apparently, something strange was happening. When the rodent found itself in the crowd of monsters, Kim Jae-hyun activated his inventory. It was time to release the poisonous mist. The first streams of green gas caused the zombies to slow down significantly. The main function of the mist was to paralyze them. The mouse did its job and rushed further down the tunnel to release a new batch of poison there as well. The zombies tried to chase after it, but their movements became slower and slower. The mist was working. Suddenly, the monsters completely lost the ability to move. Many stopped, some fell to the ground, and the paralysis reached their lungs, creating a suffocating effect. Their eyes stared blankly into the surrounding space, and now this part of the tunnel could be considered cleared. The problem was that these creatures were zombies, and suffocation was not a serious problem for those who were already dead. When their bodies adapted to the new conditions, the monsters began to move slowly again, but they could not get up yet. Therefore, the Absolute Hermit prepared a plan B and gave the command to So Ye-jin to begin implementing it. The girl replied that it would be done, and immediately hordes of rats began to gather from the darkness around the lying zombies. The rodents rushed forward to feast on the immobile bodies that could not resist. Only moans and growls came from the zombies' mouths, but they were still unable to move. Their eyes saw the rats, but they couldn't even close before becoming a festive treat for them. The little mice and big rats feasted to their heart's content, leaving almost nothing of the zombies but bloody marks on the walls. But then So Ye-jin called out to Kim Jae-han, her voice alarmed. The Mouse Queen reported that something was wrong with her subjects. Their behavior had become uncontrollable, their eyes had turned red, and their fur had begun to fall out in clumps. It seemed that the rats were turning into zombies. Now the hunter could no longer control them, but it was still possible to see through the rodent's eyes. The transformation into zombies was in full swing. It wasn't even necessary to eat flesh. It was enough for the blood and saliva of the zombies to get on the skin. Kim Jae-hyun was saddened, thinking that things could have turned out much worse for them. According to the original plan, Oh Yun-ju was supposed to go and clear out the zombies, so it was very fortunate that they had made a different decision. The young man asked So Ye-jin if there were any mutated rats left that obeyed her orders, and she replied that some still did. But even they now seemed much more aggressive, which could be a big problem in the future. The young man decided that this was enough. Well, as long as the operation was going quite successfully, maybe his parents would be saved soon. Suddenly, a message appeared that an unauthorized creature was trying to enter, which greatly surprised our hero. It was a group of 157 people who had fulfilled the conditions for citizenship, and Kim Jae-hyun confirmed that he wanted to grant it. A message appeared that the economic activity subsidy skill had been unlocked, as the number of citizens had reached 3,000. This meant that residents could be given titles and subsidies not from the Absolute Hermit's account, but primarily to the team and managers. The daily rate for workers was 100,000 won, assistant managers 150,000 won, managers 200,000 won, and so on. The guy decided to expand the public infrastructure management team, and now he didn't have to pay for it out of his own pocket. And they would not feel deprived if all 30 positions in this field were filled, which would amount to 30 million won. And if all 50 positions were filled, that would be 50 million won, which would be returned to the account as taxes and purchases made by citizens in the store. Kim Jae-hyun decided that he needed to give out as many titles as possible. It was a very lucrative offer. There were also positions for technical maintenance, cleaning, and security, but that would have to be considered later. He could start with the gate guards, who would now be simple permanent guards since they were armed. The general manager with a subsidy of 300,000 won should of course be appointed Kim Da-bin. The girl would be happy with the raise. Her team included Yoo Hai-rin and Joo Hun-jun, but the young man felt that there was someone else who would be suitable. Immediately after the appointment, a message came that Kim Da-bin's trust had increased and she could be registered as a vassal, and their total number had also increased. Kim Jae-hyun noticed that now vassals were becoming automatically. A special ability should also have awakened. The hero opened the panel to see what skill Kim Da-bin had acquired, but then something strange happened. His finger froze before he could select the necessary option, and a strange sound was heard behind our hero. It was the sound of movement, followed by the sound of someone breathing. The hermit turned around and almost fell over in surprise. Yu Hai-rin appeared on the sofa in the room. Apparently the girl was asleep, but why she was there and how she got there remained unclear. So Yejin smiled and pointed at the hunter, asking if she should wake her up right now. She wasn't surprised at all. Kim Jae-hyun replied that there was no need to do so, as the girl had already completed her task for the day. She pretended that everything was fine, but she was clearly very tired, so she deserves a reward. He activated his invisible hand skill, deciding that it would be best to just let Yu Hai-rin sleep without any disturbances. The hand carefully covered the hunter with a blanket, but she was sleeping so soundly that she didn't even notice any movement. So Yejin suggested that her friend was very tired, and the guy confirmed that this was indeed the case. Then he thought that the second girl had also been working for a very long time, so he asked if she was okay. She replied that she hadn't done anything difficult. They had already reached the tracks at Sampo Station, so they would continue in the same vein. The Mouse Queen was about to say that he could rely on her, but suddenly became frightened. The connection was lost and it no longer worked. The young man was alarmed and asked how this could have happened. How could she have cut off so abruptly? So Yejin made another attempt and replied that the distance seemed to have become too great. Kim Jae-hyun was surprised and asked if this had happened before. The girl replied that during active movement, this sometimes happened because the radius was too large. But the distance was limited by the central station, and now it was completely unclear what they should do. Our hero was simply thrown off track. He was upset that something like this had happened right now. He wanted to send the mouse to his parents, but now it was impossible. The guy clenched his fist and asked So Ye-jin to try to re-establish contact with the central station, and she agreed. She got into a comfortable position and concentrated, and the familiar blue glow appeared, and the process began. A weak signal appeared from the rats that had become aggressive and those that had turned into zombies, but it was impossible to control them. Kim Jae-hyun also activated his absolute vision. He was ready to do anything to achieve his goal. Ha-dong-gan's squad was approaching Choryeon Station, and some mice within the communication range were accessible. The surface above the station was in ruins. The monsters had done their best here, that was obvious. The hunters had already reached the exit and were now slowly and carefully climbing the stairs. What they saw there made Kim-gon whistle, and Ga-yeon also looked a little frightened. The city was destroyed, skyscrapers had fallen, some were leaning, some were standing only because they were leaning on neighboring buildings. Traces of the Cyclops were visible. Immediately after the end of the stairs, all traces of civilization disappeared. There was not even any asphalt here now, and the hunters stopped. Still, they had to act. Kim-gon whispered that it was unbelievable, but his friend patted him on the shoulder and asked him to scout the area. The young man nodded and immediately sent a crow to look around. The bird fearlessly rose into the air. It flew over the area for a while. The sky was crimson-orange, either because of the sun or because of the fires. Kim-gon was saddened by what he saw, but reported that there did not appear to be any monsters anywhere nearby. Even near the Choryeon Station in the supermarket, there were no orcs or goblins in sight, apparently due to the giants' activities, so they would pass through there without any problems. No creature would now risk venturing into the ruins while there was a chance that the Cyclops might appear, as they did not know of its demise. Kim Da-jong said that it was getting dark, so maybe they should find a place to spend the night and continue their journey in the morning. Ga-yeon reported that goblins and orcs usually hide at night, and they had studied their habits, so it would be better to move on right away. The rescue team decided to proceed, and if it became too dangerous, Kim Jae-hyun could call them back. Then a mouse ran up to the group and began to squeak insistently, as if trying to communicate something important. They immediately guessed that it was So Ye-jin's ward, but they didn't immediately understand what to do. The only reasonable decision was to follow the rat, which the hunters did, moving slowly. Busan Station now resembled a lake. Everything was deserted, no buildings had survived, and the area was flooded with water, apparently from the sewers. Kim-gon asked why everything looked this way, not very similar to the activities of a Cyclops. Ga-yeon suggested that the depressions filled with water were caused by the collapsed skyscrapers sinking into the ground. The squad tried to move through the unflooded area, not noticing that something had appeared from under the water in the distance. A creature with long hair, similar to a woman's, was watching the hunters, but for now it was trying to stay away. But this movement did not escape the eyes of the scout bird, and it relayed the information to its master, and the guys turned in the right direction. Kim Gon became alert, but now the creature had disappeared under the water, and only the sounds it made could be heard. After a while, the monster rose to the surface again, but continued to hide behind the ruins, and the guy pointed there. The creature looked like a woman, and the hunters began to peer into the darkness to get a better look. It soon became clear that instead of legs, it had a fishtail, and instead of fingernails, it had claws. It seemed to be a mermaid. A yellow glow appeared in her eyes, which was a bad sign that did not bode well. Someone shouted to the others to cover their ears, and it was just in time, as the siren demonstrated her deadly skill in that very second. To withstand the force of the sound, the hunters had to open their mouths and press their palms against their ears. But even that didn't help much. Now, there was no doubt that a monster had appeared in their path, but it was unclear what to do about it. The sound wave was so strong that it literally knocked people off their feet, and they began to crouch down to stay upright. Suddenly, Kang Doksu's eyes began to glow purple. He felt something strange, some kind of irresistible force affecting his body. The same thing happened to Oyeonju. The woman could no longer even hold her hands near her ears. The purple glow spread over their bodies, and now even their legs refused to obey them. Two members of the squad were no longer in control of themselves. Some powerful force was pulling them toward the water. Soon, both fell into it, leaving only splashes behind, which was completely unpredictable. Not only that, but the same force was pulling Oh Eun-ju and Kang Dok-soo into the depths, preventing them from swimming out. The young man looked as if he had lost consciousness. He could not move his arms or legs, simply sinking deeper and deeper. The woman was stronger and knew how to swim. Underwater, the sound of the siren was not as loud, and she managed to regain her ability to move. Meanwhile, Kang Dok-soo was already practically in the hands of some underwater monsters, apparently fish people. Oh-ju looked up through the thick water. They were quite deep, but before she could swim to the surface, she had to save the guy. That was out of the question, because the webbed hands of the underwater creatures were already reaching for her legs. The woman began to be dragged down. She couldn't even scream. No one would hear her anyway. She had to conserve oxygen. The siren's attack continued on the surface. Ha Dong-gon was holding on with his last ounce of strength, but he had almost none left. Suddenly, the healer activated one of her skills, and flames burst forth from her hands. Now the woman was immune to the sound wave and was able to cast a protective spell on her colleagues from the rescue team. Kim Gon and Ha Dong-gon suddenly realized with surprise that they felt completely normal. They had not known about Kim Da-jong's ability. They asked her what kind of power she had, but the former nurse did not answer. She shouted that they should hurry to save the others. The girl kept repeating that they needed to go after Kang Dok-soo and Oh Eun-ju. She was very excited and tense. But suddenly her expression changed. Something rose from the water, terrifying the healer. Yellow eyes stared intently at the girl. They were the eyes of a lizard or a fish man or a dragon. It was impossible to tell. Soon everything became clear. Figures appeared on a small hill. They were indeed mermaids, most of them holding trident staffs in their hands. Soon the enemies became active. They also had projectiles which immediately flew towards their target. But the fish people preferred close combat, so the front line almost immediately jumped into the water. It was a quick way to get to the hunters. In their element, the merfolk were unmatched, moving very quickly. Ha Dong-gon took up a fighting stance and ordered the others to get ready, as their enemies would soon attack. The leader of the squad shouted excitedly that the enemies were already close, that everyone should fight to the best of their ability, as they were very dangerous. Soon, the first monster rose from the water, and Ha Dong-gon's special spear flew at it instantly. The young man did not have time to throw the next one, because the fish man was already very close, so he had to fight on the spot. The enemy managed to parry the first spear thrust with his staff, and a blue glow enveloped them both. Ha Dong-gon's next spear strike killed the merman, who began to slowly sink down, not even realizing that he had died. New enemies immediately took his place, and there were so many of them that the hunters could not effectively resist such a large number of monsters. Even Gayeon, who rarely backed down in the face of difficulties, cried out that she simply couldn't shoot at all the targets. The mermen approached, their webbed feet slapping the water as if the monsters had simply gone out for a walk. Pretty soon the squad was completely surrounded, and everyone knew it wouldn't be easy to fight them off. Ha Dong-gon cursed, reminding the hunters that they simply couldn't afford to stay here so long while their comrades were underwater. Looking at the terrifying toothy mouths, the guy imagined them tearing Oh Eun-ju and Kang Dok-soo to pieces. As soon as he thought about it, a powerful blow scattered the fish people in different directions. and those closest to the hunters looked back. A huge bear jumped out of the water, carrying a young man in her arms. He was unconscious. It was Oh Eonju who immediately let go of the guy so he could cough and spit out the water. Kang Doksu did not keep them waiting long and immediately spewed a fountain of liquid from his mouth. The hunters smiled happily as they listened to him curse and lament that he had almost died. But now everything would be fine. Kang Doksu thanked his savior, to which she replied that it was her duty, and besides, the hero himself had helped her several times. The fish people were not going to wait while they talked. The monsters were approaching and growling. This time, the hunters were not afraid at all. They decided that they would easily defeat their opponents. Everyone's mood instantly improved, and their fighting spirit returned. Kang Doksu instantly activated his steel armor and halberd, and Oh Eonju remained in her bear form. The battle promised to be fierce, and so it happened. With one blow, the knight destroyed several monsters at once, determined to avenge his near death. The beast's clawed paws did their job just as well, but unfortunately, the number of enemies did not decrease for long, as new ones constantly appeared. As soon as Oh Eonju finished off one, a new merman took its place. It seemed like this conveyor belt knew no rest. Another monster flew to the side and broke a pillar with its back, causing it to fall to the ground. For a long time, the hunters did not pay attention to this structure, as they were too busy fighting. Only now did everyone look up to see what it was, and what they saw literally left them speechless. With a deafening crash, the pillar finally broke and collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Hadongan managed to jump out of the way at the last moment, and Benho carefully asked if his friend was okay. Kang Doksu and Dajong looked at what lay at their feet, both wanting to scream, but the sound stuck in their throats. A monster was tied to the pole. It was a goblin, and this goblin had definitely left the world of the living. But the main thing was that it was not tied to a pole, but to a cross, only it was not immediately obvious. All the members of the squad looked up again, and what they saw made their blood run cold. It was a truly horrific sight. Another goblin was crucified on a cross directly above where the people were standing, and he was also dead. But the most frightening thing was that the mermaids had erected not one or two such crosses, but dozens, maybe even hundreds, each with a corpse tied to it. Hadongan couldn't hold back his emotions. The fish people's victims included both monsters and humans. It didn't matter to them. The hunters forgot everything as they stared at this strange memorial to some unknown demon. Suddenly, Ga-yeon screamed. The bow slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. It seemed that the girl had seen something particularly horrible. She suddenly cried out that she could see her father, her voice trembling with grief, as if the man had also fallen victim to the monsters. Overwhelmed by her emotions, the girl could no longer think about anything else. To stifle her scream, she covered her mouth with her hands. Hadongan realized that something terrible had happened, but he couldn't figure out what it was, because no one was giving any explanations. The fish people took advantage of the hunter's state of shock and immediately began to attack, one of them already rushing straight at Ga-yeon. Dongan only had time to shout her name, but for some reason he couldn't do anything. His hands simply wouldn't obey him. A shot rang out, and a bullet, enhanced by skill, flew out of the barrel of the pistol and flew straight at the attacker. It pierced the mermaid through and through, but Ga-yeon did not even notice the threat hanging over her and her safe destruction. The rest of the fish people were pierced by Hadongan's spears, who had already regained control of himself and got down to business. Moon Ben-ho continued to shoot, thinning out the crowd of monsters considerably. He had significantly improved his accuracy recently. The leader of the squad appreciated his comrade's combat skills and was pleasantly surprised by his progress. Ga-yeon did not react to anything. She fell to her knees and sobbed, covering her face with her hands. The girl was going through a personal drama. There was no time to figure out the details. Kim Gon told the squad leader that he thought he knew who was controlling the mermaids and how to quickly solve the problem. Perrin reported that his raven had been watching the events from above and had come to some conclusions. The bird had noticed the behavior of a siren who was not personally involved in the battle but was clearly connected to it. The clever raven focused all its attention on her, and it turned out to be the right decision. The siren sat at a short distance and watched the battle closely, not missing a single detail. Dongan realized that if Kim Gon's assumptions were correct, then she was the one controlling the fish people and coordinating their actions. Every time the monster's mouth began to move, new waves of attackers appeared, monsters emerging as if from nowhere. At first, their eyes glowed with the same yellow light as the siren's eyes, as if she was summoning them. So if the siren was destroyed, the fish people would either retreat without their commander or disappear altogether without their summoner. The leader of the squad reported that he would try to eliminate the monster, but he was not sure that the mermaids would allow it. A new wave of monsters confirmed his guess. They intended to protect the siren at all costs. Kang Doksu approached and asked cheerfully if all that was needed was to kill the tailed creature, and that would be it. He said he would do it in 2 seconds, and Ha Donggan nodded, even though there was obvious doubt on his face. The knight prepared to attack. The siren turned her head to see what was happening, clearly not expecting an attack from the flank. She whispered something, and her subjects immediately moved to the side, their eyes flashing with an unpleasant glow again. Ha Donggan told Kim Goon that the monsters were changing formation, apparently realizing that the hunters had changed their main target. The leader asked Kang Doksu once more if his plan could be trusted, and whether it would pose an even greater threat than the current situation. The knight firmly stated that they could rely on him, and that provoking the merfolk might even work in their favor. The hunter asked only that they clear the way for him. He would take care of everything else and do his best. The healer hugged her friend and promised to protect Ga-yeon while she was in that state. The girl was very worried about her friend. The hunters rushed forward to give Kang Doksu the opportunity to carry out his plan. They killed monsters by any means necessary, giving it their all. It seemed that Ha Donggan had never fought so desperately before. Kim Gon shot a little worse than Moon Ben-ho, but he also tried to shoot the mermaids without mercy. The leader of the squad shouted that the way was clear. Now it was the knight's turn. He heard him, but did not rush to carry out his plan immediately. Ha Donggan repeated once more that they could begin, and this time Kang Doksu obeyed his boss and prepared to throw. He raised his halberd and used an additional strength skill to ensure that the blow would hit its target. The weapon whistled right over the hunters' heads, and if they hadn't reacted, things could have ended much more dramatically. The siren froze, not expecting anyone to attack her instead of the summoned monsters. At the last moment, the monster simply tilted its head, and the halberd whizzed past its ear, causing no harm at all. The throw was so powerful that the weapon flew far away, almost out of sight. Disappointment was reflected on the faces of the guys clearing the way. They clearly did not expect such an outcome of the attack. Donggan sighed, glad he had asked if the knight could be trusted. The knight said nothing, remaining completely calm, only his left eye flashing blue. Sirena began to laugh, amused, deciding that she had gotten a completely clumsy opponent, a total loser. Her laughter spread in waves throughout the area, and there was nothing more disgusting and sinister in this world. The fish people also began to mock the man who had failed to hit his target from such a close distance. Ha Donggan turned around and shouted that Kang Doksu had let them down, that they had trusted his plan and his determination for nothing. Suddenly, the leader of the group saw something that the others had not yet noticed, and the words literally stuck in his throat. The knight was extremely pleased with himself, smiling and making strange gestures with his hands, which emitted a purple glow. The hunter guessed that Kang Doksu was summoning his halberd back, as he had done this trick many times before. In the next second, the tip pierced the siren's chest, and black blood splattered in all directions. The monster let out a death cry, rolling its eyes, which never saw the face of its killer. The halberd immediately returned to the hunter's hand, and everyone froze, waiting to see what would happen next. A message appeared announcing the killing of a level 32 siren and the addition of 35 million won to the account. The mermaids stared in surprise but did not attack the humans, instead slowly beginning to back away. In the next moment, all the monsters dived into the water and disappeared from view, leaving the humans alone. Kang Doksu was very pleased with himself and accepted Kim Gon's congratulations, while Ben-ho breathed a sigh of relief. Ha Donggan rushed over to Ga-yeon to find out what had happened to her and why she was still crying. The healer turned to him, tears in her eyes, and whispered to the squad leader, asking what to do. The guy stopped, only now realizing that his friend was not injured, but suffering from intense emotional pain and grief. Hearing that her father, his future father-in-law, was hanging on one of those crosses, Ha Donggan couldn't believe his ears. Why would he be there? Ga-yeon continued to cry and ask what she should do now. This question sounded even more frightening than Kim Do-jun's, and it was understandable why. The girl's father was dressed in uniform, his insignia and name clearly visible, and Donggan realized that she was not mistaken. His legs buckled, and the young man also fell to his knees, now experiencing grief as acutely as Gayon. Soon the entire squad knelt down, both as an expression of their emotions and as a tribute to the fallen man. He hung on the cross and looked completely helpless, as if he had been nothing in life, although that was far from the truth. Silence fell in the hermit's house, so Yejin turned her head and looked silently at the young man. He stood in front of the flashing red screen, his head bowed gloomily, seemingly not even breathing. He tried to give the task of resurrecting Father Kim Gayon, but the system reported that creatures who died outside his domain were not eligible for resurrection. The guy muttered that he believed in Hadonggan's squad, and if the situation threatened their lives, he would immediately call everyone back. Kim Jae-hyun hated himself for this lie. He just wanted to get to his parents, so he didn't bring the hunters back when they were pulled underwater. If this wasn't a life-threatening situation, then what was? Our hero felt like the lowest of the low, but he wasn't the only one who worried about his family and wanted to see his relatives. Gayon would never be able to do that now. The other hunters also have loved ones whose safety they are very concerned about. Of course, the absolute hermit understood this, but he simply did not want to think about others, focusing on his own emotions and selfish impulses. And all the hunters went along with him, succumbing to his only desire, putting their own interests aside. With a trembling hand, Kim Jae-hyun pressed the screen and issued a group task to dig a grave, with 1 hour to complete it. Gayon immediately saw the message and froze, hoping until the last moment that the recluse might come up with something else. Now tears flowed from her eyes even more intensely, as the hunter realized that there was no chance of bringing her father back to life. Ha Donggon was nearby and supported Gayon as best he could, trying to share her grief, but it was very difficult. Kim Jae-hyun wished he could never see this, but he had to watch so as not to repeat such mistakes again. The guy cursed. Soon a grave with a makeshift cross was prepared, and the girl's father's final resting place looked appropriate. All the members of the squad gathered to pay their last respects. Everyone understood perfectly well what the heroine was going through. Any one of them could have been in her place. Hadonggan asked Gayon once again if she was sure she wanted to leave her father's body here and not take it with her. She replied that her father would have liked it here, that it was a great place, and that he had often visited it during his lifetime. The hunter explained that her father had worked hard and was very proud, often saying that he would be buried next to the railroad where he had worked, and that is what happened. She placed a badge with his name and surname, taken from her father's uniform, on the stones, and now it was a kind of inscription on an improvised tombstone. Kim Gayon explained that when she was little, she often laughed at these words, considering them silly. Now she was ashamed of that, but she still fulfilled her father's last wish and did as he himself had said. The absolute hermit empathized with the girl, understanding perfectly well that what he feared most was that the same fate would befall him. He caught himself thinking that he hoped the hunters would not suffer such grief. Then it would not befall him either. Our hero stood in front of the glowing screen and thought about how much they all needed strong people. And he already knew who was currently the person with the greatest potential among all citizens. It was the one who had mastered water magic while still at the beginning of his journey, but who could reach unprecedented heights. At that very moment, Junhak was fighting goblins, using his superpowers to their fullest. After defeating the monster, his confidence increased and the opportunity arose to register the man as a vassal. Then Lee Junhak was called out by a girl standing behind him. Covering her mouth with her hand, apparently feeling intense fear, the heroine reported that the hunter had begun to glow. He looked down and realized that this was indeed the case. Upon registration, the man immediately received the title of Knight and Mage, as well as the skills of water control and water bomb creation. He was immediately given the task of testing the water bomb and water control in practice. Only now did Junhak realize that this was because of the hermit. He stood and carefully read the quest description again. The punishment for failure was mental exhaustion, and the goblins were approaching. The man guessed that Jaehyun expected him to test his new skills on monsters, which was an excellent idea. Lee Junhak raised his hand, and almost immediately a stream of water swirled around him. Everything was working fine. The man tried to create that very bomb, and with a slight guiding movement, launched it towards the goblins. The effect was no worse than that of a powerful explosion. The monsters simply flew in all directions, tumbling in the air. The blow was so powerful that it even damaged the asphalt. None of the monsters survived. A single wave of the hand was enough. Now this hand possessed such power that it could accomplish a great deal, practically performing miracles. The mage decided to try out his new water control ability. His eyes lit up blue and his face became tense. Round drops of water began to rise into the air, moving at Junhek's will, first in one direction, then in another. The guys from his team began to follow the movement of the drops, and they asked in surprise how the man managed to control them. The hunters couldn't believe that a human being was capable of such a thing. The sight was truly mind-boggling. Lee Junhek felt a power so strong that he had never experienced before in his life, and he began to smile. Gradually, the smile turned into joyful laughter, and then into guffaws. The man did not even try to control his emotions. The magician fell to his knees from laughter and then began to repeat the word "thank you" like a mantra, doing so many times. Jun Haeok raised his hands to the sky and began to bow, declaring that he would never forget what Kim Jae-hyun had done for him. He was so grateful for the power he had received from the hermit that he bowed incessantly, as if in prayer. His comrades decided that their leader had lost his mind. Our hero received a notification that the task had been completed, 72,001 had been credited to his account, and the awakened ability of the mage was S rank, which was impressive. This was the second case after Oh Eun-ju, but the woman had already come here with a powerful and developed skill. It didn't seem like it was just luck, because the ability to create water, which the man already possessed upon awakening, was only B rank. The young man thought it was worth finding out, because if there was a chance to repeat such a good result, they should take advantage of it. But now the main thing was different. It was necessary to figure out how to best use the mage's powers so as not to lose out. The hermit's first thought was to add Lee Junhek to Ha Donggon's squad, but then he rejected the idea because the team was already balanced. The hunters worked as a single mechanism, and everyone was in their place. Destroying such harmony would be simply sacrilegious. The group of people who came here with the mage were united around him, and if they were deprived of their leader, chaos would reign. It seemed most reasonable to leave everything as it was, allowing the man to continue working with his old team. Suddenly, reports of the goblin's murder appeared, but at that moment, none of Kim Jae-han's citizens were supposed to be fighting. The young man activated absolute vision, but then a message came that his house management level had also increased to level 20, and he had gained 3 skill points. The system reported that the territory had expanded, and the absolute hermit's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding why this was happening now. As always, when the protective dome expanded, Kim Jae-hyun felt sick and screamed, almost falling to his knees, but still managed to stay on his feet. The guy continued to scream, and So Ye-jin was seriously frightened. This time, the territory expanded significantly, more than ever before. What's more, the young man had never experienced such pain before. It was as if thousands of needles were piercing him. He barely opened his eyes and saw the girl leaning over him. So Ye-jin shouted that he had to breathe, then fell silent when she saw his eyes open. The beauty pursed her lips. Suddenly, Kim Jae-hyun made a move, intending to get up, and almost bumped into the girl's face. She was very close. The hero asked in surprise what she was doing, and the hunter apologized and explained that she was trying to revive him. She felt very awkward and began to make excuses, but the guy just said that everything was fine. Then he noticed that Chernish was also very agitated. The bird was chirping plaintively and flapping its wings chaotically. Our hero patted the 3-legged raven on the head to calm it down, repeating that everything was fine and that his pet was fine too. To see what exactly had changed, Kim Jae-hyun activated his special vision, but this time it wasn't so easy. Now the size of his area of influence was 1 kilometer in radius from the house, which was a lot, covering several large houses and roads. Now our hero understood why it was so painful. The territory had expanded to its maximum level. He caught himself thinking that he was very tired and that it would be nice to sleep for at least 5 minutes, but now was not the time. He needed to spend the skill points he had earned, and Kim Jae-hyun had already decided what he wanted to upgrade. The most important thing for this operation. He decided to raise the level of absolute vision so that he could track what was happening with even greater efficiency. The skill reached level 4 and the multi-vision function was activated. Kim Jae-hyun immediately wanted to try it out. He felt something strange, as if he were sitting in a room with monitors connected to surveillance cameras, one of which showed Lee Jun-hyuk. Next was Kim Da-bin, who was doing housework and was clearly very tired. Ga-yeon also did not look her best. She was still crying, mourning her deceased father. He couldn't focus on just one thing, Our hero was under incredible stress and couldn't get used to such a load. He realized that he could only observe 3 people at a time and decided to improve his dignity preservation skill by spending his remaining points. The mystical draw function was activated, and the system notified him that the hermit had received 300 crystals, but he had no idea what they were or what to do with them. Kim Jae-hyun tried to find information about this by clicking on various menu items on the board, and he realized that the crystals were needed to try out the draw. The hero selected the appropriate option, and immediately a yellow glowing portal appeared in the middle of the room, startling Chernish. In an instant, the glow moved beyond the apartment, and now Kim Jae-hyun and So Ye-jin watched it through the window, shielding their eyes from the light. An object materialized. It was a communication ring with the ability to transmit the hermit's voice to his vassals. The young man put it on his finger and began to examine it to understand how to use this magical object. Our hero caught himself thinking that Kim Dobbin could use this ring much more effectively. Then he remembered that he didn't know if the girl was registered as a vassal and decided to check this information. Kim's data showed that she was a vassal and had received the ability of telepathy, which pleased the young man, as this skill was perfect for the task. He looked to see where the heroine was now. She was trying to explain to a group of people that 50 of them would have to sleep in one room for a while. They were indignant, claiming that she was obliged to ensure their comfort, that the complex was full of empty apartments, and asking what kind of attitude this was. They pressed her, demanding more suitable conditions, at least for the children. Kim Dobbin looked a little confused as she tried to explain something. The girl began to explain something about the rules, and then Kim Jae-han lost his temper and decided that he simply had to intervene. The door of the Absolute Hermit appeared, along with a message that he could now connect doors throughout his territory. The skill appeared when he leveled up, and the young man had no idea that they would have to use it so soon. One of the men accused the girl of illegally living on someone else's territory and imposing their own stupid rules. The Absolute Hermit appeared completely unexpectedly and said that if the rules didn't suit him, the man could leave. It was clear from his expression that this was no joke, and the quarrelsome citizen was outraged that such a youngster dared to give him orders. The hero did not listen to him and immediately gave the order to the system to expel Sun Yun-sik. A stream of energy separated from his finger, and the man disappeared. The rest of the people who had gathered to settle the dispute were frightened. They couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. Our hero said that now it was better, much quieter, and then asked if anyone else had any questions. After a short pause, Kim Ji-hyung announced that from that moment on, he would turn off the gas, water, and electricity in the room where the troublemakers lived. This information caused people to panic. It had never occurred to them that such sanctions could be imposed. Kim Jae-hyun asked how it happened that all the newcomers appeared in the house immediately after the Cyclops was defeated. Was it just a coincidence? It seemed more likely that people had come here for protection when they realized that there were hunters who could defeat even such a monster. He added that dozens of people come here every day looking for a place to stay. So isn't it difficult to understand that it's hard to provide everyone with amenities? If we try to meet the demands of everyone who wants to come here, problems will arise very soon, and the first of these will be a lack of free rooms for new arrivals. In addition, other resources are not infinite either, and the shortage could affect those who have been living in the complex for a long time. The rebels lowered their heads. Our hero asked if they needed further explanation, but no one uttered a sound in response. Then the Absolute Hermit shouted that he did not work for the state and was helping of his own free will, out of his own kindness. The entire city, the entire country, and probably the entire world lay in ruins. What rights and demands could there be in such conditions? People were scared. They probably now perceived the guy as a tyrant reveling in his power. But the post-apocalyptic world is cruel. If they want to enjoy privileges, let them prove that they are worthy of them. The young man reminded them that other survivors were trying to adapt to the new conditions, taking turns sleeping in the bedrooms and spending most of their time in the corridors. Even in such uncomfortable conditions, they help each other, take care of the elderly and children, and try to survive rather than asserting their rights. Do the troublemakers really think they are better than everyone else? If so, he has bad news for them. Kim Jae-hyun sternly announced that this was the last warning, and that they would be expelled in disgrace if they continued. Our hero pointed to the door and told them that they must immediately go to the room he had provided for them and not stick their heads out for a week. No one dared to disobey him, It was clear that the newcomers were scared and did not want to get into trouble. They trudged off to their quarters, deeply regretting their actions. Kim Dae-bin breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the hermit for helping her deal with the situation. He smiled and said that he had done what he had to do, that there was no need to thank him, that she had handled everything wonderfully. After these words, Kim Jae-hyun showed her the ring and said that he had actually come here because he wanted to thank her personally, which surprised the beautiful girl. Moreover, the hermit communicated this not with words but mentally, and when Kim Dae-bin realized this, she was even more surprised. The hero added that she herself was capable of doing the same. He taught her how to use telepathy, suggesting that she think about the person she wanted to contact. She succeeded on the first try, and the guy praised her for her success and explained that her skill would improve over time, so she should explore all its possibilities. The girl mentally thanked him and expressed her surprise that it had worked at all, as she had not expected it at all. Then someone behind her called out to Jae-hyun and waved his hand to get his attention. It was a young man from the newcomers. Kim Dae-bin turned around, but the recluse himself was in no hurry to respond to the call, as he had a bad feeling about it. It was one of those who was indignant about the conditions he had been given, and he asked permission to say something. Kim Jae-hyun asked what the matter was, wondering if he hadn't explained everything clearly enough, but the newcomer shook his head. The man said that he understood that it might sound arrogant on his part, but he would still try to voice his request. He bowed and asked for the man who had just been expelled to be brought back, at least this once, as he had already learned his lesson. The absolute recluse asked why he should do that and to give him at least one reason. The man explained that although Yan Shik was the most vocal, he was voicing their collective decision, so it was unfair that he alone was punished. The newcomer bowed even lower and added that they were all ready to accept any punishment, but only if Yeon-sik returned. Kim Jae-hyun himself thought it was unfair to condemn Song Yeon-sik to death, but fortunately, he had not gone far and had been trying to enter the house all this time. The guy asked the name of the man who had come to ask for his comrade's return, and it turned out that the man's name was Kang Hyung-hoon. Our hero sternly said that he was glad to meet him, and that this time he would grant Song Yeon-sik citizenship again. He also said he would continue to supply water, electricity, and gas to the premises allocated to these people. Kang Hyung-hoon could not believe his ears. The recluse said he was doing this out of respect for his honesty, but let this be the first and only exception to the rules. The man bowed gratefully. He ran down the corridor to tell the others the news, and the system issued a message that Kang Hyun-kwan's trust had increased significantly. Kim Jae-hyun thought that he had restored electricity, gas, and water for the sake of the children in this group, but it was not reasonable to leave the troublemakers completely unpunished. So the floors in the room would remain unheated, and the water in the shower would be cold. At that moment, Kim Dae-bin called out to the hero. She smiled and telepathically informed him that the absolute hermit had a kind heart, which was surprisingly pleasant. Jae-hyun asked aloud if the girl really thought so, and she nodded in response, still smiling. He coughed and thanked her for such high praise, and the beauty cheered up, noticing that she had made the recluse feel embarrassed. He reminded her in a businesslike tone that the common living space was currently located in building number 3, and that this needed to be taken care of. More precisely, Kim was horrified at the amount of work involved in creating similar furnished rooms in all 25 buildings of the expanded territory. The hero asked how many people she currently had at her disposal, and the beauty replied that there were 15, including Hae-rin and Choi Hen-jun. The young man suggested expanding the maintenance team to 100 people, with 4 people assigned to each building, which would be a normal arrangement. Kim Dae-bin's eyes lit up. Now she would be in charge of a huge crowd, and the young man promised each of them a salary of 100,000 won. The girl immediately began to plan the work. She was inspired because now she had become a much more influential person. Suddenly, a loud voice greeted Kim Jae-han and his beautiful companion, and the young people turned around. The man with glasses said that he was new here, and if the recluse didn't mind, he would like to talk to him. Behind the stranger were 2 girls, and he asked if the residential complex needed a team of doctors. The man proudly announced that he was Dr. Lee Seong-min, Associate Professor of Nephrology at Park Busan Hospital. Jae-hyun said he needed to think about it, sent the doctor to rest, and then suggested to Kim that they turn part of the building into a hospital and provide the doctors with appropriate conditions. The girl praised the idea, and the recluse added that if they tried hard enough, they could easily find nurses. He entrusted Kim Dobbin with forming a team of doctors, and she agreed, promising to arrange everything in the best possible way. After those events, Kim Jae-hyun returned to his apartment, using his new skill of connecting doors. So Yejin asked if everything was okay, as he looked tired. The guy smiled and replied that everything went well, there were no particular problems, and there was no need to worry. The absolute hermit activated his special vision and checked whether Ha Dong-gon's squad had really moved on. He could see the hunters, but for some reason he couldn't make out their surroundings, only that they were heading in a certain direction. Hearing that the guys were heading to Chigalchi Station and that there were no particular difficulties, the young man decided to finish what he had started before leaving. It was time to invest the remaining one skill point in raising the level of another skill. This was the storage, to which the options absolute inventory and item preservation had been added, meaning that items would remain in the same condition in which they were placed in the storage. The capacity had also doubled, so now he could use his inventory more freely. The young man decided to test something, so he opened the store and summoned a revolver and 100 rounds of ammunition from it. It turns out that if you use the weapon and then summon it again, the ammunition will be restored. But that's not all. There is a chance that another trick will work. The young man decided to test it out. He took aim and asked So Yejin to cover her ears for a moment. Kim Jae-hyun shouted for her to do it immediately because it was going to be loud, and he was very excited. The girl didn't understand what was going on and asked him to be careful, but the recluse assured her that he would take care of her safety. The Mouse Queen was seriously frightened, realizing that he had decided to use a firearm right now. The guy ignored her and prepared to pull the trigger to put the fired bullet in the inventory. The shot rang out and fire burst from the barrel of the revolver. Kim Jae-hyun instantly activated the storage. The girl fell to her knees, crouching down, but nothing terrible happened. A message appeared saying that the bullet had been added to the inventory. Our hero took a few steps forward, his legs feeling like cotton wool, but the plan had worked and it was just what he needed for the operation. If he had calculated everything correctly, it would be a success. The young man approached the balcony door and looked out the window. Kim Jae-hyun threw open the door to the street, so Yejin couldn't understand why he needed to do that and what would happen next. The guy put his hand outside and activated his inventory, saying he wanted to summon the bullet he had fired. His face was grim because there was no certainty that this rather dangerous trick would work. When the window activated, Kim Jae-hyun summoned the fired bullet several times and waved his hand, indicating the direction of the shot, and a multiple volley rang out. It was a delight. The plan worked out even better than originally intended. The absolute hermit had come up with an excellent way to cover Ha Dong-gon's squad. He decided not to put off its implementation and immediately fired shells at the orcs at Chigalchi Station. Kim Jae-hyun managed to clear a fairly large area before the hunters arrived. When the guys appeared in the tunnel, the remaining monsters fled as far away as possible, only their heels flashing. This seemed suspicious to the members of the squad, but they were happy with this turn of events, and Chigalchi Station welcomed them warmly. Immediately, the absolute hermit tried to contact the heroes telepathically, watching their reaction. When Ha Dong-gon and the others suddenly heard the guy's voice in their heads, they were very frightened, and the guy asked how they could hear him. He did not wait for an answer and assumed that the connection must be excellent. The leader of the squad assured Kim Jae-hyun that this was indeed the case. The recluse said that they would now communicate in this way, then advised the hunters to go up through exit 2, where everything was clear. Ha Dong-gon thanked him. Within a few minutes, the squad was at the sign with the number 2, and all that remained was to climb to the surface. Soon, this task was also completed, and the hunters climbed the last few steps and began to look around. What met their eyes did not bode well at all. The area was completely destroyed, except that there were no monsters in sight yet. Several skyscrapers had also survived, but they looked so depressing that no one wanted to go near them. It was uncharted territory. For the first time, Kim Jae-hyun was going to send a squad to a place where not even minimal reconnaissance had been conducted. So Yejin had been trying to send mice to the area, but the distance was too great. In fact, nothing was known about this area at all, so Ha Dong-gon asked the hermit where they should go. The guy advised them to walk about 1 kilometer along the left side of the main road. That would be their first destination. Everything was going well until the local monsters caught wind of the humans, and these were not orcs or goblins. Their red eyes were already sizing up their potential victims, and the hunters became alert, sensing something was wrong. Ha Dong-gon was the first to notice the threat and threw his spear straight into the toothy mouth, shouting to the others to retreat. The squad took up a defensive position at a distance. They had just defeated a siren and fish people, and now they had a land shark to deal with on top of everything else. The monster looked very dangerous, and it was completely unclear when it would decide to attack the squad. It turned out that at that very moment, the toothy creature lunged forward but came up empty-handed as everyone managed to jump out of the way. The leader of the squad put his spear forward. It seemed that only Oh Eun-ju was capable of dealing with this threat. But before the woman had finished her transformation, Ha Dong-gon decided to try to fight off the shark himself. Kim Gon came to his aid, firing a whole magazine of bullets at the monster, which helped buy some time. While the monster was unable to attack again, Dong-gon decided to strike one more blow with his spear. The young man fearlessly approached the monster, covering the other hunters and risking his own life. The throw hit the target accurately. The hero put all his strength into it, but did not cause critical damage. Fortunately, the bear was already ready and in an incredible leap, rushed straight at her new enemy. Her eyes flashed, and her claws were ready to tear the shark to pieces with the first blow. OG carried out her plan. She fell into such a rage that she dealt with her opponent in literally a few seconds. A message appeared that a level 23 monster, a land shark, had been destroyed, and 13 million won had been credited to the Absolute Hermit's account. Ha Dong-gon turned to Kim Goon and shouted for him to immediately scout out who else might be waiting for them at this station. The bird soared upward, spreading its wings, and with its keen eye, the crow surveyed the surroundings, not missing a single detail. What he saw made the young man's heart sink, and he told the others that these sea creatures were everywhere. More precisely, not sea creatures, but now land creatures. But that didn't change anything. They had to be prepared for new attacks at any moment. The huge crabs were especially frightening, their mouths full of sharp teeth, no less terrifying than their enormous claws. By the time Kim Gon finished speaking, the monsters had come so close that everyone present had noticed them. Kang Doksu looked up and shouted that new monsters were approaching them from above, as if they were surrounded by the ocean rather than air. They were some kind of strange creatures, resembling both stingrays and swordfish, with fins instead of wings. Their eyes glowed yellow like a siren's, and one could only hope that another one wasn't lurking around the corner. These marlins wasted no time, all of them rushing straight at the people at tremendous speed. Ha Dong-gon shouted to Kang Doksu that his halberd would work best here, so he should immediately summon his armor and weapons. The young man did so, saying that he would quickly take care of everything and stop the attack. He was ready in a moment and immediately began chopping up the sea creatures as if they were simply ingredients for a dish. The guy was so successful that he didn't even need the help of other hunters, and Gayan didn't even fire a dozen arrows. Nevertheless, Ben Ho and Kim Gon provided fire support because there were many opponents, and Kang Doksu was alone. For each heavenly marlin, 8,001 went into the wallet, but more and more monsters kept appearing, and now the entire squad was involved. Kim Gayan was now shooting almost non-stop, but she knew something had to change. The girl reported that the more monsters they managed to kill, the more appeared again. There was clearly some connection. Da-young was the worst fighter because she had little experience, and her bullets didn't hit the target very often. When they ran out completely, the girl simply lowered her gun and watched as a huge monster flew straight at her. Fortunately, Kim Jae-hyun noticed this, immediately activated the storage near the healer, and summoned the fired bullet several times. 3 shots hit the target accurately, protecting the confused nurse for a while, but the reward for the monster turned out to be surprisingly small. The recluse realized that when he kills monsters instead of his vassals, he gets very little money, so he turned to So Ye-jin for help. He asked the girl to stop trying to restore the connection and shoot for him instead, which surprised her greatly as she did not know how to handle a weapon. The gun immediately appeared in the beauty's hands, but it was clear from her face that So Ye-jin was far from thrilled. She asked where to shoot, and our hero replied that it didn't matter. She could shoot anywhere. Kim Jae-hyun asked her to hurry up, and the Mouse Queen obediently closed her eyes and started shooting into the air. A message appeared saying that the bullet had been added to the inventory, but the Absolute Hermit shouted for the girl not to stop. Our hero explained that he would be able to summon all the bullets fired and use them in battle against sea creatures. He carried out his intentions with lightning speed, reaching forward as soon as enough bullets had accumulated in the storage. A multitude of blue inventory screens appeared above the heads of the squad, each about to release a bullet. And so it happened, all the Marlins were struck in a flash, but the reward for each was only 1.5 million won. So Yejin shouted that the drum was empty, and the young man advised her to reload it and continue shooting. The effectiveness increased significantly. The girl felt a little sorry, but now there was simply no other choice. Another series of shots rang out. Suddenly, the door to the room flew open, and a puzzled Yu Heirin stood in the doorway, wondering what was going on. She had clearly heard the shots, but all she saw was So Yejin with a gun and Kim Jae-hyun firing bullets at the blue screen. The hunter decided that she was dreaming. The monster crab's huge claws could cut a person in two with a single movement without much effort. The hunter's only salvation was speed. Even Oh Yun-ju, in the form of a bear, could not inflict serious wounds on the monster. She and Ha Dong-gon were already exhausted, and the crab was closing in, as if nothing had happened, getting closer and closer. Its mouth opened and closed, as if hinting that the creature would not mind a hearty meal. The bear attacked again from above, making an excellent jump and working with her claws. But the monster's armor was too strong. Oh-ju wanted to get closer to its belly, hoping that the armor would be a little thinner there. Her hopes were dashed, and the hunter cried out in despair to Da-jung that she urgently needed her help. The healer did not keep her waiting long and buffed her friend, wanting to do as much as possible. Now the beast, enveloped in a protective flame, rushed into the attack with new strength and excellent speed. The bear hung on the crab's claw, but that was all she could achieve. The situation seemed absurd. Oh Eonju bit again and again, but it was all in vain. The shell did not yield, and even with her enhanced stats, Oh Eonju could do nothing. The monster flailed its limbs, but that didn't change anything either. It could have freed itself if it wanted to. Kim Jae-han's bullets flew out of his inventory and flew straight to their target. The hunters cheered up, realizing that the recluse had not abandoned them. Ha Dong-gon grabbed his reinforced spear with renewed strength, but using it was almost as useless as a bullet. It couldn't pierce the armor. Nevertheless, the young man made another incredible throw, this time aiming at the open mouth. The blow landed right in the mouth, and the members of the squad hoped that it would be fatal. The bear decided to play it safe and jumped on the giant crab to finish it off if the spears weren't enough. She moved very quickly and delivered powerful blows one after another, sparing no effort. It was very difficult to tell where the beast's paws ended and the monster's claws began, so the guys could only hope that everything would end well. Oh-ju jumped again and swung her claws, then decided to descend to the ground and assess the situation. How surprised she was when it became clear that she had not inflicted any damage on the monster at all. Moon Ben-ho also realized this, so he shouted as loudly as he could for everyone to flee immediately. The young man intended to get close to the monster using teleportation and shoot it at point-blank range. He fired and fired, choosing different points and directions, reloading his gun and firing again, but to no avail. The bullets simply ricocheted off the armor, causing the giant no harm whatsoever, only slightly annoying it. Ha Dong-gon and Oh Eun-ji were at a loss. If this continued, they would simply be worn down to the limit and devoured. The guy cursed, saying that they needed to find a way to pierce the armor, which was not just armor, but something more. And a spear to the mouth should have seriously wounded the crab, but it now felt as if nothing had happened. Kim Jae-hyun thought deeply. They needed to use something like a hammer to strip the monster of its defense. The solution came completely unexpectedly. The young man remembered how he had killed goblins on his first day, and he immediately set out to find the right item. After searching most of the complex, he finally reached the door to the gym, where he found a suitable weapon. For some reason, the barbell on the prop stand was missing, which meant that someone had used it for its intended purpose. Kim Jae-hyun began to examine the room more closely. He was not yet accustomed to the function of multi-vision. Finally, the desired item was found, and our hero ordered Oh Yeon-ju to jump on the crab's back and wait for the signal. The bear growled that it would be done, that she would carry out the order and wait for further instructions. The absolute hermit's hand reached forward and activated the storage window to place the barbell there. Then the guy activated the blue window and moved the prop so that it could be thrown at the crab. In the next moment, the barbell glowed blue and disappeared from that spot, only to materialize directly above the monster. He mentally apologized to Min-ho for borrowing the sports equipment, promising to return the barbell through the store. Now it was rushing straight down, and at the moment of impact, it was moved to Chagalshi Station. The storage compartment opened almost at ground level, so the height of the prop's fall could be safely multiplied several times over. Then Kim Jae-hyun reached forward to open the equipment where it was needed most. The barbell crashed down at such a speed that it left a white glowing trail behind it, as if the fall had been further amplified. It was heading straight for the crab's shell, and it would have been very strange if it had withstood such a blow. The monster even managed to look up. Its reaction was simply excellent, which was strange for a sea creature that found itself on land. The desired effect was achieved. The shell cracked, and Kim Jae-hyun telepathically commanded Oh Yun-ju to begin the attack. Without hesitation, the bear rushed straight into the crack, preparing her sharpest claws to clean up the mess. Her eyes burned with fire again. The hunter wanted to bring the common cause to a logical conclusion at all costs. The crab's insides flew into the air, and it seemed that its pitiful existence was officially over. Oh Ju jumped down, and a message appeared that a giant level 35 crab had been killed, and 921 million won had been credited to the recluse's account. After defeating this monster, the road home resembled a fish market rather than a street in a ruined city of millions. Our heroes slowly but surely moved forward, killing the most bizarre monsters imaginable. These were all kinds of fish, mollusks, and crustaceans, but there were no more serious problems. At times, it would have been difficult for the guys without the hermit's help, but each time they received it and were able to move on. Nevertheless, Kim Jae-han was becoming increasingly convinced that the hunters would hardly be able to get through this area. Even with their current abilities, Ha-dong-gon's squad spent a lot of time clearing the area, and what awaited them further on was still unclear. The team of awakened ones, armed to the teeth, could barely cover a distance of 1 kilometer, which made the recluse nervous. It was time to admit that the probability of his family surviving in this place was practically zero. The closer our hero got to home, looking at the streets through the eyes of his vassals, the more frightening it became for him. Even his legs wouldn't obey him. But even if there was only a 1% chance, he was ready to continue. The hunters suddenly came to a huge living tree. Kim Jae-hyun paid no attention to it, looking at the familiar streets. Only one alley separated this place from his home. As soon as he thought about it, his attention was immediately drawn to something that definitely hadn't been there before. That very tree. The hero telepathically commanded the squad to stop. The guys didn't immediately understand what was going on, but they obeyed the order. The absolute recluse said that this was the place where he was born and raised, so he knew perfectly well where everything was. And he was absolutely certain that there had never been a tree here before. No one in the world would plant a tree right in the middle of the road. This meant that it had appeared here after the end of the world, and the system confirmed this assumption by identifying the giant tree. It was necessary to urgently inform the hunters about this, and the hermit used the communication ring again. He called out to Ha-dong-gon and drew his attention to the tree. The leader of the squad was a little surprised, but he looked. Everyone else also looked closely at the plant, not understanding what could be wrong with it. Kim Jae-hyun excitedly told the hunters that the tree was actually a monster. He gave the order to attack, and all the members of the squad immediately prepared to carry out the attack, no matter how foolish it sounded. No one had time to take a step forward when the middle of the trunk suddenly cracked and an ominous eye appeared from the crack. Then arms, legs, and a mouth appeared. The hermit's statement turned out to be completely accurate. The monster had awakened. Guyen was the first to attack. She fired a reinforced arrow to see how strong the bark was. It was a special shot that would hit the enemy even if they changed course. But it missed the tree, curving around the trunk and flying further. The monster's eyes began to glow red. It clearly did not like that someone had dared to disturb its peace. Ha-dong-gon threw his spear, confident that he would do better than his friend because his weapon did not change course and was bound to hit the target. Suddenly, the tree changed shape, creating several openings that allowed the first spear and several subsequent ones to pass through. One spear did manage to hit the enemy, but the bark proved to be surprisingly tough. The branchy giant opened its mouth and let out a kind of roar, then began to move toward the hunters. Ha-dong-gon cursed and asked Moon Ben-ho to try to damage this strange monster belonging to the plant world. The guy teleported close and was supposed to fire several shots at the enemy. At first, everything went well. But when the young man started firing bullets at the tree, the result was completely different from what he expected. The bullets hit the trunk, but instead of bouncing off, they simply disappeared into the dense mass of bark, as if growing into it. Then Oh Yeon-ju decided to join the attack. Who else but a bear could break a tree, or at least give it a good scratch with its claws? Noticing the beast approaching, the monster suddenly released several long and powerful shoots resembling roots. Before the bear could swing and deliver the first blow, she was completely immobilized. Oju managed to tear the first few roots apart and smash them to pieces with his claws, but the tree was preparing a new batch. These shoots were much larger and clearly stronger, rushing toward the beast at maximum speed. At first, the bear tried to simply fight them off, but this time the bark of the roots was better protected. Soon, all four of Oeonju's paws were tightly wrapped in tree sprouts, and the monster prepared to strike back. Hadongon, Gayon, and the others froze in fear. They had to save their friend before the monster finished her off, so the leader gave the command to Moon Ben-ho. The immobilized hunter felt that she had fallen into a trap from which it would not be easy to escape. The tree's eye lit up again. The sharp root was already poised to pierce the fiery heart of the immobile Oeonju. There were only a couple of seconds left as it took aim. The bear looked at the tree as if she did not expect such meanness from it. What was happening was very reminiscent of a confrontation in the wild. The beast tried to bite through the roots holding it back, but it wasn't very successful. When the sprout lunged to kill Oeonju, Moon Ben-ho materialized out of nowhere right in his path, shielding the huntress with his body. The young man's teeth were clenched with tension. He understood the cost of his actions, but decided he had to do it. Suddenly, the young man's face relaxed and became surprised. The tree root had not harmed him at all, but simply stopped, and the sprouts released the bear. Hadongan guessed what was going on and shouted that now was the perfect moment, and Ben-ho had to act immediately. The young man could now teleport himself and take his comrades with him, which is exactly what he did, transporting the bear behind the enemy's back. Now the woman was safe, and the rest of the squad began to think through their further battle tactics. The tree froze and completely stopped any actions against the people, which Kim Jae-hyun immediately noticed. A thought struck him, and he immediately tried to share it with the others to verify it. Oh Yunju had to retreat, and the rest had to attack. Hadongan was a little surprised by this decision, but said he was ready to follow the hermit's instructions. The leader ordered the bear to cover Gayon and Dajong and Kang Doksu's squad to begin the attack. The knight shouted that it would be done. He had been eager to put his huge halberd to use for a long time. His only concern was that his steel armor might not hold up, but he really wanted to fight the tree. The young man glanced at the others and announced that he was starting to move towards the monster. At that moment, the tree also moved, as if trying to return to its original position. The hunters froze in place, never launching their attack, because their main opponent had ceased to show aggression. The tree quickly returned to where it had been when Hadongan's squad appeared. The leader realized with surprise that it no longer looked like it wanted to harm anyone. Upon reaching the desired point, the monster sank back into the ground and began to look like an ordinary tree. Kim Jae-hyun realized that he was right. The only one who provoked the attacks of this strange monster was the bear. It did not touch people. All the problems began exclusively after Oh Eun-ju's transformation. And when the woman returned to her normal appearance, everything calmed down. The monster's eye was still visible among the bark, but now it showed no negative emotions towards the hunters. Suddenly, the eye flashed with fire, and the monster's arms reappeared, digging into the asphalt for greater stability. The huge mouth of the land shark opened wide to attack the people, who were so caught up in what was happening that they didn't notice another enemy. In the next moment, the tree released a new root shoot and pierced the monster, preventing it from approaching the people. It might have seemed strange, but the giant was protecting the squad from monsters. Apparently, only monsters and large predatory animals were perceived by it as enemies. The roots pierced the shark with such skill that it became clear that the tree constantly faced attacks from monsters and had honed excellent combat skills. Kim Jae-hyun was surprised and puzzled, and he began to wonder what could have caused such a reaction. The hunters made sure the shark was dead and began to put forward their own theories about what was happening. They also perceived the tree as friendly. Since it posed no threat, the young people decided to ignore it and continue moving toward their goal. Suddenly, the group stopped. It seemed they had arrived at the place the absolute hermit had sent them. Hadongan thought about how to tell our hero about this so that he would take the information correctly. The tree grew in the very place where Kim Jae-han's parents' house should have been. The guy already knew this, but when the squad leader confirmed it, the hermit's eyes flashed with hatred and anger. The tree had no right to grow where his childhood home once stood. It had to be destroyed, killed, torn to shreds. The guys reported that the structure was damaged but not completely destroyed, but the monster was making it a little difficult to examine it. The eye reappeared, looked at the hunters, and hid under the bark, as if checking that everything was in order. The young people asked if they had come to the right place, wondering if there had been a mistake, but Kim Jae-hyun replied that there was no mistake. His hands clenched into fists and began to tremble, as if he were having a panic attack, and he began to breathe more deeply. His eyes were now calm, but it was a deceptive impression. Inside, rage mixed with fear was boiling. It was the fear that he would never see his mom and dad again, simply because he was late. Fear that his grandparents, who lived in this house, had been killed by monsters and that this tree had now taken over the territory. His hopes of reuniting with his family had crumbled like ashes, and now all that remained for our hero were memories. A terrifying grin appeared on Kim Jae-hyun's face. This couldn't be happening. He couldn't allow something like this to happen. The absolute recluse decided to destroy this cursed tree with his own hands, fill it with gas, and blow it to hell. He had already activated the storage facility, and all that remained was to do the necessary preparatory work, when suddenly the guy froze. Someone's painfully familiar voice shouted, "Who's there? Identify yourselves immediately or get lost." The members of Ha-dong-gon's squad did not expect such pressure, and the shout made them recoil and cover their faces from the light of the lantern shining directly in their eyes. 3 people came out of the house. The one standing first leaned on a cane and asked who dared to harm their tree, their faithful Poppy. A message appeared that people who could be relatives of the absolute hermit had been found. The people paid no attention to the hunters. They approached the tree and began to stroke its bark. They felt sorry for their little Poppy and lamented that she must be in a lot of pain, as no monster had ever caused such damage before. Ha Donggon lowered his eyes when he heard that if the head found out about this, he would be very upset. The old man with the cane began shouting and scolding the boys again for what they had done to their tree. How dare they attack a defenseless creature? The young people tried to explain and justify themselves, but then realized that it would be best to just apologize. Then someone shouted for everyone to look at the tree, and the old man stopped scolding and looked in the direction indicated. One of the workers reported that Poppy had done it again, protecting everyone and killing the monster, which could be eaten. 2 men began to cut up the carcass of the land shark, complaining that the monster had grown fat and would not be tasty now. The old man commented on the future stakes, noting that his cholesterol would rise again and he would have problems with his blood pressure. The hunters listened with surprise to the residents' argument that if they didn't like it, they shouldn't eat it, as they were in no position to be picky about food. Kim Jae-hyun watched what was happening and gradually began to understand what was going on. Now he was completely calm and confident that everything was actually fine with his house and that his relatives might still be alive. The existence of a monster protecting people was now quite understandable. It was a kind of protection. The appearance of the tree near his relative's house no longer seemed as suspicious as it had in the first few minutes. When our hero was just a little boy, their house and garden were full of plants that his grandfather lovingly tended. The flower bed under the window changed its appearance depending on the season, but there were always beautiful flowers on it. The improvised vegetable garden on the roof fed the family in both winter and summer, and the vegetables bore fruit very well. When his grandfather retired, gardening became his hobby and then his main occupation, bringing him both pleasure and profit. The vegetables on the table, grown with his own hands, were the most delicious, and Kim Jae-hyun eagerly awaited the harvest. Most likely, the giant tree where his house is located, protecting the inhabitants, is a manifestation of someone's awakened ability. And these powers most likely appeared in his grandfather, comparable in power to those of the absolute hermit himself. Although there was a possibility that such abilities could have awakened in his father, for example, or someone else from his family. The young man felt incredible relief. It had been a long time since he had felt so calm. He thought that everyone had died, that the area was full of level 20 monsters, and that creatures of level 10 and above were flying in the sky. The guy laughed, remembering how he had wondered if it was possible to survive in such conditions, and now he had the answer. Then So Yejin called out to Kim Jae-hyun and asked what was wrong, what was happening to him, and the hero turned around. He happily reported that nothing was wrong, everyone was safe and sound, and the recluse hadn't smiled so happily in a long time. Meanwhile, the hunters from Ha-dong-gon's squad had already started preparing the land shark meat. The mustachioed man sighed that it was good to be young and thanked the guys for their help. Kim Jae-hyun telepathically addressed Ha-dong-gon and became a little alarmed, trying to understand what was going on. The young man gave the task of asking these people about their leader, and the hunter nodded, realizing that it was important. He turned to the mustachioed man and asked him the name of the person they considered to be the most important here. The man smiled and asked if the kid thought he might know the leader, which seemed to amuse him. He said that their leader's name was Lee Boon-ja. Kim Jae-hyun caught himself thinking that he had expected something like that. It was his grandfather's name. The members of Ha Dong-gan's group went to the dwelling, and the mustachioed man showed them the way, promising to introduce them to the leader. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around, saying that before they continued, the guys needed to know something. The other people continued to prepare the meat, but the mustachioed man paid no attention to them. He was serious. The workers heard what was being said and also stopped, curious to see how the strangers would react. But there were also those who calmly continued their conversations, confident that nothing special was happening. Fish was already cooking in a pan, and everything looked as if these people's lives were stable and well organized. Ha Dong-gan nodded, then looked around and said that he was ready to talk, and was impressed with how well organized life was here. Kim Jae-hyun noticed that there were quite a lot of people around, at least 100 according to preliminary estimates. The young man got the impression that the entire Shigalchi market had moved to his family's house. The men were clearly not new to cutting fish, and in general they were skilled and hardworking. One of them called out to the mustachioed man, whose name turned out to be Pa Yol-gan. The man wanted to know if Poppy had really killed someone again. He replied with a smile that it was true, and that the monster was quite large, so the young people helped him deal with it. He added that it would be nice to treat the guys to a plate of sashimi as a token of gratitude, so they should hurry up. A couple of minutes later, the hunter served up a delicious meal, and the sight of it made them almost choke on their saliva. Pa Yol-gan wished them bon appetit and advised them to eat properly, but the young people couldn't believe their eyes and no one dared to take a bite first. Finally, Ga-young got a grip on her emotions and asked if there were any chopsticks for them. The bald man said to eat with their hands as there were no chopsticks. Kim Jae-hyun came to the rescue, and chopsticks appeared from his inventory right in front of the girl. The hunters thanked the hermit, and the locals were extremely surprised by what had happened. Ga-yeon took a piece of sashimi and quickly put it in her mouth, her face becoming somewhat puzzled. Finally, the girl declared that she had never eaten anything so delicious in her life, and prepared her chopsticks to grab another serving of food. All the members of the squad began to eat, smacking their lips and praising the dish, but they did not rush to eat, prolonging the pleasure. Kim Jae-hyun smiled, pleased with what was happening, and muttered that he hadn't eaten sashimi in a long time. The guy decided to add a little more fun for the guys and took a few bottles out of his inventory, which immediately appeared next to Ha Dong-gan. The leader of the group did not expect this. He had completely forgotten about everything, including the existence of the absolute hermit. The men living by the tree stared in amazement. Before them were skewers and cider, a treat they hadn't seen in many days. The squad leader invited them to join the meal, and the locals had no reason to refuse. Immediately after their consent was given, more and more supplies began to appear on the ground. There was so much that the baldfish market worker cried out in surprise. He had never seen such magic before. There was instant noodles, milk, and other products, an unheard-of luxury in the post-apocalyptic world. Pa Yol-gan asked if it was really for them, and Dong-gan smiled, saying that it could be considered a gift from Kim Jae-han. The men jokingly asked if this Jae-hyun was a god, and then clarified whether they could really take all of this. Then a stern voice from somewhere behind them asked what all the commotion was about, and everyone turned toward the sound. On the root of a tree growing from the house like a ladder stood a man wearing glasses, obviously the head of the family. Our hero's heart began to beat like crazy. This man was indeed his own grandfather. The system identified him as the guardian of the world tree and a blood relative of the recluse, and the family ties function was unlocked. The grandfather pushed off from the root and jumped onto the neighboring one so quickly that the movement was difficult to follow. Then he slid down as if on skis, balancing himself with his hands behind his back. The old man had never been able to do anything like this before. He landed on the ground near Ha Dong-gan's squad with such ease as if he had been practicing gymnastics his whole life. Our hero thought that the old man looked even healthier and stronger than before, which was incredible. But then the young man thought that it was just his vivid imagination running wild with joy. Although even Lee Boon-ja's gait had changed, he not only thought clearly as before, but also moved completely differently now. Kim Jae-hyun realized that this was due to his grandfather's awakened ability. He had gained strength. The absolute hermit brought the communication ring closer and called out to all the hunters at once. He announced that this man was his grandfather, so he asked them to greet the leader on behalf of his grandson. Ha Donggon nodded and immediately set about carrying out the request, informing the leader that it was a great honor for them to meet him. Park Yogon bowed and said that these guys were newcomers, and they were so talented that they could get food out of thin air. He pointed to the supplies and explained that it was all the work of Ha Donggon and Gayon, which caused surprise. The leader explained to the hunters that they had serious water problems, so he was very grateful for such a generous gift. He shook hands with the squad leader and thanked him again, adding that he was very happy that the lights had come. The guy replied that he should not be thanked for these things. Li Bunja exclaimed, asking how to understand this, and Donggon did not know how to best explain what was happening. Finally, he said that the supplies had appeared here thanks to Jae Yun's ability, and at the mention of his grandson's name, the old man almost fell over. Then the leader of the hunters explained that they had come to this place on behalf of the absolute hermit named Kim Jahan. The grandfather couldn't believe his ears and asked if this was the Jahan he knew, or if it was just a strange coincidence. The hunters nodded and Li Bunja froze, only now realizing that his beloved grandson was not only alive, but had also sent a squad to find his relatives. Donggon confirmed once again that they had been sent by Kim Jae-hyun, who lived in a high-rise building in the Soman district. The old man staggered, repeating over and over that his Jae-hyun was alive, and finally said that if it was true, the boy should follow him. They followed the order and, following our hero's grandfather, approached the tree on which he had placed his hand. Almost immediately, a huge root sprout separated from Poppy and descended to lift the people up. They stepped onto this ladder and, together with Li Bunja, climbed to the very top, where the entire city was now before their eyes. The young man thought that all his relatives might be here, which meant he would soon see his mother and father. He does not yet have the opportunity to reach them, but soon the outpost will be completed and this dream will come true. He remembered that when the hunters met his grandfather, an opportunity arose to construct a new building, called an extension. The extension cost 10 times more than the outpost, but it offered more possibilities, functioning as his home, provided that a relative of the hermit was there. In addition, he had recently received a large enough subsidy for construction, so the idea was quite feasible. Calculating that he only needed to add 3 billion, the guy decided to start construction of the extension immediately. He understood that now he had nothing to worry about, especially about money, as the relevant process had been activated. Kim Jae-hyun was shown the design of the future building, and what he saw made him smile happily. The extension was located directly on the crown of the tree, which made it possible to interact closely with it. Our hero looked down from the right angle and realized that this structure was much more successful and useful than an outpost. All that remained was to wait the required 5 days for construction to be completed, and then his meeting with his family would be inevitable. The only task now was to arrange with his grandfather to stay within the construction radius during this time. Suddenly, a message appeared that the vassals had met a blood relative, Kim In-shin, with no awakened abilities, and it seemed that the squad had met the hero's grandmother. The elderly woman was lying on a bed in a completely wooden room, and the guys entered through a hollow that looked like a doorway. Her husband gently took her hands in greeting, and it was clear that the feelings between the two had not yet faded. Li Bunja asked his dear wife to listen to what these young people were saying, but the old woman did not respond. The man continued that the hunters claimed that their grandson, Jae-hyun, had sent them there, and a pleasant green glow began to spread from him toward his wife. The chief reported that our hero was not only alive and able to take care of himself, but had also sent them supplies. The grandmother's eyes remained closed, but the glow remained. The absolute hermit began to worry, pondering what to do, but then decided it would be easier to ask the members of the squad directly. Oju stepped forward a little, but did not dare to speak while Li Bun-ya was telling his wife the news. Finally, the woman waited for the right moment and said that Kim Jae-hyun had asked how long his grandmother had been asleep. The old man looked back and asked how his grandson knew about his wife's condition, slightly puzzled by the hunter's question. When Oyeon-ju explained that the grandson could see and hear them thanks to telepathy, Li Bunja turned back to his wife and said that he would not leave her unattended, that everything was fine. He asked our hero not to worry, saying that the woman was just tired and sleeping. When asked how long she had been asleep, he replied that it had been quite a while. In fact, Kim In-shim has not woken up since the day the apocalypse happened, but her breathing is steady and there are no signs of exhaustion. When the monsters flooded the area, Everyone was very frightened and panicked. People tried to resist the monsters, so he did not immediately notice what was wrong with his wife. He had to protect the house and deal with more critical issues. Thank God that his strength had awakened. When everything more or less returned to normal, it turned out that the old man's wife had gone to bed and was sleeping peacefully. She had not woken up once since that day. The recluse saw his grandfather in this state for the first time, his face expressing so much pain and suffering that our hero's heart was breaking. Kim Jae-hyun cried. He didn't want anyone to guess because he had to be strong. And yet tears streamed from his eyes, but the young man also felt relief from the realization that his grandmother was not dead after all. Despite the fact that she had been in a coma for a month, the woman's body behaved as if she were sleeping peacefully. Surely, thanks to his grandfather's awakened ability, his wife remained safe and did not weaken. The young man thought that if he could give tasks to family members, he would definitely cure his grandmother, but the system did not allow it. However, there was a healer in Hadonggan's squad, and Dojung tried to use her abilities at the first request. However, all her efforts were unsuccessful. Lee Boonja asked the girl not to worry, saying that he did not expect his wife to be healed like that, but everything was fine. Suddenly, Kim Jae-hyun noticed that he hadn't heard any extraneous sounds for a long time. It was strange that the room was so quiet. He understood that other relatives must also be here, so he asked Oh Yeon-ju to ask her grandfather where her parents were. The old man asked if his grandson was looking at him through her eyes, and when he received an affirmative answer, he sighed. The guys from Hadonggan's squad guessed that the news might not be very pleasant, so they just stood and waited. Finally, Lee Boonja said that he didn't know where the young man's parents were, as he hadn't seen them since that day. Kim Jae-hyun barely managed to hold back a cry. He had expected something like this, but still hoped that the whole family would be together. It turned out that his mother had gone to work that day, and his father had volunteered to accompany her. If neither of them had any special abilities, their chances of survival were extremely slim. The young man covered his eyes with his hand, unable to accept the thought that his parents might have died. But he had no intention of giving up. He told the hunters that their next target was the Ihwan hospital, where his mother worked. Donggan sighed skeptically. The recluse praised the boys for their good work today. He would take them home so they could rest properly, and tomorrow they would set off on their journey. Let him grasp at straws, but if there was even a 1% chance that his parents had survived, they had to be found, the boy shouted to So Ye-jin, to send the rats to the hospital area. We need to assess the situation and conduct a thorough reconnaissance. The girl was surprised but agreed. The young man insisted that it had to be done right away, to find all the survivors and bring them here. Suddenly, the system reported that a blood relative of the absolute hermit had been found. This was completely unexpected and not from Hadonggan. Our hero suddenly realized that his parents had come right here, to the house where they had bought an apartment and where he now lived. Meanwhile, in the neighborhood where Kim Jaha's grandparents lived, people were finishing their usual business, and the evening was coming to an end. The man in the hat wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered that it was already quite late and there was still work to be done, while the second man laughed that it was good because now they had mountains of food. His companion agreed that this was true, but suddenly saw something that made him fall silent, staring fearfully into the distance. A whole swarm of marlins flew over the street, their shadows falling on the ground, frightening people so much that they froze in place. Soon other types of monsters appeared in the sky, so many that the moon was barely visible. An incredible number of monsters were approaching at tremendous speed. The man in the hat cursed but continued to stand as if rooted to the spot. Finally, someone came to their senses and rushed to the alarm bell, warning the residents of the area of the impending threat. The watchman on the tower sounded the alarm and shouted that monsters were approaching, and everyone rushed to take cover. An order was given to move the provisions to the seafood warehouse and to close the doors and shutters as quickly as possible. One of the men climbed a tree to inform the chief that all was well and that they were being invaded by monsters. The messenger insisted that the old man should come outside immediately, and the old man asked in surprise what was happening. The man in the red cap uttered only one word, "Monsters," but that was enough to convey the essence of the problem. A huge flock of monsters was moving straight here, and even if they followed the usual protocol, the threat remained as there were too many monsters. Grandfather Kim Jae-ha stepped forward without the slightest fear, followed by a squad of hunters and sea creatures that had once lived in the sea were now rushing across the sky and the ground. Hadongan exclaimed that he had never seen so many monsters in one flock before, that it was simply impossible. Lee Bunja asked the guys to stay behind him and put his hand forward, summoning all the trees under his control. His command was carried out instantly, and the roots turned into something like legs to make it easier to move. The giants immediately began to gather near the house, and the old man asked why Poppy was so badly injured, making the hunters feel a little ashamed. Seeing how the tree they had foolishly fought was suffering, the members of Hadongan's squad offered their help in destroying the monsters. They claimed that they had already defeated many monsters, but our hero's grandfather said that there was no need for that. It didn't seem like all these monsters were going to attack them, but as they ran and flew through the area, they could destroy something. The fact is that it seems as if all these monsters are fleeing in fear from some common threat. They are clearly frightened. But that doesn't mean they won't cause harm, so we need to be on guard. Lee Bunja activated his special abilities. The trees immediately began to sprout shoots so that they could fight the sea monsters if necessary. The monsters' huge feet were destroying what was left of the asphalt pavement, so they had to be prevented from approaching the houses. The flying monsters flew right over the boys' heads, completely uninterested in the people below. Hadongan noted with surprise that the chief was right. It seemed that these monsters had no intention of attacking. But the boy thought that the land creatures simply would not be able to pass through the area without harming its inhabitants. He offered his help to Grandpa Kim Jaheng again, but the old man ordered the boys to go inside the building and wait there. He raised his foot and slammed it on the ground with all his might, calling the group of hunters stupid children who did not listen to adults. At that moment, the trees released their sharp shoots and roots, attacking the monsters. They acted lightning fast and left no one alive. Hadongan and his friends were literally stunned by what they saw, and he realized that he had greatly underestimated the abilities of this cute old man. The first wave of monsters was destroyed, and the trees did an excellent job, but that was far from the end. New monsters were approaching, and they also had to be actively resisted to prevent them from damaging the buildings. The land sharks tried to bite into the branches, but after a while, none of them could move anymore. Most of the creatures simply suffocated, entangled in the roots' clutches, while the rest were pierced through by the shoots. The absolute hermit's grandfather made a sharp movement with his hand, and everything around was illuminated by a bright green flash of light. A new batch of shoots grew literally from under the ground and simply pierced through another batch of monsters. Our hero received a message that many monsters had been killed, but all the rewards went to his blood relative, who had destroyed them. Lee Bunja looked at the blue screen in surprise, muttering something about money and experience, and his grandson saw that the old man was level 55. The guy was discouraged. At first, he thought his grandfather was being reckless, but the old man destroyed 100 monsters just by stomping his foot. And they, naive guys, intended to help the old man. Let them be glad that he did not stand in their way, which is much worse than any monster. The monsters continued to die, and a message about a level increase arrived. The expansion of the territory began immediately, but the hero was not ready, and pain pierced him again. Now the radius of his domain was 1.5 kilometers from his home, and additional resources would be needed to develop new lands. But Kim Jae-hyun wasn't thinking about that now. He bent over double, trying to endure the agony caused by the process of expanding his zone of influence. Each time it was more and more painful, and the young man struggled to activate the system to find out the details. A message came in that people suitable for citizenship had been found, but the young man had completely forgotten about it. He began to study the names, trying to find his mom and dad among them, but there were too many people. Besides, if blood relatives had applied for citizenship, they would have been listed separately, like grandparents. This meant that until they got close enough to the house, he would have to continue searching with the help of rats. Kim Jae-hyun began working with the data on new citizens to distract himself from what was happening. So Ye-jin was conducting reconnaissance in the Ewan hospital area on his orders. But so far, she had no news about survivors there. Kim Jae-hyun decided to use his absolute vision to see how the kids and his grandfather were doing, and the old man adjusted his glasses. He asked the hunters if they thought their attitude toward him had changed after the battle with the monsters, but they simply didn't know how to respond. The old man noted that before, when he killed monsters with the help of trees, there were bodies left that could be eaten, but now all the slain creatures seemed to have evaporated, leaving no trace of their presence here. Dong-gon explained that this was due to Jo Hyun's abilities, which allowed him to collect loot. The grandfather asked if that was the reason for the strange inscriptions that were now appearing. The young man confirmed that this was indeed the case, to which the old man muttered that his grandson truly had an amazing ability. Li Bunjia added that now that everything was fine and the situation was under control, he would go to the warehouse and bring people. If he couldn't kill monsters now, then let others who weren't under Jaehyun's influence do it. Otherwise, they would soon have nothing to eat. Hearing this, our hero realized that he had never even thought about how inconvenient this could be. It had never occurred to him that there were monsters. Maybe it was really worth a try, because the people under his grandfather's command didn't seem hungry or unhappy. The young man reached out and activated the registration of a new item in his store. The land shark was immediately added to the list of items, and now it could be retrieved and cooked at any time. Noticing that the shark had been classified as fish during registration, the young man smiled, thinking that the idea of using monsters for food wasn't so bad after all. He muttered that one such carcass could easily feed 100 people, which surprised So Yejin, who didn't understand what was going on, but she had other things to worry about. The Mouse Queen called out to Kim Jae-han and reported that she had found survivors in the hospital area. There was a report of the appearance of the recluse's blood relatives. They weren't just people, they were his parents, pointing to a house with glowing windows. Kim Jae-hyun's mother said in surprise that the house where they had an apartment was completely intact and undamaged. Lee Ji-suk was at level 50, and her awakened ability was called Ta, the ruler. The son began to be proud of his mother as soon as he read this. Kim Dong-hae, the hero's father, had reached level 42 and possessed the skill of enhanced protective aura. He was an escort knight. The mouse controlled by So Yejin looked around at this group of people, and the recluse realized that they were the ones he had been waiting for the most. Realizing that his mom and dad were coming for him, Kim Jae-hyun couldn't hold back his tears of joy, and he forgot about everything else. His parents were at the very edge of the expanded territory. The system had granted citizenship to 23 of Toy's subordinates. Judging by the distance they had traveled, this group of people would soon be within our hero's sphere of influence, and he became agitated. Now that the power of the clan had been unlocked, there were no more obstacles to reuniting the family, and the young man rushed out into the street. He stood with his fists clenched, bored to simply wait for the survivors to come closer, but it was so difficult to do. Finally, the people appeared on the horizon, with mom and dad leading the way, followed by the other survivors. For some reason, his parents' faces were quite stern, and Kim Jae-hyun thought that this was how they had finally met. The boy called out to his mom and dad as loudly as he could. It seemed that even at the age of 3, he didn't allow himself to be so noisy. His voice reached his parents' ears, and it seemed that our hero was afraid that his parents would simply not notice him and walk on by. Kim Dong-hak asked his wife if he was dreaming, and Lee Ji-suk exclaimed that it was all really happening. They watched their son wave his arms, trying to get their attention. It was simply impossible to believe that he was alive. Kim Jae-hak himself was just happy, especially when he saw the emotions on his mom and dad's faces when they noticed him. The man and woman left their people behind and ran as fast as they could toward their child, who was already so grown up. Before embracing each other, they tried to say something to each other, but the words stuck in their throats from the excess of emotions. Finally, his parents hugged their son, and the need to say anything disappeared. Their touch was much more eloquent. His mother cried. She couldn't believe her luck, that her beloved son had survived the apocalypse and that they had met again in this cruel world. The young man smiled and assured Lee Ji-suk that she was not hallucinating, that it was really him and that he was fine. His parents immediately began to ask if Jae-hyuk was injured, but the hero assured them that he was safe and sound and that he was living in complete safety and comfort. Then the young man looked at his mother's companions, who were most likely medical staff from the hospital where she worked. He was surprised to see that all 23 people possessed powers. Their awakened abilities had already been activated. Although it seemed more like his mother had given them these abilities, there were even dogs here. It was similar to Kim Gon's ability to control creatures. The girl pulled on the leash, not understanding why the animals were agitated. Dogs and cats were not allowed to enter the territory, so they had not been there until now. But this time the system reported that entry was permitted. They began to pass through the barrier. Everything was like the registration of vassals, apparently because the people were subordinate to the hermit's blood relative. The system reported that a contract of subordination had been concluded with the people, granting them special abilities, and that there could be a total of 100 such subordinates. Kim Jae-hyun thought that his mother had an incredibly strong ability, but now the woman was just thanking all the gods for meeting her son. The young man thought that his father's ability was also most likely awakened through a contract, but he was not sure. The man tried to get his wife to stop crying. He had an S-rank skill that tripled his physical stats and gave him total protection from any kind of damage. The recluse suddenly shut off his emotions completely and began to ponder how strangely the stats were distributed. If it had said that strength increased by 200% or 300%, it would have been possible to find an artifact to combine them, but the wording threefold did not allow for that possibility. The young man was already calculating how powerful his father would become if he could increase his strength by 900%. Suddenly, the young man thought about the buff strength of the clan and aura of protection. If they were activated, his father would act with a total effectiveness of more than 1,000%. It seemed that his father was the strongest and most powerful person here, and most likely in the whole world. But that's not all. If he used the bonuses from the hermit, the man's total effectiveness could reach 3,369%. His brain refused to believe it. The guy covered his mouth from an excess of emotion. With such abilities, Dad could easily level up several times in a single battle. The other survivors had B and C rank skills, which is why they managed to cover such a long distance unscathed. Suddenly, Kim Jae-hyun realized that everyone was clearly tired and wanted to rest, so it would be better to just take everyone home with him right away, and he held out his hand. He told the people that he would give them supplies for about 5 days, and if they needed anything else, they should feel free to contact him or Kim Dobin directly. The recluse ended with an offer to take a hot shower and rest in a warm bed, which surprised even his own parents. His father and mother clutched their heads, deciding that their son was mentally ill and confusing the past and the present. Talking nonsense. Kim Jae-hyun smiled and reassured his parents that he was fine, reminding them that the lights were on in their apartment, which was strange that they hadn't noticed. The woman confirmed that she had seen that there was electricity in the house, which was why she had brought people there. Our hero raised his hand and asked them where they thought the light in the windows came from in a world without electricity or water. He pointed in the right direction and asked them to look more closely at what was in front of their eyes. Where the hero's hand pointed, lights instantly came on in the windows, and soon all the surrounding houses looked completely inhabited. The parents were stunned. The more Kim Jae-hyun repeated the movement, the more light there was around them. It was an incredible sight. The young man's parents could not find the words to express their opinion about what was happening. But the icing on the cake was a bottle of cola that appeared out of thin air in their son's hand. Kim Jae-hyun smiled and asked if anyone wanted a drink, and people began to repeat like a mantra that it simply couldn't be real Coke. The girl took the bottle in her hands and asked several times if they could really drink it, her voice trembling. The recluse nodded generously and offered everyone a glass, then invited them to follow him to his new home. He used the Hermit's Gate and instantly transported everyone to the residential complex, where they were first shown where they could sleep and rest. The new arrivals were also given ramen, milk, and even eggs so that they would not have to worry about food at first. When only mom and dad remained, the young man led them down the hallway to the apartment where they would live alone. Lee Ji-suk doubted that this was acceptable. After all, it was someone else's apartment, and if they started living there, it would be like appropriating someone else's property, which was unacceptable. Kim Jae-hyun smiled and promised that they would return the apartments to their owners when they came back. But until that happened, there was nothing wrong with sleeping comfortably. He opened the right door and asked his mom and dad not to worry about anything. Their son was capable of taking care of everything. No sooner had they stepped inside than they saw 2 pairs of slender girls' legs, which was somewhat unexpected. So Yejin and Yoo Hae-rin bowed low to our hero's parents, greeted them, and said they would be happy to serve them. Mom and dad were stunned for a moment, then asked why Kim Jae-hyun needed 2 girls at the same time. Yoo Hae-rin replied that they were not girls, but had simply decided to serve mom and dad with pure hearts. So Yejin added that they were doing this of their own free will and without any ulterior motives. Kim Jae-hyun was shocked and said that he hadn't asked them to become servants, that they were friends, so he thanked the beauties for their work and sent them off to rest. When they were left alone with their parents, they sat down at the table to talk about everything that had happened over the past month. The young man's father used to work as a taxi driver, so every day he drove his mother to work and picked her up from work. That day, he also came to take his wife home, but monsters attacked and the couple fought to protect each other, which is how they managed to survive. Our hero correctly guessed that his mother's abilities had awakened first, and the woman smiled as she told him about it. After listening to his parents' story, the absolute hermit told his own, omitting some details but conveying the essence in considerable detail. The story mainly consisted of information about what abilities the hero had acquired and how he had lived until now. When he mentioned what had happened to his grandmother and that his grandfather was looking after her, Lee Ji-suk cried. They were her parents. Word by word, night fell, and Kim Jae-hook completely forgot that his mom and dad were tired. And although there were still many problems ahead that needed to be solved, for the first time in a long time, the house felt truly warm. It was the warmth of a family reunited, the warmth of their smiles and kind words. In Nagasaki, Japan, it was raining heavily, and it seemed as if the water would pour from the sky until the sea overflowed its banks. The men on the shore protected themselves from the downpour with raincoats. They couldn't take shelter because they were watching some new monster among the waves. The captain of the Marine Guard cursed. The monster was huge, but fortunately, it was not coming ashore. It just rose out of the water, looked at the people, and sank back into the waves. Everyone was frightened. They had never seen such a large creature before. If this monster swam further, the inhabitants of the region where it decided to come ashore would face enormous destruction. The upper part of this dragon-like reptile alone was several dozen meters long. The security chief shouted that all survivors within communication range should be notified immediately. He imagined what a battle with this giant would look like and cursed again, thinking that someone was going to be very unlucky. The monster seemed to read his thoughts and decided to leave Nagasaki as soon as possible, as if rushing into battle. The next day, Kim Jae-hyun contacted his grandfather and told him the news that his parents had come home and were fine. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. He was happy that his daughter and her husband were able to take care of themselves in the midst of the apocalypse. He played the video recording made by his grandson over and over again for his grandmother, but she continued to sleep. Then his mother asked the hero to show them his grandmother and grandfather, as they missed them very much and were very worried. The guy replied that he would ask Ha Dong-gon to take a video, and the hunter immediately set about completing the task. Although Lee Boon-ja smiled and tried to remain optimistic, it was clear that things were far from rosy. Lee Ji-suk couldn't hold back her tears. She really wanted her mother to regain consciousness, and it was hard to watch. The young man began to comfort the woman, urging her not to be upset, saying that everything would definitely be fine. Our hero promised that he would soon be able to arrange a complete family reunion. As soon as the extension was completed, it would be possible not only to watch over his grandparents' house with perfect vision, but also to go there. He asked the members of Ha Dong-gon's squad to set up a base there and hunt monsters so as not to waste time. The reason was that construction was more efficient when vassals with the title of knight were present on the site, so it was possible to save time. Now, instead of 5 days, it could take only 4, and for some reason, there were noticeably more monsters in the area. Considering the level of the hunters, it was more profitable for them to collect loot on the spot without traveling long distances, limiting themselves to a distance of 1 kilometer. There was a slight overlap due to the expansion of the territory. When the inhabitants went hunting, it turned out that there were no enemies. Due to the level increase in the new expansion of the territory, all goblins in these areas were automatically killed by the system. Something had to be done, and Kim Jae-hyun decided to entrust Kim Da-bin with the task. He telepathically contacted her using his ring. She responded immediately and heard that she would need to make an announcement to the citizens. When asked what kind of announcement, the hermit explained that first of all, they should inform them that the territory had been expanded. Now, in order to hunt, they would have to go further than Summon Station. Kim Da-bin replied that she understood. The guy also instructed her to organize rescue teams from the newly arrived medics to help the survivors in the new territories, as there were quite a few of them there. Our hero paced around the room, thinking about how many people were in critical condition and needed to be taken care of as soon as possible. Even in relatively safe areas, many had died of hunger and thirst because they couldn't leave due to the monsters. Kim Jae-hyun intended to help everyone. He distributed humanitarian aid and was even ready to go to these people personally. The main thing was to get there in time. The young man was visibly nervous and didn't know what else to do. His parents noticed his mood and asked what had happened and why their son looked so serious. He briefly explained the situation, and his mother confidently said that she could definitely help with this problem. Our hero was very surprised. For some reason, he did not immediately think of Lee Ji-suk's awakened ability and its possible usefulness. Many of her subordinates had healing and first aid skills, the latter being particularly effective for dehydration and exhaustion. Mom suggested signing a cooperation agreement with the members of the rescue team so that they too could develop similar awakened abilities. Everyone agreed, and as a result, 80% of those who agreed to participate in the project acquired healing skills. Most of them did not have very high ranks, B and C, but even that was enough to quickly stabilize the situation. For 3 days, the rescuers explored the new territory, moving from house to house and helping all the survivors. They managed to save many lives. When it was all over, Kim Jae-hyun literally jumped onto the sofa in his room, exhausted to the limit. There had been so much to do over the past few days that he hadn't even had time to breathe, but now he could rest. But that was not to be. The system notified him that a large number of people met all the requirements for citizenship, and he ordered that it be granted to all of them. Due to the expansion of the territory, many people continued to come here on their own, and now the population exceeded 10,000. The young man tried to relax, but then he noticed that it had started to rain heavily outside, which hadn't happened in a long time. He went to the balcony window and began to watch the streams of water falling from the sky. This rain seemed strange to Kim Jae-hyun. Then Kim Da-bin telepathically called out to him, and the young man asked the girl what was going on. She reported with some surprise that the rescue team was proposing to start helping survivors outside its area of influence. The absolute recluse was also surprised and noted that it was too dangerous. Kim explained that she had also tried to dissuade them, but the medics were sure that the time was right. Our hero could not agree with this statement, as now was not the best time for such operations. It wasn't just flocks of goblins roaming the streets. The entire area was overrun with dangerous creatures that had previously lived in the ocean. Kim Jae-hyun said that the rescuers were very brave guys, probably because they worked in a hospital. Ordinary people would not have dared to suggest such a thing. The young man liked this approach, but he asked Kim to tell the rescuers to wait a little while, as he would arrange for hunters to accompany them. A message appeared that the blue crab had been killed, but since no money had been deposited into the account, only experience, it was assumed that one of the recluse's relatives had killed the monster. The young man did not expect that even in such a downpour, his father would risk going hunting. It was strange. But still, the guy wasn't particularly worried. His father's new physical abilities allowed him not to worry that something bad would happen. But then reports of killed monsters began to pour in one after another. It was unlikely that Kim Dong-hak could have been that fast, which meant that he wasn't the one killing the monsters. Kim Jae-hyuk guessed that his grandfather was most likely fighting the monsters and immediately activated his absolute vision to find out what was going on. The old man stood in the pouring rain as if nothing had happened and commanded his squad of trees. Their roots and shoots pierced more and more sea monsters, tirelessly and relentlessly, as there were many enemies. Lee Bun-ja's face was calm and focused. He knew that no enemy could enter his territory alive. The hunters were also there, and the hermit asked Ha Dong-gan what was going on. The guy replied that a new wave of monsters was coming at them. This surprised our hero. At this rate, ordinary monsters would be completely replaced by sea creatures. Something strange was happening. Their numbers were growing, and it was necessary to find out why this was happening. The grandfather seemed to read his grandson's thoughts and also said that something was wrong this time, that the creature's behavior had changed. Kim Jae-hyun wondered why the monsters were fleeing so actively. What or who could have frightened them so much? Because these were far from low-level monsters. At that very moment, the same monster that had been spotted in Nagasaki appeared right in front of the group led by his grandfather. They stared at the giant monster in horror, trying to understand what it was and where it had come from. The system quickly clarified the situation, identifying the monster as a level 63 white dragon, and the hunters panicked. The leader guessed what kind of monster they were dealing with and, without any additional clues, immediately recognized the dragon. The monster's eyes glowed, but its behavior was not aggressive, and it was completely unclear whether it intended to attack people. Kim Jae-hyun froze with his hand raised. If he summoned his vassals right now, he could save Ha Dong-gan's squad. But the grandfather, the guardian of the Tree of the World, could not leave his territory, so all the danger would fall on his shoulders. And yet the young man could not order the hunters to engage in battle with such an enemy. It would be like sending them to certain death. There were 38 hours left until the completion of the extension. If it had happened earlier, the territory would have expanded, and the monster would have been destroyed automatically. But it was impossible to speed up the process any further, which meant that the people would have to hold out for a very long time. The hero was terribly angry. The white dragon was a monster of such a level that it inspired terror with its mere presence. Even without attacking, was there really nothing that could be done? The huge monster took another step forward, but that was enough for the people to go on full alert. Behind them were trees that were ready to fight back against the enemy, and the dragon itself loomed overhead, no worse than a skyscraper. The hero's grandfather shouted to the hunters to retreat, gather the people and flee, while he would try to delay the monster. The guys from Hadonggon's squad replied that they would not turn their backs on danger and would fight alongside him. No one expected this, but the old man readily agreed, apparently realizing that he would not last long alone. Li Bunjia shouted that they should immediately prepare for the attack. They would strike the enemy first, which would give them an advantage. The hermit's grandfather immediately began preparing the trees, giving appropriate instructions, and the roots began to grow rapidly. The hunters from Hadonggon's squad also wasted no time. Gaiyun drew her bowstring, and the leader prepared his spears. Suddenly, Kim Jae-han's voice rang out, telepathically ordering the men to stop and not attack. The hunters did not understand what was going on, but the hermit insisted that they must immediately stop the attack and let the old man know. The old man couldn't hear him. He was already almost at the dragon itself. All hope now rested on Ben Ho's abilities. The young man teleported right between Li Bunjia and the monster. He was truly our hero's most loyal vassal. Moon Ben Ho shouted to the old man that he should stop immediately, that the dragon must not be attacked. The old man tried to protest, but the young man was insistent, convincing him that Kim Jae-hyun's orders should always be obeyed, as they always worked. The grandfather asked how much he could trust his grandson's opinion, and received the answer that the absolute hermit had never failed him. The hero said that he had been looking for the dragon's weak spot and had discovered that the monster was in a weakened state, having just laid eggs that could hatch under the world tree. Perhaps the white dragon had come here not to fight, but to raise its offspring in the roots of this special tree. When the old man heard this, he immediately realized that Kim Jae-hyun might be right. At that very moment, the monster began to telepathically send messages to the guardian of the world tree. It asked the old man not to be afraid, and Li Bunjia was very surprised to hear an unfamiliar voice in his head. The dragon asked why the tree of the world was so small. She had expected it to be larger, and now she had to be very careful. The head asked the monster why it had come here and what it wanted. He wanted to be as informed as possible. The monster said that it wanted to make a contract with the guardian of the world tree, which the old man did not expect at all. The dragon explained that as long as the tree helped her regain her strength and raise her offspring, she would protect it. Suddenly, the man felt pain in his hand, which began to glow blue and pulsate strongly. The white dragon said that with this sign he could always be summoned for help, and it would be received under any circumstances. Then a shining crystal appeared in the air. In fact, it was a dragon's egg, which she was passing on for safekeeping. The guardian of the tree must take care of the monster's offspring during its absence. The hero's grandfather gasped. Having said all this, the giant turned in the opposite direction, glancing at the egg one last time, as if saying goodbye to it. Li Bunjia continued to hold it, watching as the huge monster strode away on its powerful paws. In the next second, the white dragon spread its wings, pushed off, and flew away. It needed to rest well. Kang Dok-soo, in full armor, and Kim Gon breathed a sigh of relief. Now they could relax and not be afraid. Suddenly, the knight had a panic attack and shouted that if they had attacked the dragon without listening to the hermit, they would have been guaranteed to be dead. Ben Ho sighed. Obeying Jong-hyun was the only rule he always followed. His grandfather thought it was complete madness, especially the contract with the monster. Ga-yeon, Kang Dok-soo, and Kim Gon simultaneously raised their loyalty to 100, and the vassal limit instantly increased threefold, which was just great. Now the hermit could have 18 vassals, and he had to think carefully about who they could be. The young man thought it would be a good idea to register the people who had signed a contract with his mother, but this turned out to be impossible. The hero did try, but all these people obeyed only Lee Ji-suk and no one else. And it would have been great to awaken the abilities himself. Not only are people with special abilities rare in themselves, but by endowing them with your power, you can choose your sphere of influence. The system suddenly announced that Ben Ho had reached 100 loyalty points and awakened the teleport ability, while the recluse had won the jackpot and also received a teleport awakening pill. It instantly materialized in our hero's palm, and the guy thought he was really lucky, scaring himself. The purpose of the pill was obvious. It awakens the same ability to teleport as Ben-Ho has. But where the young man could use it was a much more difficult question, the answer to which was yet to be found. Kim Jae-hyun quickly found him, and using the ring asked Kim Da-bin to bring her father there. The man appeared almost immediately, a little nervous because the girl knew nothing about the reason for the visit. The young man handed him a pill and said it was a gift. Kim Dong-hak's face remained surprised. Finally, the man reached out and took the pill, and his son advised him not to delay and to take it right away. The father thanked him for his concern, deciding that these were vitamins that would help him maintain his stamina longer, so he popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up blue, which was clearly visible even through the man's glasses. Soon his entire figure was enveloped in the same bright glow, and Kim Dong-hak asked in alarm what was happening. He asked what kind of magic this was, and our hero smiled and advised him to imagine that he was teleporting from here to there. Dad asked in surprise what he meant, and Kim Jae-hyun simply suggested trying it, saying it would be easier than explaining. The man closed his eyes, saying that he didn't really understand how teleportation worked, but he was willing to take the risk. He instantly disappeared from where he was standing and appeared behind the absolute hermit, and everything went smoothly. It was incredible. Now Kim Dong-hak felt like a tiger that had been given wings. He had clearly become the most powerful hunter in the city. A message came that his father's trust had reached 100 and he had received the increased defense energy skill, which was a very pleasant bonus. The same ability automatically appeared in our hero, which was a surprise and made him think. If his mother's trust also rose to 100, did that mean that her special skill would be passed on to the hermit? It was worth checking. Right now, her trust was at 97, but the guy was in no rush. He had his own way of raising this indicator, the outpost and the extension to his grandfather's house. The next day, construction of this building was completed, and now he could unleash his full potential. But before that, our hero had to go through the not-so-pleasant process of expanding his territory of influence, which now included the area with the Tree of Peace. The radius of the space around the annex was smaller, but it bordered on the territory already controlled by Kim Jae-hyun. A message appeared that creatures hostile to the Absolute Hermit had been detected, and immediately the system began to destroy the monsters. The young man cried out in pain. He would probably never get used to it, it was too strong. When it was almost over, the young man sat down on the sofa. The level increase early in the morning did not add strength or cheerfulness. The hero didn't gain much experience for destroying the monsters, but now these territories were completely safe. The overall savings were already high, so there was no need to worry about that, but it was worth granting citizenship to everyone who was eligible. The new residents automatically received an offer to become citizens, and every single one of them accepted it. Now the number of residents had reached 10,000, and the guy received a notification that they now had the opportunity to learn professions, which was just great. But now our hero had more important things to do. It was not for nothing that he had waited so long for the construction of the extension to be completed. Kim Jae-hyun went to the apartment where his parents lived to tell his mother the good news. Saying that she had been waiting for this for so long, the young man invited the woman to visit his grandparents. Now they could get to them just by using the skill of the Absolute Hermit's doors, and Lee Ji-suk cried. A few minutes later, our hero was already pressing the door handle to his grandmother's bedroom. When they entered, they saw that his grandfather was also there. He only left his wife when absolutely necessary. Kim Jae-hyun shouted that they had arrived, and the old man jumped up from his chair, asking who was there. The young man waved his hand in greeting and apologized for scaring him. He was so happy that he simply didn't think about it. But that wasn't the main thing. His daughter ran to her father shouting, completely alive, safe and sound, and the old man jumped to his feet. They hugged each other tighter than ever before in their lives. It was one of the happiest moments in the hermit's life. The hero's mother apologized to her grandfather for not having been in touch for so long, but now everything would be fine. She was home. The woman apologized for being so late. She should have come much earlier, but her tears prevented her from speaking. Lee Boon-ja also cried and said that everything was fine, that he understood how much they had been through. He hugged his daughter tightly once more and thanked her for managing to stay alive. It was very touching. The system reported that his mother's trust had risen to 100, and the hermit had acquired the skill contract of submission. The boy thought that was just great. His father was still hunting, so he had only brought his mother, but that was enough. Kim Jae-hyun looked at his grandfather and daughter and felt completely satisfied and happy. His heart warmed, and that was enough for now. Lee Boon-ja told his daughter about the Tree of Peace and how it appeared, and the plants began to protect them, and he himself received the status of guardian. His grandson asked about water and electricity, and it turned out that the old man even had generators and small reserves of rainwater in cisterns. He held his watering can, regretting that the gasoline would soon run out completely, but the young man had a solution to this problem. The hero said that he could easily obtain enough fuel and water so that no one would experience a shortage. The old man was surprised and asked what that meant. The young man replied that it would be easier to show him, and then asked him to look into the cistern. After removing the lid, Lee Boon-ja saw that there was a lot of water and asked puzzledly what it all meant. The old man saw with his own eyes that the tank was almost empty, and Kim Jae-hyun explained that it was his doing. The young man had replenished the water and electricity supplies, and the monsters would no longer attack, so the people here now had nothing to worry about. The grandfather asked if it was all thanks to his abilities, and the absolute hermit confirmed that it was. The young man wanted to properly explain his power and the registration of citizens to his relatives, but that would take a lot of time. So he decided not to rush into it and said goodbye, informing them that he wanted to go downstairs now. The old man asked him to be careful on the stairs, and his grandson once again thanked him for his concern. Kim Jae-hyun activated his absolute vision. He really wanted to test his new skill, but to do that, he needed to find a suitable candidate, which was not so easy under the circumstances. First, he had to make sure that his mother and grandmother were all right and that they had no problems. Now he could use teleportation. Kim Jae-hyun stretched out his hand and activated the skill. He appeared in the room right behind Lee Ji-suk, but she tried not to show her fear to her son. His mother asked in surprise if he hadn't been on the roof, and the hero replied that he had been busy, that his grandfather would be upstairs a little longer, but that he would like to know how his grandmother was doing. The woman replied that her mother seemed to be just sleeping, and suddenly the button to summon the creature for 10 billion won was activated. After the hero saw with his own eyes what the three-legged raven was capable of, it became clear that this was the system's way of giving him a hint on how to solve the problem. He didn't hesitate for a second and immediately pressed confirmation, not regretting the money spent at all. Instantly, a familiar green portal lit up in the middle of the room, and Kim Jae-hyun took a step back. His mother cried out in fear and asked what it was, as she had never seen magic of this kind before. The young man replied that it was one of his abilities, told her to close her eyes so she wouldn't go blind, and that she had nothing to fear. Lee Ji-suk took his advice, but it would be impossible to say with certainty that she had stopped trembling with fear. Soon, a huge green egg, or something resembling one, appeared in the middle of the portal, and a creature was about to hatch from it. The egg rose upward, its surface resembling young leaves, and cracks began to appear, from which a bright light shone. Then the leaves began to open, falling off one by one, and in the center, a small and fragile figure resembling a fairy or an elf became visible. The little girl woke up and stretched. It really was a first-level fairy. The hermit's mother couldn't believe her eyes. The boy picked up the creature and explained that he had summoned it, like Chernish. The woman pretended to understand what he was talking about. Then the grandfather entered the room and said that thanks to Jehanna's help, he had quickly dealt with all his business. The man immediately went to his sleeping wife and began to praise his grandson, ignoring what was happening in the room. He needed to transfer some of the hero's life force to his grandmother, and that was all that mattered to the old man now. The fairy's eyes widened, and she began to watch Lee Boon-ja's actions closely. Kim Jae-hyun didn't have time to ask what was going on before his summoned creature rushed straight towards the grandmother. The fairy stopped between the woman and the old man's hand, as if to show him that he should stop filling his wife with energy. Suddenly, the glow hit her too, and immediately a message appeared about the summoned creature's level increase, and everything around them glowed green. Lee Boon-ja screamed in horror that he didn't understand who this was and what kind of circus was going on here. He was angry. Suddenly, a soft voice said that the old man had been told many times to control his anger. It was the grandmother. The woman added that her husband had also forgotten to wash his hands after going up to the roof. Otherwise, how could she explain the dirt on the bed? Then our hero's grandmother yawned and said thoughtfully that she felt sleepy, which was very untimely. The next moment, she lay down on the bed again and fell into a sweet slumber, as if she had never woken up at all, only this time on her side instead of on her back. The hero's grandfather stared wide-eyed and exclaimed indignantly that this simply couldn't be, that he couldn't possibly be experiencing auditory and visual hallucinations at the same time. He tried to wake his wife by shaking her shoulders, but it had no effect. The woman fell back into a coma. The absolute hermit's grandfather turned to the fairy and asked what she had done. The little girl looked at him fearfully and remained silent. Then Lee Boon-ja began to demand that she repeat her actions, since it had worked the first time. Kim Ji-hyung called out to his grandfather, hoping that this would help him calm down, but the old man began to explain that his grandmother had woken up, as if the young man hadn't seen it himself. The young man asked him to calm down, and the old man apologized for losing control, saying that he was just very happy to hear his wife's voice, something he had dreamed of for a very long time. The recluse said he was very sorry, but as long as the fairy's level was very low, if she was supplied with energy regularly, the grandmother's waking time would become longer. The young man had indeed found a way to wake the old woman, but for this, the chosen creature had to be properly trained. The old man cautiously asked where the guarantee was that it would work, and his grandson sighed and said that he had already seen the first results. The fairy fell asleep. The grandfather calmed down and began to thank his grandson, and everyone felt a great sense of relief. Our hero reflected that everything had happened for a reason. This time, the creature's summoning was directly connected to the Tree of Life. This meant that each mythical pet had its own conditions for being summoned, which was an interesting discovery. He looked at the sweetly sleeping fairy and thought that he would figure it out later. But for now, it was enough that he might wake his grandmother. Kim Jae-hyun told his relatives that he was tired and was going to rest in his room, and they had no objections. No sooner had the young man stepped outside than he received a system message about the death of citizen Kim Shin-taek. This had never happened before, so it was probably someone who had just arrived, as many were in critical condition. The rescue team continued to search the area and find survivors, and each time there were more and more of them. But there weren't enough hands to go around, and there were far fewer medics, so they simply couldn't cope, meaning that the number of deaths would soon increase. No matter where people were, they would still die if they did not receive help in time, and where they were at the time of the disaster was of great importance. Kim Jae-hyun understood well that this was happening all over the country and most likely all over the world. Some people managed to survive, gaining awakened abilities, while the rest were practically doomed to die. The absolute hermit began to shift from foot to foot, remembering the responsibility that had fallen on his shoulders. He didn't know why the monsters had appeared or why his family had acquired such powerful abilities, but he would have to find the answers himself. Kim Jae-hyun took on the burden of responsibility as soon as he received his enormous strength and power. He decided that he had to save this country, or at least as many of its inhabitants as possible, everyone he could. The total population was estimated at 220,000, but now there were only 10,000, so there was plenty of room. He should start by reaching the limit, then if he built outposts and raised the level, he could expand his sphere of influence to the whole of Korea. The guy remembered the message about the professions that citizens could now obtain, but found no information about it. Kim Ji-hyung activated construction mode and only then saw that he should first build a laboratory for studying professions. Everything would be fine, but such a building required a fairly large area, and the recluse wondered where to place it. It seemed that the best place was the vacant lot that appeared after the battle with the Cyclops. It turns out that even a giant can be useful. The conditions stated that 30 citizens needed to be involved for a period of 7 days, and the young man instructed Kim Da-bin to form a team. Suddenly, our hero thought that great deeds should start with himself and his surroundings, developing, learning, and putting his property in order. And not only property, but everything around him. He decided that he simply had to find all the members of his vassals' families. Only then would he be able to sleep peacefully. All this time, the hunters had risked their lives for him, and now it was time to thank them for that. Kim Ja-hyun activated his absolute vision to see where Hadangan's squad was and if they were all right. The young people were moving calmly through the territory. There was no danger nearby. Everything was fine. They were already close to Chigalchi Station, and now there was little left to do. The young man decided to use the hermit's doors and already grabbed the handle. The guys went there in search of Gayon's mother and were almost at their destination, but they might need help. The doors lit up. The young man went out into the street But the influx of monsters made it difficult for the hunters to move forward, and they fought their way every kilometer. Kim Jae-hyun reached the very edge of his territory, but the barrier worked, and the hero realized that he could not go any further. A good idea came to the young man's mind, and with the help of the ring, he asked the hunters to move a little closer to the edge of the sphere. A moment later, Moon Bin-ho flew through the barrier, which came as a surprise to him, and the young man almost fell. Ben-ho asked the recluse how he got there. They had followed the instructions as soon as they heard them, but did not expect to meet anyone. The hunter was delighted and asked if all the monsters in the area had been killed thanks to our hero. He confirmed that this was the case and asked where the rest of the squad was. Ben-ho replied that they were already on their way and should arrive very soon. The guys were approaching the edge of the sphere. Ha-dong-gon appeared a moment later, tested the air with his hand, and asked if they were in controlled territory. The absolute hermit confirmed that this area was now under his control, so there was no need to worry about monsters. He added that operations would now be much easier, but that wasn't all the news, and the hunters listened with interest. Kim Jae-hyun explained that he had ordered the squad to stay here not only to build the extension, but also for another purpose. Advancing into the Taishan area without support was too dangerous. Even through the subway tunnels it would be difficult. The squad leader was puzzled. Then Kim Jae-hyun said that the construction was now complete, and they would be able to reach Kim Ga-yeon's parents' house without any particular problems. The girl couldn't believe her ears. Our hero was happy to announce that he had come up with a way to save the families of all the vassals, and was going to use it immediately. The absolute hermit held out his hand and noted that the hunters simply could not refuse this offer. It was his way of thanking them.